anyone who always has knee pain while they're playing basketball, stay for this video. I'm going to give you a couple tips to help you out and help you feel better. The first reason could be is you don't know how to land properly. Do these depth drops landing on 2 feet every single day, 2 sets of 6. The second reason could be is you're not resistance training. If you're not resistance training as an athlete, you're basically asking for knee pain. Your hamstrings, quads, calves, everything has to be strong in order to play the sport painfully. Another very important aspect is training isometrics. This is literally what gets your tendons stronger. My favorite isometrics are split squat and heel elevator isometrics. 2 sets of 30 seconds will get you ready. The holy grail for knee pain, backwards walking 5 minutes every single day. Thank you all for watching. Better, yes.
They got this dip station I got from the team, so of course, remember when I worked with them, just unlucky. You are not unlucky. You are a lazy fucking loser. You are not unlucky. You are breathing. You're lucky. The unlucky ones are gone. You're alive. You are lazy.
What make you ignore red flags?
Somebody that is spinning that bag.
Yeah, spin that shit.
Spin that shit. You heard in Miami that shit. Spin that shit.
this is something years. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't care. I could care less about that shit that's happening in life. I could care less. Bad shit happening to you. Should you care? You shouldn't give a fuck. Who cares? I don't care what happened to you. I don't care what you're going through. I don't care. Oh, the pressure this girl is putting on the microphone. It is all a blessing every single time. says something about shooting in Spain, because they've been something impacted and it's true, that it's true in that face. If somebody has an opinion, it makes you angry. You got angry because you don't fully understand yourself. To know is to understand. If you fully understand, you understand why you don't want to shoot something. You know yourself, because you know that it's your fault. If you don't understand why you haven't achieved something, then you use an excuse to make it make sense in your brain. Then you get angry because you think that somebody is dismantling your identity. And that's exactly what's happening. And you cannot become successful with a fake identity. These are things that nobody wants to talk about because everybody wants to focus on the glamour and the background and the this and oh, I look so perfect and let me give you some inspirational mindset quotes with some cool music in the background. Fuck that, bro. I'll post cool vlogs, I'll post cool videos for you guys. I'm a normal guy, I'm not like a hardo all the time. But the way that I speak to you guys is my self-talk. I'll never hold anyone else to the standard that I haven't already held myself to. Most people can't hang around me because I know what they're capable of, and it breaks you. That's why everyone who's constantly around me is highly developed, because they're constantly getting broken, and they're breaking me. You're constantly, iron sharpening iron is not this soft shit like going to the gym with your boys. You guys have misinterpreted what this means. Iron sharpening iron is cuts. Iron sharpening iron hurts. It is not fun. There's friction. 99% of men today, because they do not have the mindset of man 100% accountable. When they become sharpened, someone's trying to sharpen them, run away. How do you cut me? Bitch, I'm sharpening you. Do not take criticism or feedback as anything but data towards the map that builds your success. That is all it is. If you can master that, you want high-level dudes who want to network with you, build this. Successful dudes can smell, I can smell it from a mile away. A mile away. I talk to grown-ass dudes all the time, I shoot their hand. One look in their eyes. It almost like stinks, I can feel it coming out. Victim. Oh, this is them. Bro, you are a male human being. Your goal is to be a fucking warrior, a beautiful, loving wife that can send her feminine energy into you, inspire you to create more stability for her, so that you can create an environment for the children that you raise to have the same principles and morals, love God, and go on, continue to progress, the Spirit is this wonderful creation that He has made. And guess what? You can make as much money as you want. There are no predetermined caps to what you can do when it comes to making money and having experiences. You determine the cap. And to set every single excuse which is for your mind why I'm not right, it's fake. It's fake. This is what I'm doing. Understand every single thing that you do is your fault. Take full accountability. You don't have to have thick skin. I don't want my skin to be thin. I don't want the smallest truth to pierce me so I'm going to fix it. If something isn't true, it can't touch me. Because it holds nothing from my job. You don't make as much money as you say you do.
See the money in my bank account. See it come in every single month, over and over and over again. That's the college thing you're gonna have to see where the sky is in 6 months. And you don't know what's none of this for free, you know? Your country isn't. You take it full responsibility. Shit like this doesn't make you bad. It makes you good. Yeah. I agree. It makes you. Most guys don't want to accept that because then every single problem that happens, they're the one in charge of solving it. That's why there's a hierarchy of them. The men who take the most accountability, gain the most experiences, have the most pain, have the most development, guess what? They have the most skills, tools, resources, and knowledge to solve problems. Everyone in the world relies on these men who solve the problems at the top. They get the most beautiful women, they have the most money, they make the most people jealous. The game's not unfair. You just decided to play by the rules that do not exist. You decided to take every single problem and blame it as an excuse to hinder you. And we all have the same problems. Most much bigger. Take any of you right now, $10,000 a month, push in my shoes. Dark place, lights go on. I love it. I'm excited for it. Because it makes me better. Because it's constant feedback. My environment is so rough, so hard, that I constantly have to go out. Create the mindset of a man who's 100% accountable. Because it makes me better. Making it as an excuse to hinder you. And we all have the same problems. Most much bigger. Take any of you right now, you have $10,000 a month, push in my shoes. Dark place, lights go on. I love it. I'm excited for it. Because it makes me better. Because it's constant feedback. My environment is so rough, so hard, that I constantly have to go out. Create the mindset of a man who's 100% accountable. Success becomes inevitable because you're creating continual feedback loop of growth and holding yourself to the highest standard. Don't make a change. Don't get better. It's going to fall flat. They weren't for you anyways. But to every single man that has gone through this and knows what it takes, this accountability will be the biggest investment you can make in yourself, facing the mirror, looking at the problems that you have, pulling them out one by one and examining them and fixing them. Greatest investment you can ever make in your entire life.
What's goody?
Sometimes He's known as OnlyFans person as well. What do you rate him?
I mean, I know him now. He's really nice. But if I didn't,
Yeah, if you didn't know him at all, you just saw this.
I would rate him an 8.9. I mean, solid 6.
Thank you.
I think he looks like a sweet guy who constantly answers just because he looks like he's really out there and polite. What's the thing? I know he really likes it too. He looks like a social butterfly. He looks like a social butterfly.
Chris, are you That's my
Follow the
pure gem.
person. You better follow me right now.
Bro. Chillin', brother. How you doing? Appreciate the compliment, brother. Thank you guys for joining the streams, showing me love. Oh yeah, 7:30 to go. 730 subs to go. See how fast we can get there. Shout out Evan, man. Shout out Evan with a 20. $20 donation. Shout out Evan. It's love, brother. $7:30 to go. Let's see how fast we can get there. Yeah, W. Evan, man.
It's by
You
Pure Jazz.
better follow me right now. Exactly. So I would say hi because he's a social, really nice guy. But
Okay. Oh, yeah.
probably not.
Nice. He's a nice guy.
You look like he a guy with finesse.
You call your beta. Yeah. Hi, Chris. No, it's time to play the Darren Scrappy. So, ladies, we're gonna play a game right now. We're gonna play this called Mario. We're gonna start with the first one here coming up smoothly. Mega Man. Let's start from here all the way down. Are you ready? You guys ready? I'm at it right now. You guys watching your dream man. If you feel today, fucked up. But if you put your best, good for you. Here we go. Pizza now. Wait.
Yeah, fresh. He's doing a lot of things, man.
Here we go. I'm attorney Amanda.
She's starting from there, I guess.
Oh, right. Okay.
Let's go. We gotta get to 2,300. We gotta get to 2,300.
This is going next to fresh.
30 subs away.
Great bitch. What? Yeah. Oh, this is here.
Yeah, my rate the beach is nice to meet
Hey, oh, you gotta read this up. I'll let you guys go first,
Brothers
because
are really good friends.
you. Damn.
you know what? That was great piece.
You know what? Me first.
Okay,
Cool.
look at you.
Go ahead, Chris. First.
Well, wait.
Alright, go ahead.
No, what you're not. And then say why.
Oh, no. She's showing too much courage, man. Like 17 who's like 17 was jack off for this shit.
Alright, rate it already. Rate it.
And to my friend, oh, sorry, my bad. You know what? 4.5 on my computer.
Wow, out of 5, right?
Yeah, no, out of 10.
No, I don't know about that.
Like 4.5, bro.
So I'll say this. The page itself has a lot of revealing stuff where like if I was gonna be wiping you up, I want it covered. And 2, lingerie, random niggas, yeah, this ain't white material.
Yeah, but I've noticed that if you cover too much, then I get bored.
Nah, what the
Did you say you're
fuck?
white?
Hold on. But if you're my short though, like you should be like showing me that shit, not this on.
Right, but men
So
should
then you shouldn't be liking that shit on Instagram then.
I don't.
Right, cheat.
Then what do you follow it?
Huh?
You're not
Come on,
cheat.
what?
Think I'm single. Fuck.
Yeah, but
Didn't you have a relationship with National?
No, nigga.
never?
I've been born since I was
You never had a girl?
21 years old. Nigga. Fuck.
In one break.
Whoa, no. Before. So.
Wait.
Honestly, wait. Let me just be really quick. In my defense, my style of porn is I think it's sexy to be sexy and powerful, and that's who I am. So that's what I am.
I'm gonna tell you how many things though.
I feel like the right guy and the right people will love me.
You're 30 years old right now,
I'm
aren't you?
29.
I mean, same thing, bro. Like you're so single, no man in sight. Like you might as well be 30.
Like, I actually,
like girl means it's girls like 2-3 years to find a man, right? To actually.
I mean, I've got proposed to 3 times.
Really?
Yeah, I swear to
Chris,
God.
hold on. Something show. 3 times. Wait. What happened?
Straight up. That's why like, I respect him, but I'm just saying, I got
No.
proposed.
What happened? Why'd you say no?
Honestly, I've realized that after seeing so many people get married around me, I'm like, damn, like, they don't have the qualities that I would want in the long term.
Right. So you still said no.
That's real.
I said no.
You're single, right?
I'm single right now. So that's why I could be married right now, but I want to be.
Yeah, but not the guy that you want to get married to, because you can't force a guy to actually marry you, right?
I never force anything.
Yeah, but
It's someone I dated for a long time.
you say you respect them, not love them.
Could you imagine, right?
It was both, but it wasn't just about love or respect. Love is also really important at the same mindset.
That's true.
So that means you get proposed to 3 times doesn't make any sense. You're still single, right?
Was it? You know why? Because I realized I don't want to get divorced at the end.
That's true. It happens like
The guy
higher or
with
the worse.
needs to have the same mindset.
Well, we'll come back to you. Dom Luker! The next show keeps me in tears. The only podcast we do this consistently in our lifetimes. Big shout out to the entire FNF crew. Shout out to Dom for supporting the show. Good friend of ours. Next, who's on X? I'll follow Dom, man. Spin game and in the White House.
It's on the bottom of his property door. He doesn't know for a few hours.
Why you laughing? That's his dog running outside.
That's a funny fuck.
Why you laughing? It's gone.
Wait, his dog is outside?
Guys, don't shout out. Don't shout out on Twitter is one thing. This guy's a fucking movie, bro. And every post is hilarious. Remember, he's doing Miami. Yeah, enjoying the Miami lifestyle, doing his shit. Oh, it's funny, man. It's really dumb.
Yeah, really dumb, man.
I'm not gonna. Oh, yeah,
He doesn't do that though. He doesn't do that. He's smart.
yeah, he's good, smart.
Yeah, just chilling on the couch right now.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey.
Alright, her Instagram now. Oh no, you gotta give her a rating.
I mean, yeah, I'll just keep it nice and simple. I would say, on first look, most guys would look at this and say, this is not wifey material.
Shit.
That'd be the
So, he needs some reform here. If you want, I charge $500 per hour. But I got you some help.
I mean, I don't fuck, but you know what I'm saying?
I'm far away from like 50 points, so we gotta really be gentle with mine. Can we just skip around?
Oh, maybe she's
Nope, can't skip it.
Yeah, every girl here raised their hand, right? Said they're right. They did.
I have like my but I'm also 18 years of age.
Alright, let's, hold on.
Because like I still got time to get up to become a
You have.
Yeah, you got a little time. No, no, no.
you're so right.
He said they're nice. It's fucked up. Get it. Get it, nigga. Fresh. That's fresh.
She got what?
Young and turn.
Oh yeah, so we were saying in Miami, if you've been on a yacht, you got God. Fresh and fit.
Don't look at that.
Fresh and fit.
That was just when I was
In the background is so weird.
It's fine, bro. It's just a lip sync video, bro. It's not even that cool.
Okay, don't go too far, cause,
I know the bottom's actually really nice. Look,
No.
pick up one where I have a degree. Show the importance.
yeah. Alright. No, move on to the next girl.
Hey, I get no rating.
I get my rating. I'm just going yes or no. I'm just going yes or no.
Okay, so what is it?
Chris,
No.
Right. That's like so unfair.
because we don't know what picture she was 18 in and shit. So.
Oh, that's all 18.
DJ Michaela?
Deja?
Oh shit, DJ.
No, DJ.
Oh, Deja.
Why you bent over there? Is that bent over?
The sexy photo.
This picture does not count.
She was stretching her hamstrings. It's pretty obvious what's out here. Here's what? Wife, you're not?
You don't say no to everyone.
Literally, like, at this point.
Let's be real, let's be honest. Like, don't say no to everyone. It's like low-key very boring.
Alright, it's up to you because alright, so her wifey? No, not wifey.
She was stretching her hamstrings though.
You say no. You say that.
Hold the profile again, because you guys
You need to know that picture.
yeah, scroll on the rest.
I mean, once again, she's hot, but she's
Their selfie, yeah.
she
Okay, wait. Okay, she dances though. That's fine. I love that.
alright, see, this is fun, okay? This is fun.
dancer.
Wait. You talking over here?
I'm in.
Alright, cool. So yeah, I mean that's fine. Like all this is fine, but you bending you over, touching your ankles and shit, got nothing to do with this.
How?
That is dancing.
Yeah, because we're from dance schools. Like I said,
Hey, you've seen them like do that?
Do what?
I'm sure you've seen a lot of stuff.
I mean, you can click on the video if you like. If you like to click on the video, you can see.
Look,
I'm sure he
listen, you know those poses are very sexual. You know this already.
Yeah, I know.
Alright,
He was dancing.
Alright, listen, alright, it's fine. But it's not wifey material though.
Okay, so no, I'm your Chris here. No quite material, but it is funny. I'm Iron.
Somebody know for me, dog.
You don't say no to everyone.
Randy. Can I her pants?
I know she's
This is pants.
South Carolina. I thought she said, oh, okay. I thought you said, okay. So it's not South Carolina.
Buddy T, buddy nice.
Nah, nigga, it's Photoshop. Stand up real quick. Stand up.
That's not Photoshop. I see her right now.
Yo, it's like Photoshop.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see 360. 360.
It's a no for me, dog.
Call me a nigga investigator.
Hey, see that's there.
Yo,
It's
where's
a
your
no.
man again? Wait. She got a man? He's not in Miami, right? Perfect. Oh, okay. Not me. I'm just asking for other niggas.
Sensational.
All right, Chris, what you saying, bro? What you saying?
It's a no for me, dog.
Chris, what you
Like, that's a guy there.
Hey, yo, Chris, thanks again for donating to the church the other day.
She's definitely my favorite. Of course she's not, bro. Of course she's not, bro. Like, yo, go to Vegas, have a good time, and that's about it, man. No, wife, sorry. Bill, stop showing me your ass. It's distracting me.
Alright, so I'm here, Chris. It's no wicked material, but I was looking to butter on bread. I would say it's a great.
Wait, what?
It's a great.
Said she's on it.
I put butter on bread. This would be perfect. How many done there? Alright.
Butter on bread.
It's no for me, Doug. Again.
Ladies, the question is this based on your Instagram profile, are you wife material? And I think that's a little alarming, I'll be honest with you. She's in a relationship with a guy, she has pictures like this up. That's what's crazy to me.
Nah, it's a fact.
He damned her.
Like, here's the thing, like, so I'll be a little bit, if you're single, whatever, I guess, right, to a degree. But like, within reason. But like, if you have a man and you have pictures like this, and I'm like, oh man, this makes me really question the guy. You know? Because I'll be honest, like, women are always gonna be attention seekers. Like, you guys are thirsty for attention, right? Because the reality is, no one really cares about a woman's intellect or her career. No offense. Men and women. A woman's main agency is her sexuality. So we understand that since women understand that their main commodity is their sexuality, they're thirsty for it and they want to seek out where they rank.
Absolutely
Can I
not.
please finish what I'm saying? Can I please finish what I'm saying? So, since women's main agency is their sexuality, girls like to be on the internet and put their, constantly have their sexual market value assessed by other men. So, my thing is like, if you got a guy, how is he allowing this? Like, he should be the one to tell you, like, you're in a relationship now, like, take that shit down. So, not only am I questioning your judgment, I'm also questioning his as well. Because as a man, it's his job to be a leader and guide you the right way. And he should be telling you, like, look, you're in a relationship now, this shouldn't be happening. But the fact that he didn't say anything to you and then you're not doing anything tells me that either A, this relationship isn't real, or B, he's just a babe. Me too.
Yeah.
That's shocking that you have photos like that while in a relationship.
Question,
That's exactly on
hold on. Did he find you with those photos?
That's the way that they got each other was through his Instagram DMs.
Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, okay. Again, of the social media.
Nah.
What if he was DMing girls like you on the side? Would you be happy with that? Is she got a problem with that? So you wouldn't care then? You'd be okay with that? Okay, so what if he DMs girls and he like sets up meeting up with them later on? Oh, he's not gonna do that. Okay, it's not just social media now.
I'm curious. So you love your man, right? And you're faithful to your man, right? Let me take the real quick.
Hopefully that's.
I have to have that.
Is that true?
She couldn't better than me. But, yeah, she told me. Unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
But either way, that was crazy because if I'm looking at it from a single guy's point of view, take a shot.
Yeah, like I said, it's just very strange that he allows that. But
Do you put his name in your Bible?
she has no reason to mind on that. That should tell you something.
Man.
How long have you been with?
Oh, yeah. Alright, well, I got a little bit. I got a little bit, y'all. Like, they're not.
Okay, well, that's enough for us talk.
Yeah.
What about her? Sure.
Let's go.
This one right here?
Here.
Yeah.
That's low key wife.
That shit don't count.
No.
I'm gonna say. Okay. Just work.
Yeah, that don't count. That's a no for me, dog.
That's my weakness.
Too much working for me, dog.
No, she's not happy because she wear blue shorts.
Where?
Like scroll up.
There's no witness. That's my client over there.
That's a client.
That's her. Yeah, that's like her. Wow.
Too much work for me.
She's not bad.
Too much work for me,
That's
dog.
definitely wifey.
I mean, it's not bad, but you know, at the end of the
I
day,
like her.
Chasing a bag.
you know, listen, the bag also is one thing, but
Too much work for me,
So
dog.
listen, this
You
page.
ever have a personal page or you deactivated it?
I deactivated it a long time ago.
Listen, this page isn't bad, but I guarantee you got Insta somewhere.
No, I have not.
Come on now, dog.
No, I just have a business page. I'm just fully focused on it.
But for now, she'll get a pass for now, but.
Exactly.
Alright. What about you?
Temporary pass.
Is it temporary? Yeah.
oh yeah,
Pass.
see, you see, girls,
It's no vacation.
take the photos.
So I said, need more investigation. Was that a car that cruise? That ain't something to be proud of. Chris, come on.
These are so old. Come on.
Look, it's like 100 now.
What's birthday? It's like 3 or 4 years ago.
No,
Is it OnlyFans?
no.
Even Rumble don't allow it, you know. What is that?
I was linked to a post.
Oh, this book.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always questioning when
It's
we go to
called
Sexy
Powers.
Fish.
Alright.
Women never pay to go to Sexy
Wait,
Fish.
so it's a warning.
Yeah.
This girl is pretty bad.
I thought we could just skip.
Oh yeah, but like this, yeah, pretty much just.
Skip away a little bit, just a little bit.
Yo.
Honestly, not even that bad. I have a family who watches my shit.
There we go.
What the?
Oh wait, you actually
It's
did
Vegas.
it. That's not Vegas, that's actually here.
Really?
Miami?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to record in Vegas. It's too big. It's not even that bad, bro.
Who funded that?
That's Danny Banks. That's actually that's who got my first page taken down. She had 8 million followers, and then this bitch was collabing with it and the fuck over, and then it was a huge feud. I don't remember who it was.
Oh, Danny.
Red hair.
Yeah, me here with the same college. Yeah, she was my first college. But anyways, nah, I mean, she's not my favorite, for sure, 100%.
I mean, to be honest,
From the, no, what? Her?
I got talking.
No, her. Oh,
To be
yeah,
honest, it's not
films.
It's not really like the worst. I'm seeing the best though.
Fresh, it's pretty bad.
No, compared to what we've seen before, it's not terrible.
But Fresh, she had no sense to show, no ad. Sense. Like, she had no ad to show. Like, come on, Fresh. Come on, Fresh. Like, she had no ad.
You made it sound like she's doing DEFCON 5 shit flips.
She's, you might as well.
Yeah, but I mean like,
Fresh, wifey though.
no, of course.
Come on, man, it's really bad.
What I'm saying is like, nigga, nothing's there.
I know, but
Flat,
you don't
flat,
want your
flat,
life.
flat, flat. Nigga, nothing's there. Flat, nigga, it's flat. So it's ain't that bad, nigga. Like the earth. Yeah, like the earth. It's not flat.
You still believe that, Chris?
Chris, you believe that?
You still believe that?
Hold on, Chris, you believe that the earth is flat?
It's fine.
No. You see what I'm saying?
You know, it's a whole something. Stupid.
Alright, move on, man.
Okay, listen. I'm wifey to the right man. My Instagram is not even wifey. I'm telling you that. I'm ready for the roasting. Go ahead.
I told you.
You said earlier that you were white material.
I said to the right man, okay? My Instagram is not even wifey.
Okay.
Oh.
ChatGPT
Okay, so that picture specifically is actually AI. I just signed with an AI company. Was it Yeah, my page is Yes, that's me. I'm not giving away feet.
Sometimes, like, they just got high.
Come on, man.
Nice.
She is funny, but she is. Inside and out.
Also, they should put her guys.
I want the audience to see the red pill that's going on right now, right? So the question is she wife material? We look at the video and we obviously give our expressions, and then what do the girls do? They give her encouraging words like, "You look great." And this proves what I've always told you guys: women give each other self-destructive advice every single time. You guys get horrible to each other. You guys lie to each other.
No, it's not a lie. I saw that she looked beautiful. She's beautiful. So I said, because you look shy and embarrassed, you look beautiful. Just don't let the noise get you. But I'm not telling her to continue posting like
And
that.
this is precisely why.
I'm just telling her because she looks comfortable.
This is why I genuinely believe. Some of you ladies are not going to like to hear this, but this is why I think you guys need to go back to being second-class citizens. I think when we take away women's right to vote, women's right to engage in certain workplaces, women's right to have equal voice in a lot of different civil conversation. I'll explain why. You guys give each other horrible advice that leads to the destruction of not just yourselves, but of the family unit, of children, and society in general. Because women would prefer to tell each other comforting lies over uncomfortable truths. You guys will tell each other, "You go be a fucking slut. You go be a whore. You go ahead and destroy your ability to find a man in the future. You go ahead and be a single mom for the rest of your life. Yes, go do it." And women encourage each other with this bullshit fucking time, and then we wonder why society's fractured.
Wrong. If someone is my true friend,
Sure.
she's a beautiful woman. I just met her. If she wasn't happy with maybe her life circumstance, her choices, or men who are involved, I'd say maybe don't post that if you're getting, a bad kind of attention. I just met her, like I said. So if someone is my best friend, I will never give a girl destructive advice that is not accurate.
So let me get it straight.
I definitely believe in manipulation.
Let me get it straight.
That's what you do. You
Because your friend.
I just met her and I see she looks uncomfortable. I have a few words to say, to put in. So I'm like, you know what? You're fine. These men are talking.
Hold on.
They're trying to get attention.
In a court of law, if you see somebody that needs help,
She's not.
hold on. Would you like that on a first
Would I
counter?
what?
Life attorney?
No.
Right. So
I didn't lie to her. She does look like a model. She does look like a model. She's beautiful. This is a model.
she is uncomfortable. She's happy and she's smiling. She's
I didn't want her to be comfortable. Maybe she was comfortable. I just because I felt like there's a lot of energy around
you
her.
felt like, say you
Yes.
felt like.
So I felt like
The whole thing was wife you or not, and we say no, but she said, "No, girl, you're pretty, you're beautiful."
I just said you're pretty because she looks, with this one around.
There might be some things, there's something about negative things about her. Is there something that she wants to do that we're not going to support? We're just
I
saying
think
she's beautiful regardless, because she is.
He said over me.
That has nothing to do with what she's doing with occupation-wise.
I've been to the building. You're not talking about a family unit. If you want to talk about a family unit, let's definitely talk about it. 'Cause that's where I come from, and that's where I will have myself.
Hold on. Was your mom posting shit like that?
With my mom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you get better create that
There's
again?
two different people, though.
Post some shit like that.
Maybe she doesn't even want
It's her
that.
life, honestly, so
Maybe she doesn't even want that.
Just put your
What do you
post again.
say what she's gonna do and what she's not gonna do?
You said
Oh,
she
you want
wants
a
a
man?
family
Hold on.
unit.
You want a man and kids? Don't lie.
Like eventually, if I find the right one.
You're burning.
So hold on. She wants it. What now?
Okay, she's not.
Yeah, she wants to look. She's asking you guys a question. See, here's the thing. You guys all fuck yourselves because we asked, who here is wife material? Okay, stop for 2 seconds. Once you say you're wifey material, guess what? Now you're subject to our criticism.
There you go.
Okay? Because if you want to get wiped up, guess who fucking decides if you get wiped up? The men.
The men.
So you've opened yourself up to our criticism, our objective criticism, because the thing is that no one tells them the truth. You guys
Yeah.
fuck together all fucking day, but we're not. So we're telling you guys want to be boyfriend? Well, guess who fucking decides that? A man, not a woman. So as you guys sit here trying to cover for each other's stupidity, we're telling you the truth. Yo, this place. Now you know what's funny though? If we said, yo, ladies, or you guys asked us, hey, which one of you guys is hubby material, blah, 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 right? And we said, yeah, we're hubby material, yeah. And then we had our Instagram up, they're all fucking panicking in front of fucking 7-Eleven, right? Y'all would like, look at us and laugh at us, like, you can't even support a family. You're a fucking bum, etc., right? Yeah, but you know what? We're gonna be able to say shit. We'll be like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We can't support a family. We're bums. Hell, we even laugh at each other, right? Men are okay with shitting on each other when we're fucking delusional. You guys are not, though. You guys are literally sitting here in a conversation talking about, hold on, be quiet. Let me finish what I'm saying. You're gonna yap the whole fucking time. I find it interesting how you guys subject yourselves to our criticism because you guys say white material. Cool, let's go ahead. Now we're telling you objectively, this is no, this is no, this is no. We got 20,000 plus people in here that agree with us too that are guys who are saying no. Then you guys sit here and say, oh no, you still look out, blah, blah, blah. Not knowing that you're reaffirming the bad decisions that she took that she made to take those pictures. And it's going to disqualify from a lot of guys, but I find it interesting, like, if the shoe was reversed, right, and we were assessing the men, we were punks, having shitty pictures of ourselves, feel like shit, you guys would say, nah, you guys aren't hubby material, we would accept that, because men have to deal with reality. If I'm a loser, if I'm fat, I don't get bitches. I deal with consequences. You guys, on the other hand, if you're acting like a whore or whatever, you are still going to give you attention, but no one's going to wipe you up, and then you guys sit there delusional. I still look hot, though. I'm a model. I'm an actress. You're talking about OnlyFans, because I'm not the OnlyFans anymore.
I have to understand that on Instagram, we're not really on real life. It's just really no social media is like
I'm not sure.
I'm just saying, people on social media are not who they are in real life. I want someone to meet me in real life. A man, if he really loves me, he'll meet me in real life. We'll talk in person, but I don't understand why Instagram has to justify who they are and why people material. That's one of the things that go into it. It's just
Okay, ladies, you guys, okay, so let me give you guys a fucking long shot. You do realize that if you're thinking you want a certain type of guy, that guy is rarer than you, right?
I agree.
Let's do some math here. You're also gonna want a guy that's 6 foot tall, 100,000 plus per year, good shape, charming, charismatic. What men combine all these fucking traits?
Be honest.
Less than 1%. Hold on, no. Less than 1 fucking percent. Okay? I'll be honest. Girls are fucking common. Okay? Or you guys say the same dumb shit that you guys say, the way you look, etc. In other words, the man you're chasing is way more rare than you are. So, since the guy that you're looking for is rarer than you are, who has to acquiesce to who? Who has to acquiesce to who?
Be honest.
No.
Really, but don't you think that men
Like, wait, use your brain. for 2 seconds. This is a reality check for you guys. A lot of you guys think you're more special than you really are. A lot of you guys are chasing a guy that's in the top 1%. But none of you are the top 1% of what men care about. Not about your career or your education, which might be true 1%. We don't give a fuck about your education or your career. And I would argue, the more money the man makes, the less he cares about your career and your background. They care more about, is she gonna follow me? She's not gonna be a whore. She's gonna be loyal? Is she gonna do what I say? She's gonna be obedient? Is she gonna be attractive? Is she going to be submissive to me? That's what men look for. Now, the fact that you guys be like, I got 3 heads is a fucking problem. Because you guys should know that this is what men want. What you guys want, what men want. It's only care about what you want. The fact that you this exercise is so cool for you guys proves our fucking point. It should be a no-brainer. Shut up, I'm talking. It should be a fucking no-brainer when I say, yeah, that's enough for me, dog. It should be a no-brainer. But you guys are like, no. That proves my point that you guys don't know what men want. And you guys don't give a fuck what men want. We should want what you guys want. Which is, I should be able to behave however I want and get a guy. It doesn't work that way.
And imagine,
It doesn't work that
we're
way.
telling you from a standpoint of not wanting to fuck you. That's just saying, oh yeah, go, be a career girl, because no one's special.
Let me ask you a question. Are you single?
Yes. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah. And why do you feel like you're so single?
Here we go again.
Okay, I'll answer your question. But I need to ask you a question just so that we make sure we understand. Do you have sex with people?
When I care for the person, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a stupid question. Would it be fair to say me asking you that is a stupid question?
It's not, because why would I call you stupid?
No, it's a stupid question. And I'll tell you why it's a stupid question when I asked you. I said, are you having sex with people? That's a stupid question because you can have sex with whoever you want. You're a woman. You decide who has sex. Fair. Otherwise, it's a crime.
But it's not stupid the way that I answered your question, because I answered your question.
No, I said my question is stupid. Asking you if you have sex with people. Because you choose who has sex. So what I'm saying is that if I'm in a relationship, it's retarded, and I'll explain why. Because men choose who gets into a relationship. So in other words, women need to be beholden to my standards to get into a relationship, just like men have to be beholden to your standards to get sex. We get relationships, you guys give sex. So when women ask me this nonsensical question of, are you in a relationship? That's really kind of foolish. It's not my job to get in a relationship. It's her job to get in a relationship, not mine.
Where did you
I
get
think
that
we
from?
have to work with each other.
What do you mean, where'd I get that from?
You both have said it.
Okay,
Yeah, and we're the two-sided.
last time I checked, right? Little girls want to grow up with, you guys play house, right? You guys are little girls, you guys play easy bake oven, house, right? Well, you dream to walk down the aisle and a man waiting there for you and your dad's bringing you. Every girl wants to get married. That's your dream. That's not our dream. Our dream, your little boy you're talking, become successful, make money, get strong, right? And eventually you can have a family. Women, on the other hand, you guys want to take a man's last name. It's your job to get married, not our job.
I feel like I get where you're coming from, but I feel like you're coming from that because someone has done you dirty or like.
Here we go.
Somebody talked
For you.
But if you meet a woman, hold on, let me talk really quick. If you meet a woman that tells you, damn, like I believe in you, I see you're on that, they motivate you and they lift you up, you'll be like, damn, she's worth it.
If I'm relying on a woman to motivate me, I'm lost.
That's because someone didn't believe in you.
No, because women are inherently lazy. And
Not all.
inherently, I mean a majority of them are. Most women are not designed to work hard, earn a lot of money, get a career.
Let's make a feet on watching our girl.
Do women have a brain?
And do women have thoughts and emotions and creativity?
Women can work care of a house. And it's so.
I agree with traditional shit, but women can work.
Yeah, they can, but they don't. They prefer not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Given the choice, a majority of women, a staggering majority, prefer to be at home with the family and with the kids and then work.
I would rather.
Also, women work for
There's
somebody.
nothing wrong with that. That's exactly what I
So it goes back to what I said when you asked me, like, why am I so single? And I agree, I think that goes back to it because in my past, men didn't have the teamwork like mindset. Like my past partners were like sleeping all day. I'm like, what are you doing sleeping?
But the thing is, you chose those men. Hold on, you chose those men to do it, right? You said, you know what? I'm gonna acquiesce to his lifestyle. I choose him. So
Yeah, you were hoping you were going to motivate him. I told you.
Yeah,
if a man like needs a girl to motivate him, he's lost.
Close.
That's
He
true.
lost.
That's not
It needs to be inherent motivation. You can't force him to.
Do you think women can make more money and still be able to love her? Yes, because you think that men have to make more money on
Yes, they do. It doesn't work when women make more money than men. It
But
almost
it's not
never works.
possible. And when women do make more than men, they
That's what me and my ex.
It's not that they
You
need
don't
to
think that women should be during this time? That women's for your benefit, and that's
One question I want to know, please. So hold on. You're seeing that are jealous, right?
I said a lot of times when a woman makes more than a man, the man has issues with it, problems with it. Let's put Cardi B and all that.
Well, it's funny. They're gonna be at Venom tonight. But the point is that like Cardi B Offset is a celebrity where what's really important to him.
If a man sees a woman doing better than him, if a man sees a woman doing better than him, not all men, but a lot of times, it hurts their ego. They don't like that. They're the biggest haters.
I get it, but that's when we should, as women, that's what I do, like in my next relationship, I'm gonna be like, you know what? I have this, you have that, let's invest in our businesses together, let's help people. Like, at the end of the day, it's all about the mindset. Is that true, right? Is that a
I think it depends on the couple.
That's all the numbers do.
I think it depends on the couple. Some women, some people. I personally make you go for myself, but I do want my men to be more because then I would feel more manly, more dominant. And I am a very feminine woman, although I work and I'm educated, all that. I still want to feel like a woman in a relationship. And that doesn't mean that I don't want to work and have to be financially reliant on him, but I do feel that men have an ego, will feel emasculated if their woman is making more than them.
So men have a burden of performance to actually take care of. And they're not ego hurt or they're not like insecure because for them it's that all right, I can't be the man I need to be for family. So that's where there's confusion there. So it's not being insecure or being ego hurt. That's the burden of
To a
performance.
certain extent, I understand, but it's a way.
I get what you're saying, but it's not ego being
It depends on the couple.
way more money than my dad.
I know people.
That's the reason why I asked. Either they want money, that's all they want, or they have too much money, they make more than them. Women can't win.
Listen, my mom's a hard worker, that's what I want to say.
I agree. I think we got how is the man raised? What is the man's religion? What did he grow up seeing in his family household? It really just depends. I know some people who do support their husbands, and it's maybe not. Parents are still in love. So what's that saying? It really just depends on the individuals.
Okay, number one, the exception doesn't make the rule. In most situations, if I took 100 women, 90 of them are going to want a guy that makes more money than them. About 50% more than they actually. So, and here's the problem with women. The more money they make, the more status they acquire, the more they want their man to be better than them. So as a woman achieves more education, more income, more status, the man needs to be significantly better than her, about 50% more. So what I'm trying to explain here is that when women earn more than men, the likelihood of the relationship deteriorating goes up because women don't know how to behave when they're in a leadership role with a man. Because what's happening, because you guys say, the guy gets, he just gets like super self-conscious, whatever. No, women become raging bitches when they're in a leadership role in a relationship. That's the truth. You guys start busting them around, you start talking to them crazy, you start being disrespectful. That's how women behave when they feel like they're the leaders. So the reason why the guy needs to be in a leadership role is because we know how to act when we're in the powership role because men have to earn their value. Women don't. So we're in a position where we're like, okay, we're the leader, we're the protector, we're the provider. It falls upon us naturally, and then you naturally submit, you feel more feminine, and then you don't become rigid. But when you make the money and you feel like you're better than your guy, you become rigid. I love that she was the fact that Cardi B, who's a naturally masculine woman, who's a stripper, already has bad habits, and then she goes out and gets with a guy. So guess what? She was already bitch, and then she became even more bitch because she made more money than her. And we saw this come out when she started talking, oh, you about this nigga, blah, 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 blah. Women become insufferable when they have more status and more money than you. So I tell guys, you need to be better than your girl in every single way just to keep her from being a pussy. That's what it is.
I feel like women shouldn't. No, hold on. I feel like women and men. I just kind of see where you're coming from. Women and men should never disrespect someone. Like when you start getting vulgar and like.
Yeah, but see, you keep using should and could and would. I'm going, and you're operating from an ideal. I'm operating from what's real. When women are in leadership roles, when they're the breadwinner, they become insufferable. It's just the truth. It is what it is. But when men, yes they do. Because let me explain to you something. When women feel like they're better than you, they start disrespecting you as a man. And when a woman disrespects you, they become very visceral and very rude, and it's very toxic to the relationship. Okay? Now, men on the other hand, and I'll tell you why. Because women are not designed to provide resources to a man. They're not designed to provision for a man. Men, on the other hand, they're designed to provision for a woman.
When a woman's provided for, she still takes care of her man. When a woman takes care of her man, he's just lazy. A woman still takes care of her kids. A woman still cleans the house. A woman still takes care of her
hold on. You're missing the whole point. Yes, she can take care of the man, but she's gonna be a bitch, and she's gonna talk shit to him. That's
when a man doesn't have any money, he's laying in the bed, kicking his feet together.
Yo, what the fuck are you? Look, listen, you're talking that you because it's not your job, right? Police are only women should be providing for men. I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that when a woman is providing for a man, she's gonna remind him that he's a bum every fucking day. If we're providing for a woman, we're used to that shit. It's what we're designed to do. Okay? That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, that was the truth that we about. She picked wrong.
But that's fair. That's the point. That's fair. That's fine. We're not arguing that. I'm just telling you that when a woman is the provider, it's a problem. The relationship is on a fucking time.
Yes.
Now,
There's
are there some
truth.
situations here where a girl can go ahead and provide for a guy long term? Sure. I mean, 1 out of 10, bro. 1 out of 10. It's rare. It's not a woman's natural proclivity to provide for a man. It just doesn't work.
Also, Cardi B, that was the industry play there. So it's a lot more nuanced than that. Just
Terrible example.
yeah,
In
yes.
reality, most people in this day and age, in this economy, y'all, please be You're not even usually one or the other. Let's be real. It's usually 50-50. Y'all might act like it ain't, but it is.
Yeah, 50-50 doesn't work.
Real life.
50-50 doesn't work either.
It is hard to
In real
maintain
life.
household nowadays. So they do 50-50, but it doesn't work either.
50-50.
Might be acting like they don't, but they be doing.
Yeah, but that doesn't work either. Is what I'm trying to say. And look, remember, ladies, this all started because we said, you guys all raised your hand and said you guys are wife material. And now you guys don't like it when we look at your Instagram, we're saying, hell no.
Because you can't say
It would be nice.
Like I was saying, if a girl posts her body on Instagram, she's not wife material. It doesn't matter about any other quality that she has, other than accuracy.
You can see cleavage, you can see certain things that are really
That's the only thing that makes a woman wife material.
We're not saying all, but in these examples here, it is bad. Keep it
Don't
real.
like sexual shit.
If you're looking at a girl Instagram for a wife,
Yeah, but if you're
you're not
dancing
gonna
in
find
person, why do you need to show other people online your body? It's kind of weird. Okay. You were
It's
just
your
saying in person.
body. Like, it just depends on how you think about it.
In any case, you know what you are.
Exactly.
The whole reason why this conversation started is because she was licking a watermelon, right? On the thing, right? In a very sexual manner. And then as the men were looking at it, like, in disbelief, like, what the fuck? And this girl says she's wife material. The rest of you guys lied to her and confirmed her and said, oh no, you're still hot, blah, blah, blah. And then I pointed that out. I said, this is directly the problem with modern women. You guys fucking lie to each other all day. See, there it goes. You can't just...
She said the looks don't match.
Look. This is what I'm trying to say. Literally, and even as I'm explaining it, you guys can't even shut the fuck up. Oh, she looks hot. She looks hot. Because the female mind, you guys are so stupid that when bad behavior is being presented to you, where it would hurt her ability to date a guy, instead of you guys sitting there saying like, that's probably a bad idea. Men aren't gonna wait. You guys go ahead and with your monkey brain retard female mind, look, I look great. You look great. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Keep it on. Yeah, keep doing it.
Looks right. I think you saw this in our body, but they don't care about what's inside of you, like your heart, like your personality. They don't care about that anyways. So,
Bro, you're a teacher.
And if that's her job, y'all get mad at each other if she's a slut.
No, look, see, this is the problem with y'all, right? You got guys here telling you what constitutes wife material, who doesn't. What do you guys think? You guys think, oh no, I'm gonna go ahead and interpret what I want to interpret. I don't care what the men think. I think this is wife material. And this is why a lot of y'all are single. Y'all can't look at her up. Because women, number one, don't know what men want. And then number two, don't give a fuck what men want. And then three, they think they know what men want. Which is hilarious, because it's like, yeah, they ask what men know why
You want the truth? The top percent of 2% of men are the most fun nowadays because they know y'all niggas are trying to get wiped up because we never work. So they complain to you guys, have fun and they did. It's true.
And
So
women are evolving, so now they're doing the same thing.
yeah, that's an L, though. It's an L, though. It doesn't work out.
I
That's
think
an L.
it's just a bad year.
Evolving, a woman trying to be a man, you're always going to lose because as you get older, as you have more sexual partners, guess what? Your value goes down.
Well,
As if we do that, our value goes up. As we age and we acquire more resources and more education, our value goes up. We're able to go ahead and get younger and more attractive women. As you guys age, your ability to find a higher status guy goes fucking down. Because higher status men, when you have status, want younger, hotter girls. And we don't give a fuck about education or money. You guys are pigeon-toed to your standards that are high, and it only goes up as you get older and you make more money. Meanwhile, us, we can keep dating down. We have no problem with it, but it's fine. Go ahead, listen, lie to yourselves and say what you're gonna say.
In conclusion, I feel like there's someone for everyone, and that's what matters.
Bro, that's a lie. There is a someone for everyone. By your own definition of what you want. You want a top 1% guy, yet you are not willing to do what a top 1% guy wants. Think about it. You said that you proposed to 3 times,
Do
right?
you even know our type?
You just said-
Type is not.
Stop. Be quiet. Did you just say you got
Yes, sir, yes,
promoted
sir.
3 times? Why did you turn those guys down?
Because at the time that we were in a relationship, they didn't have my same mindset. They didn't, for example, they weren't ambitious like me. Their way of speaking, their mindset, things like that. Like I still have them as friends. No bad blood, you know, but it wasn't the ideal fit.
Yeah, so that kind of proves my point. Your standards are too goddamn high because you got turned 3 guys down that wanted to marry you because you want better. You think you can do better. I'm here to tell you you can't.
That's so true.
Because if you could have, you would have had it by now. Because let me tell you this.
How do you know that's what you're saying? Maybe. And who are you to say that?
Well, I say that? She's getting older.
That doesn't
You're
sound
getting older?
We're not the same. We're not the same.
Men and women are not the same.
Men and women can both age like fine wine. There are people who either so young in their 30s, 40s.
Kids, she's a lot of same. She's a lot of, bro. Arguments.
I've had 2 kids now we're right back now.
Alright, so ladies, hold on. Do you guys actually think
Celebrities who can find their soulmates at any age. No, I'm just saying. You see it on TV, you can see it at any time.
Okay, so ladies, are you guys actually saying here that as a woman ages, she increases her sexual market value? Are you guys trying to make that argument right now?
Nowadays,
You said that, and
listen, it depends on.
Speak up.
There are several factors that go into play. But it really depends what that person is looking for, where she's in her life. Does she want kids? Maybe she just wants kids as she gets older. It really just depends what she's looking for in general. So someone could age like fine wine. Maybe when she was younger. Yes, most people do. Most people do.
Shut up. No, what up?
Most people do. As people age, we become smarter. We learn based on past mistakes, past errors. Every relationship, you learn from something. And maybe by the time she's 35 or 40, maybe that's what you say, this is exactly what I want. And maybe she will find someone at that point.
Look at J-Lo.
She's
tried most Americans.
J-Lo is nuts.
Get a handful of rings.
Yeah, but J-Lo's great. J-Lo's
let me ask this question then.
Yeah.
You're 29 right now, right? Do you think you're going to be more attractive now or at 35 years old?
She could be hotter. She could.
To men, not to yourself, not to the girls here.
To men. I know. Let me answer this. So honestly, with my schedule and like my routine to myself and like my healthy ways and like the approach of like stem cells and all of that, I think I would have more better.
You mentioned healthy lifestyles, gym, and stem cells. What are these things put in place for? What is their intention?
Honestly, because I want to just become better and better and better.
No. Explain being better how. When you're talking about health and stem cells, what is that designed to do?
To look healthy.
Okay.
And to live
What makes you
natural.
look healthier?
So that's a broad answer. Healthy.
You triggered my trap card! My point is this. Everything when it comes to women's beauty is to do what? Create the illusion of rolling back the clock. So in other words, a woman's total utility, majority utility, is her beauty. What is that beauty tied to? Her fucking age. There's a reason why it's called Forever 21, not Forever 31. Now women don't like this truth.
Look at
But the
Sofia
reality is
Vergara. She's like almost 50.
that's not the fucking point. The point is, notice that you just proved my point even further. She's 50, but she looks. That's my fucking point. Looking young, the majority of women's beauty. This is why makeup and everything else, surgery is to do what? Pull the skin back. You look younger. Why? Because a woman's beauty, her sexual market value is heavily tied to her age. Okay. Now with that said, we're gonna sit there and cope and say, oh yeah, I'm aging and I'm getting better with time. But guess what? As time goes on, you still try to find other ways to pull back the clock to make yourself look younger. So my point stands. A woman's beauty is heavily dependent upon her age. Men, on the other hand, as we get raises, increase our status, we make more money, we become more attractive. As these things happen to you, your value goes down. Sorry, it is what it is. Men don't give a fuck
You're gonna see
about your
me in
career
5 years
status.
from now, you're gonna be like, damn, she's back.
Also, you know what? I can't really say that. But if God won't see you,
This is what I mean when I say women are fucking delusional. See, here, we're saying men and women, right? Look, no.
People, you like them.
No, because women are stupid. Let me explain what I mean by this.
Oh my God.
Man, no, it's me. That's what you guys are doing. And some of the girls here that get it, some of you guys are just hard-headed. See, I understand that women want height. I understand women want status. I understand women want charisma, women want charm, etc. So I will work to get these things because I understand that this is what women want, right? Men understand innately what women want in general. But on the other hand, you guys are fucking delusional. You think, oh, I'm gonna be fat, raging, annoying bitch, and I'm gonna go ahead and get an education status, and men are gonna woo, no, that's not what we're doing. No, because men and women are different. Your status, your age, your income, all this other shit doesn't matter to us. It doesn't. But you guys think it should, and I'm trying to explain to you, it doesn't. This is why you got men proposed to 3 times and you turned it down, because you think you can do better. And I'm telling you, yo, there's a high likelihood you're only 29, you think you're gonna get a higher status guy, a better looking guy, etc. as you age. The answer's probably, likely, no. But women are delusional and think that they can always do better. They think that as they age, they get more hotter. You don't, bro. You're gonna lose some 18-year-old. I'm trying to explain this shit to you. Women don't fucking get it. Your value is intimately tied to your age. This is why the makeup industry is $1 billion industry. This is why you're in the hair industry. What does long hair signify? Youth and beauty, right? That's what women are looking for. Why do they go to the gym? To look more youthful. Why do they do Botox? To look more youthful. Why do they dress in a certain way? To look more youthful. Because that is where your agency comes from. Men on the other hand, that doesn't matter for us. Our age doesn't. As we get older, we become more attractive. As you guys get older, you get less attractive.
Who says that? Okay, so I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say. That's what you have to say. No. So, anything else to get crazy? I don't know. We respect your opinion. No.
This is not an opinion. This is biological fact. Since the beginning of time, men have wanted younger women and women have wanted older men. This is how it goes. This isn't my fucking opinion.
But where's
It's
the
biological
DNA?
facts.
Okay.
They did it.
DNA.
Let me ask you something. You still want a man that's taller than you? You still want a man that's taller than you, preferably?
Do I still want to call it?
That's taller than you.
I dated a short man before.
Yeah.
He's going up.
It wasn't I'll tell you.
Because one will say this dumb shit about, oh yeah, that was before. It doesn't matter. Like, time doesn't change what you're trying to
I'm saying, time has changed when it comes. I'm not talking about height. I'm saying time has changed in general when it comes to men and women and relationships in general. This ain't 1988. That's true though. You're saying
Appreciate this.
are we in 2025?
Keep working.
We wish you the best. Come back. Get a point and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, social constructs, like, biology overrides social constructs. Women still want a guy that's taller than them, still want a guy that makes more money than them, regardless of how modern we become. Women don't change in what they're attracted to. I would argue women are more rigid than what they want.
I don't disagree with that. What I do disagree with on the fact that you said that women, as we become maybe more successful or educated, we become more raging bitches, and you think that's what men want. But are you saying, because what you're saying doesn't make sense, because I
didn't say become raging bitches, though.
You did say
I said bitches when they're in a leadership role with a guy and they become rude and insufferable. That's what I was talking about when I was referring to raging bitches.
Masculine.
Or they become masculine from a pursuit of a career or whatever.
If they're with someone who's lower than them and who's lazy, who's not producing, I don't disagree because I wouldn't be with someone who's like that. But what I'm saying is that you cannot say that this is what, you cannot basically say that what women want is like a man who's going to be successful, this and that, because in a sense what you're then telling the woman is that you cannot be successful. You should not have your own way to make your own finances, because if you do have all that going for yourself, then you'll never get a man. So what's the point of life? To not become successful, to not become educated, to not make your own money so that you can get a man easier and have someone support you and then mistreat you in the future?
I never said that.
That's your point. That's your point.
Completely mischaracterized my position.
No, that was your implication. You're implying that a woman.
I didn't imply that.
Yes, you
jumped
did.
to that conclusion.
No, that's what woman did. You jumped to the conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm covering what your message is saying. No, because what you're saying is that men are supposed to be in a provider position at all times.
Yes.
So are you basically playing devil's advocate, and you're essentially saying that a woman should rely on the man, she shouldn't essentially be making as much money. So a woman cannot better herself. She cannot essentially.
She does.
She does.
She don't get better or something.
Sounds like we just need it. The more a woman betters herself, the more she'll make, inevitably. So what am I going to do? What are women going to do? Maybe not become the best version of themselves, because then it's going to be too hard for them to find a man. I know people are understanding what I'm saying. Maybe you don't. to be submissive. Like, what are you saying? Like, I'm not saying. I think in a traditional family household, yes, there's female energy, male energy, and we do have different roles in a way. But the woman should. I think both parties need to still have their own financial independence in a marriage, in a relationship, so no one mistreats the other. And just find a way to be mutually respectful, amicable, and build a beautiful life together. Maybe it sounds too good to be true, but that should be the goal.
Okay, so look, you totally mischaracterized my position, took some implications that you interpreted that way, and then you jumped to an Olympic-sized conclusion. Let me be simple about this. What I'm simply saying is this. If women want to earn their own money and get their own status and get their own education, that's fine. But understand that men don't give a fuck about none of that. And we're not sexually attracted to your status or your income or your profession. Women are attracted to that because men understand that a woman's ability to provision doesn't benefit us. Say woman, like, let's say, I was super handsome, I was metrosexual, I got my nails done all the time, and I had like a bunch of Gucci bags. You'd be like, that's cool, that benefits you, but it doesn't really benefit me, so I'm not that interested in like your Gucci bag collection. That's how men feel about your education, your status, because your money is your money, my money is our money. So in general, men kind of understand that there's this burden of performance where we need to be in a position where we need to be a provider to some degree. Now, with that said, all I'm saying is, if one wants to work, that's fine. Then she works. Her standards go up alongside how much money she makes and her status. That's what I'm saying. And as she climbs the ladder and makes more money and more status, her ability to find a man that is better than her drops off precipitously.
I agree. I don't disagree with that.
So what I'm saying is that for the relationship to work, the man needs to be the breadwinner and the leader. And it's harder and harder for a woman to find that guy as she gets more and more status. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with the majority of what you just said. Now that you worded this way,
Yeah, you worded it a lot
you
nicer.
worded it a lot
Nicer, Myron.
So, and this is the problem, right? When I talk to men, all the guys understood exactly what I was talking about. But when women, I gotta talk to you guys nicely for you guys to
Yeah,
understand.
because you're insulting. And I mean,
When I talk to men this directly way, that's very crass.
You speak like an
understand. No, men understand. Women though, since like I said before, in general, women tend to be lower IQ. You guys are not able to interpret information when it's said in a way it's the truth. Women geniuses are men. Most geniuses are men, and most retards are also men. But at the same time, women are unable to interpret information that's not said in a certain way to them, which is a sign of lower IQ. What the point I'm trying to make is when I talk with men directly like this, it's not but when I talk with women, they're more concerned with the way things are said. Listen, sexism is reality.
I have a question.
Sexism is reality. Sexism is reality. For 2 seconds, I would argue sexism only benefits women. It doesn't benefit us at all. Sexism benefits you guys.
We suffer more than you guys.
How? No, y'all don't.
Okay, I'll explain. Sexism benefits women because we lower standards, we make separate accommodations for you guys, even though you guys are inferior in almost every single way. Sexism only benefits women.
And you don't even see women in things that men
You were able to get out the military. You were able to get an honorable discharge and get out the military off of miscarriage. That's sexism right there.
It's not cheap. We have different biology.
Oh, yeah, that's my point.
We're still human beings. We're still equal, just with different biologies.
We give birth to more.
Okay, let me ask you. Hold on. You guys made complaints of saying sexism is bad. I'm saying sexism only benefits women and it doesn't benefit us. I love when women try to say sexism in a pejorative way when it only benefits you guys. It doesn't help us at all. It only hurts us. Give me an example of how sexism doesn't benefit you guys. The only thing I can think of is if a man sleeps with a bunch of women.
We're not going to deny it.
Historically, women couldn't vote because of sexism. They would say men are smarter,
Now you
this,
vote now.
that. Yeah, okay, but historically,
Today.
there's a million and one ways. A million and one ways.
I would argue women have more privileges and rights than men do.
Thank God. We're living in a country right now where really women don't even have rights over their bodies. They can't even decide if they want to get an abortion. A man is the president is freaking deciding that.
He delegated to the states.
It doesn't matter. The government is run by men who are dictating what has laws for women to do with their body.
Hold on.
Absolutely not.
Hold on. You're making complaints about abortion. At least women can choose. Men don't even get a choice when it comes to reproductive rights whatsoever.
Put a condom on. Put your dick away. You had an option. What did you say? You are fucking banana.
Get a condom on.
You are in trouble. You're not the one carrying a absolutely
Okay, ladies. Okay. I can't believe this. See, this is what I mean when I say. This is what I mean when I say. Just ladies. At the point when the sperm hits, let's say you guys both decide, you know what? Let's have a kid. You guys have sex, right? And then unprotected, and then you get pregnant. Who will decide if the baby lives or dies? The man or the woman?
The woman, because she carries the baby. Well, she should.
Okay, that's my point. So that's my point. Men have 100% reproductive rights. Men have zero. So nobody don't use them.
You don't have zero.
We have zero.
A guy can't get through all the I'm 18 years old, so.
Ladies, we gotta have a little bit of common sense here. Literally, once the semen goes in, does the man have any reproductive rights? Yes or no? Okay.
When's it planted in?
Yes or no? Hold on. Yes, it's a no. So the women have 100% reproductive rights. And let's go off your crazy logic that, listen, the state doesn't allow abortion. You can drive somewhere else and get an abortion.
You shouldn't have to drive to a fucking free country. This is your body. This is your body.
Choice. You have to choose.
You had a baby.
Yo, Common Fest is gone, bro.
Yo, you guys not getting what I'm saying?
Ask me a question.
Yo, ladies. First it started with sexism. First it started with sexism. You guys keep moving to go. First it started with sexism. I made the argument that sexism benefits women inherently. I can't think of anything where sexism benefits men outside of us being able to have sex with a bunch of girls without being judged.
Yeah.
Other than that, sexism only benefits women. We have the WNBA, which makes no fucking money, but we still have it. We allow the military to bring in people that are inferior and allow them to leave after the fact because we have so many different things put out there. Abortion rights, only women have them, men don't have them. And on top of that, the woman can decide to have the kid. The guy says, no, I don't want the kid. She can take him to fucking court and drag money from him based on that.
Yep.
So I would argue that women have more rights and privileges than men, more opportunities because of affirmative action and DEI. Don't fucking sit there and tell me sexism or blah, blah, blah. Women have more rights and privileges than men by far in my day and age.
I disagree. I think that in the government also, apart from abortion, the people who are deciding pay raise, this, that, even equal pay to this day is not even equal. What if a man and woman is doing the same exact job? Yes, it's not. And apparently, it's all in the news.
Okay, so you believe in the wage gap?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't just believe it because it's something I always see all the time, but I've seen it firsthand from people that I personally work with.
Okay, just so I make sure I have this right. So you believe that a woman earns 80 cents on every dollar they're making?
It depends where she's working, but I do see it. And there has been talks about it in the House of with the president that we're currently, with this current administration, to not have it equal anymore.
Alright, so I wrote a book on this actually. The wage gap myth has been debunked 9 times. So what you're referring to is the myth that woman earns 80 cents on every dollar that man makes. And the reason why this isn't true, ladies, what's going on up here? The reason why this isn't true is because that wage gap myth, right, comes from the ideology that a woman, right, it's all working men and all working women, and then they compared their incomes, and they found that men earned more. But what they didn't look at was why the men earned more. The reason why men earn more, right, than women do is because we work more dangerous jobs, we work more hours, we take less breaks, we work in industries that typically are more dangerous or more manual labor. Women don't choose these jobs. We are more willing to work overtime, lives in danger, and a bunch of other different things, right? It doesn't account for experience, education, etc. So when you actually account for all these critical factors that go into how much someone makes, they find that women actually earn more than men. They did this in Google, they figured out that women actually earn more than men. When everything's actually the way it's done. So the reason why men earn more than women is because they're men, because they work.
This conversation is just, we can't have this conversation. This is what it's about. Just relax onto the speak about men and women. You're not comparing us as equals. You just see see women as something that is submissive and lower to you, and I truly feel bad for you, and I wish you the best. Oh my goodness, I don't even have words. I'm just stuck in a state of shock. State of shock.
Okay, look.
This is like,
and here's the thing.
you're like just violating human rights just with your words. You're not even talking about men and women as equal. You're just human beings. I agree that we're different biologically. Maybe sometimes we'll be more feminine, the men be more masculine in certain areas, but at the end of the day, we should have the same
different.
biological. So we're not submissive. We're not all the same. Or a man is not necessarily above a woman. We are different, but not one is better or below the other.
Men work more dangerous jobs. Men go into fields that pay more than women do because men are more willing to take risks than women are. Men take less vacation, experience, education, all these different factors. When you actually put them in, you figure out that women actually earn more than the men do. Again, this
You're
wage gap
picking and choosing the age, you're picking and choosing this wage gap. You are really ignoring every other comment you said about men and women being. Okay, enough of this stupid shit.
I'm not the one that needs something.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
We're human beings at the end of the day. We're in 2025. Yes, men and women have different qualities, have different skills. We're not born genetically the same. But at the end of the day, you have to have the same level of respect and love for one another. And you're all born the same level. We're all human beings. Because you have a dick and you have to be like
equality, right?
Not at all.
So, for example, this is what I mean when I say like we can't have this whole like men and women are born or not equal. Men are superior to women in almost everything that matters. And I know you don't like hearing that, but it's biologically true. And why this needs to be out there is because when we go with this equality of my feelings, whatever, guess what? Woman gets in, police officer just alongside a guy. She's not equipped to handle a suspect to the same level as a man. So guess what? She compromises herself and the other men.
I don't disagree with that because you're police officer based on
She doesn't
genetics.
have the same ability. She doesn't have the same ability to subdue a suspect. So now, to her, she's actually most of the time worse. Let's be honest here.
I was better than half the boys.
Yeah, low-key women are
That's what I was saying, man. Like,
I competed in them.
okay, look, when you went into the military, your standards, by definition, were less than the guys. So
Yeah, and I was competing at guys' rate. So,
you were able to get in with lower standards. That's the point.
right.
So, yes, we're allowing inferior individuals into our military, into our police departments because of feelings. And the reason why I don't like that is because we're weakening the workforce and putting everyone else in danger because of women's feelings. Oh, well, that's not true. This is fucked up. When reality speaking, men are better than women at almost everything. And I'm not going to sit here and lie about it to make you guys feel good. Women suck at almost everything that really fucking matters. Is it true?
Oh my god. You just gave an example of a workforce that is employed at
I debunk the word wage gap too. That's a myth. It's been debunked a million times by economists.
The example you gave is solely based on genetics once again. And I don't disagree that men are born with more muscle mass, maybe stronger.
Wage gap or police force?
Talking about jobs that are based on someone's strength and force and muscular composition. I don't disagree with you on that. I do think that maybe male police officers are stronger and better suited for certain things. Sure, but not every job. It depends the job. You're just picking and choosing what you want.
I was just explaining how sexism benefits women only. It doesn't benefit us because you guys are held to lower standards and able to get jobs that you don't deserve because of feelings. Now, going to the wage gap, like I said before, men earn more than women because see, you guys are just yapping. Like, you guys aren't even listening to what I said when I talked about why women earn less than men. There's a reason for the reason why women earn less. 80 cents on the dollar. I know you're arguing better than you do. I know what you're talking about. There's some men that came from feminism where they said a woman earns 80 cents on every dollar that a guy does. But it doesn't account for the jobs, work, education, background, all this other stuff. When you actually compare apples to apples and say all the working women or all the working men in the same profession, same education, etc., women actually earn more than men.
Yeah.
But if you compare all full-time workers and women, all full-time workers and men, of course the men are going to work more, make more money because men are more likely to take risks because there's a burden of performance on men to earn more. And you had noted this earlier. Men need to make more money. For women in general, yourself as a higher earner, you know that you're not going to get
But that's me. That's me. I know
That's
people.
not I just don't see a woman that makes more than that.
No, that's fine. Not every woman. I know people. I know
there's a higher burden performance on men to earn more money than there is women. That's what I'm trying to say. A girl can work at McDonald's and meet a millionaire. Yeah, that's a fucking girl working at McDonald's will never get a millionaire. And that's what I'm trying to say. So men make more money. They have to. We don't have a choice. That's why. So the wage gap myth is a myth, and it's been debunked a million times. Can anyone actually rebut anything I said with facts? No. What did I say that was wrong?
The final conclusion is that we are each unique. And we each
anything wrong I said when it comes to feminism, when it comes to the wage gap, ladies, again, tell me where I am wrong. I don't care about your feelings or I said it. Where was I wrong? That's all I'm asking. Where was I wrong? Okay,
you were wrong.
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Wait, let me talk for you.
No, she's going first. Where was I?
So, you were wrong on the point when you said that a woman's value is, number one, basically just tied to, number one, her looks, her beauty,
Youth.
youth.
That was my main one. Youth.
There's so much more that a woman can add. And I do agree with certain points and disagree with other points. And I do agree with only some points because I'm a very traditional Italian person. But a lot of people would probably disagree with both of us. I personally know a
Just to make sure I have this right. So you disagree with me on the point where I said a woman's beauty is tied to her youth. You disagree with that?
a woman's
You
beauty.
disagree with my point where I said a woman's beauty is tied to her youth.
Physical exterior beauty may, but even beauty is.
Yes or no?
No. Beauty is we're talking about exterior physical beauty, and someone can love wrinkles. It just, you know what? You know what it is? It just depends on the person. It just depends on the person. It's beauty is.
Yes or no? You disagree with my point where I said a woman's beauty is tied to her youth.
Physical exterior beauty may, but even beauty is.
Yes or no?
No. Beauty is we're talking about exterior physical beauty, and someone can love wrinkles. It just, you know what? You know what it is? It just depends on the person. It just depends on the person.
Everybody shut the fuck up except the lawyer. No. Everybody shut the fuck up except for the lawyer. Please give me, because I want to give you the platform here to review what I'm saying. Where was I wrong?
You were wrong in the point about the age gap, about the wage gap. I do disagree because the examples of jobs you gave were all manual, physical labor jobs. Basically, if you didn't give any examples about two accountants who are working in the same field at the same firm, for instance, where they're both doing the same exact job. People on Wall Street, if they're both working in the finance
private equity. These are jobs that are not physically tolling and taxing on the body. So I'm definitely sure that in these areas and in these industries, there still is a wage gap.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
So the first thing you said, the wage gap about manual labor jobs, that's just one of the many factors.
Yeah, but you only spoke about manual labor jobs in the wage gap.
I said, that's not what I said. I
You
literally
said
said,
firemen, policemen, a thing that men have to go and risk their lives and women don't. They do more risky things.
I said, I gave a multitude of different reasons why men earn more. I said manual labor jobs. I said hours worked. I said degrees held. I said experience. I said overtime. I said they take less vacation, they're less likely to take maternity leave. The men are more likely to negotiate for a higher wage. I forgot to mention that one. Than women are more agreeable. All these different
It's a case for case basis. It's a case for case basis.
Okay, but it's not just manual labor jobs.
And
I gave a multitude of different reasons.
until I see the facts in front of me, the reports, the freaking people's wages, then at that point we can see.
Now,
Now we're talking in thin air.
Sure. And then the other example you gave, you said you want something that shows where you got two people working in a field where they have similar experience potential where the woman earns less, right? Something like that.
Yes.
Okay. I literally referenced that too. I said they did a study with this on Google.
Okay, show me the study. Pull up the study and then we'll talk. Pull up the study and then we'll talk.
Well, you look the study for me. Because literally, the women, they did this where Google, they found that the women earned about 8% more when everything was actually equal, experience, background, everything else like that. But when everything is equated, women actually earn more than men.
When you pull up the study, we'll talk about it then. But for now,
It's there. It's there.
Yeah, there's a lot on there. There's so much there.
And the wage gap based off only gender is a myth. The reason why women earn less is because of a multitude of other reasons outside of their gender. And I would argue women have more opportunity now than ever before because of DEI, feminism, affirmative action. Women have way more opportunities than men to earn more money now. This is why they're starting to
They do, and they are. A lot of women are.
So where's the outrage with the reverse discrimination on that side?
No, because they're choosing to. They're choosing to. A lot of women are becoming. Listen, a lot of men are becoming lazier nowadays. A lot of men are becoming more feminine, and a lot of women are unfortunately becoming more masculine.
I agree.
So the problem is on both ends.
Yeah, but the point is that
No, the point is
there's
you
no
still want
outrage for reverse discrimination on the male side, only with the female side.
No, because you said that females turn into raging bitches when we become we're healthy.
Context. Please context. When they're a leadership role with a guy, they become raging bitches. Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Yes.
If he's doing
Okay,
absolutely nothing.
one sec. Here's the actual stats on Google's actual discovery of the wage gap.
This is not a real study. This is freaking ChatGPT.
This is AI.
They do have an actual report from an actual report. This is like anyone can read this shit online. I'm
Do your research. This is a very reputable organization here.
Yeah, maybe I'll listen today. And we should have
You just talk, bro. You're fucking up. Holy shit. Oh my god. Only women are allowed to be fucking retards, bro. Like, yo, we're here making arguments for shit that doesn't exist, that isn't true, saying a bunch of dumb shit. She coming over here, bitches. That's what I remember for 2 hours.
So what is your
baby?
What is your
the fuck?
What is your
So listen, you have my stats. So that's not so you can't win.
It's freaking ChatGPT shit.
The same thing.
No, it's not based on the exact same work experience, the exact same hours.
The
The point is that article was not a wage gap.
It doesn't exist. It's a lie.
That is your opinion.
It's not an opinion. It's been debunked by economists a million times over.
Show me the report.
It's illegal to pay women less.
What? It is illegal.
Do you understand? No. Do you not understand that it is illegal to pay women less nowadays? You can't do it. It's illegal. You can't do it.
Look at the title for some jobs. Some.
Hold on.
This is not even an official report.
Bro.
And the title, the literally just some jobs. We're not looking at the fine print of the actual article. If you want to analyze it, which will take an hour to at least read over the fine print, then we'll come back and talk about it.
You didn't even know which article.
The title, these things are some jobs.
trying to argue that men and women with the same exact job, with the same exact qualities, the same exact experience and hours, I got 5 hours.
She ain't gonna sit down with us.
No, hold on. I know. Y'all listen, take over. CNBC News covered it, okay? They're reputable.
CNBC News article, this is not.
And that's a leftist. And that's a woke leftist organization. They're on your side.
No, yeah, here we go. So here's the thing from CNBC. Listen, I get you're triggered, but
Women are earning more than men, and women are getting paid more in the same exact positions than men when everything's actually equated. Now, you don't like this because this goes against your feminist mantra of like,
No, it wasn't like that. Not at all.
Because here's the thing, for feminism to exist, there must be an oppressor. The oppressor must be the big bad white man. But the reality is
I'm not that. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about
feminism ideology. I'm not talking about you per person. I'm talking about the feminist ideology. Needs to have an oppressor and an oppressor. The big bad white man that's oppressing women from success. The reality is that we've overcorrected. Women are earning more than men, and when everything's actually equal, women earn more than guys. You can see right here.
hold on, as a lawyer, can you read this from real quick? Quick, bring it up. What does it say here? Please.
In the green part,
Yes, the green
in
part.
almost half of opposite-sex marriages in the U.S., women are now earning the same as their husbands, or out-earning them by an average of $53,000. Maybe she's working more, and because women are becoming more masculine, and men are becoming more feminine, they're fucking lazy.
You said earlier, it's a rich guy, right? The benefits.
Yeah, we're not talking about the what. We're just talking about the what's.
Okay, don't take it now. Don't take it now.
I thought we were-
You let yourself. It's done. You lost.
It was fast. And you guys got it, what they want to me now. With the dough, we just made your food. We're like, we sewed your girls and now that okay, you're jealous when you're hard out.
Your feelings are not important. The facts are important.
Okay, but like, Google that's all.
Let's put the 7 of them. What the fuck am I gonna do?
Like I just said, you're lying. I read you like you didn't say women are working the same exact job for the same exact hours, doing different experience. You're reading the first 2 lines.
These are all saying the same thing, nigga.
Okay, look up the other side. You're just scroll it on your phone. Okay, you're right. Let's make men. All right.
How long I've been on YouTube? I don't even know, brother. It's been some years though, that's for sure.
You're reading the first 2 lines.
These are all saying the same thing, nigga.
Okay, look up the other side. You're just scroll it on your phone. Okay, you're right. Let's make men. All right.
It's just that.
You're not you all names, and not one single female has called either one of y'all a nigga. No one called it. No, I said we did. Y'all let me call us racist. She's trying to approaching it, and nobody is saying this way. But you guys think we are just being literally. This is useless. Women do it, men do it, but she fucking stick their dicks in front of us.
If you're seeing this, prospects to know what understand.
The Poly Market comment section is absolutely cooked. Someone has DR Congo winning. I totally understand.
Legends became.
Just get it. What I gotta do to get to the chat? Go out to the next. Don't like me.
Welcome back to the Proving Ground presented by Bonus Life. I'm your host, Bonnie Brooks. I'm here with Dev in the lab. We have a very good matchup here on the next. Everybody has been waiting on this one all day, all night. LP versus JC Terrell. What to expect in this game, Dev?
Well, to be honest with you, I have no idea. We get so many different versions of Lamar, but when he's going crazy, He's the best show in town. JT Terrell's gonna shoot a lot of long threes. They're almost gonna touch the ceiling, and they can drop through. And he's got a lot of bounce. So we gotta watch to find out, obviously. But I think it'll be a fun game.
Okay, let's take it over to Jay Will for the player introductions. We're gonna sit down over to the court right now.
Yo, it's your boy for the kill. This is Ball is Life versus the Hoop State Proving Grounds. On my left, I got it in rare form. My dog, LP. How you feeling?
I feel good. Excited to have that opportunity out there.
What's Samad State going into this game?
Every game, they're going to win every game, so shit, just show what I'm about. Keep getting better every game, not your way.
On my right, none other than JT Terrell. Talk to me how you feeling today.
I'm feeling good, man. I'm excited. Ready to hoop, man. Have some fun.
What's Samad State?
Have fun.
Tell me the temperature in the room right now.
It's a great energy in here, man. So, type of environment that I'm used to. It should be some good ball today.
You heard it there.
Man, let's get to it. We got two great hoopers on the floor right now, on the scene, two legends. A little bit of history right now. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. When we look at LP and JT Terrell has the height advantage on LP. The weight advantage goes to LP. Age, LP, his advantage. There's a little bit of experience there when we look at JT Terrell. Played all over. Hometown for LP, New Orleans. Hometown for JT Terrell. He's a hometown guy. Straight to this action. JT Terrell is going to start with the rock, top of the key. Corner fade.
No way. Way to close the gap. Stay with him the whole time. That's the defense that we see him play when he's at his best. Fresh off a plane.
Legitimately just got off the flight, LP. Playing solid defense against JT Terrell.
Great hands. Great hands.
Phenomenal.
Do it for 30 points. That's always been the question. His talent is not up to question.
Jab 3 LP. No good.
Also, that's another thing. I never call hard a lot. But his speed, I mean, he gets to the basket so easily.
Got him off the ground. JT Terrell. Easy finish. I like the no call there. One leg fader.
Long threes every time. Sometimes just run out.
Mix it up. There he goes. Getting downhill. Bump. Easy layup. And that's one thing we mentioned about JT Terrell. Is he going to be able to guard the long readers? LP, drive with the right. LP with the 3, no good.
Well, those are the ones he actually did back up, so I would have kept moving to the right. He did prove it.
JT, top of the key, 3, and it's good. 1 point possession. JT can't get it.
This man is a slow. He has not proven that he can stop it.
If you're LP, you can get downhill at will. Rocker by JT Terrell. Step back, jumper. It looked good, but it wasn't.
I think this is the type of game. Look at the back of the jersey.
Did you know you can trade your World Cup predictions on Robinhood? Download Robinhood to get started.
I finally won with those extra lines.
Did you know?
The back of the jersey says me, Kyrie, and him.
JT Terrell draws the foul, head to the first free throw. JT converts at the line.
Okay.
JT gets to that pull up. Look like it slipped a little bit.
High to elevation, high arcing, high release.
LP, hard left.
No, that's not just
easy bucket.
Okay, so this is what could show maturity and growth. Because you know he's going to back up at some point. You got to start thinking about your timeouts.
Jab 3, LP, no good.
You let me shoot, nigga.
Yeah, he's away.
JT. Step back Trey. On the way. JT. Pull up 3. Short.
I'm still going to the pass.
If I'm LP, I remain aggressive here. Great defense. JT Terrell showing a quick hand.
Hey, JT asked for this game. The reason why this is happening
Pull up jumper, JT.
is because LP blocked his shot for $100,000 in that 5-on-5 game. Shoot.
D3 LP. In and out.
Six to 9.
JT
All range 3. Splat.
How many of those is LP gonna let him shoot without a contest?
All right, ball is like we got over the line. Every finish. What you did. Your pick this week. Round is yours.
He's still shooting on that outside. 12-6.
LP hard left drive. Scoop lamp is good.
It doesn't matter. Like, even when he knows he's going, he still can't stop it. Now he's going to allow even more room for him to get to the left. Even more.
Right wing 3 LP. Left and long.
He's going to move every time. This is all that box. All 2 feet long.
No, hell, nigga, what the fuck?
Trust me, not to do it.
Hey, that's stupid.
Stay down lane.
This is JT Terrell working from the right wing. 3-pointer is up. And it's good. This is Lamar Peters. Wow.
JT's like clearly sticking to all the right thing. Jay Wood.
Yo, it's your boy for the kill. I'm hit, man. I'm feeling alright, man. I'm just trying to make adjustments, get used to this. You know what I mean? The physicality, how they.
No. Looking to remain aggressive against LP D3. Another one.
This is bad.
Here we go. JT. Great defense. Great defense right there by LP against JT. Here we go. LP getting downhill. That's what it was one more game. He's just gonna have to stick with that. He's gonna have to take a play out of Zay's book right here.
But why would you keep doing this? This is what Zay did to him, and it worked. And honestly, like, if you start shooting on jumpers, JT just catching the play.
And that's one thing, right?
Let's take a look.
Because he's faster than anybody can get downhill that will. Great defense by LP.
I'm not mad at that shot.
Wide open.
That's back to him right there. I'm not mad at that shot.
Wide open.
Because look how far he backed up. There was no rush at all. Think about it.
Again, left wing.
Okay.
LP.
And just like that, at one point,
snatch. Classy. Talk to me nice. LP with a school move.
This is the formula for Lamar Peters. This is the formula. The winning formula.
What a move by LP. Let's see that once again.
going back up for the three.
Oh wow, that hedging was nasty, but that three right after was so sick. Wow, LP.
Oh, wow.
Another one.
I see you later, bro.
Oh my gosh, LP is on fire. Wow, LP.
Oh, wow.
Another one.
I see you later, bro.
Oh my gosh, LP is on fire.
Turning the whole crowd into fans. That's what he does.
LP is in rare form yet again. What it say on the back of his jersey? Me, Kyrie, MJ, get downhill. Reverse lane.
Speed up!
My little lunch. Can't get enough air. Smoking cigarettes as a team can stunt your lungs, keeping them little forever.
Integrated.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you, there's nothing you can do. This is the formula. Come on, LP, turn the corner.
LP is a blur right now. Take over activated. LP ball game. Just like that in the blink of an eye.
How fast did that happen?
LP took over the game just like that. LP, Lamar Peters. Somebody go get that man a map.
What the hell just happened?
Pour water on him, bro. Hot hand.
They like me sit down like it's halftime. The game's over. The event's over.
What a way to end the game if you're Lamar Peters. What a run. 31 and 19, 90 seconds, you blinking JT Terrell because he was hooping. He had that game the whole time, and then LP.
LP showed him how to do it.
Yeah, show that once again. What does his jersey say? Me, Kyrie, MJ. Wow, Lamar Peters just emptied the clip in the gym. Everybody's leaving now.
Explain his jersey.
Michael Jackson. That's the best of it.
You, Kyrie, Michael Jackson, these are the best. Tell me about the game. First half, total game.
Great shooter, bro. I contested everything to the high point. He shoot really good. Put in a high arm shot. Stop being lazy, bro, and get up the guard.
Second half, made the adjustments. Telling people what just happened. That was special.
I just know I couldn't lose the game. Last night they saw me out. I lost. In the last week game, lost the team. We tough guys in the space. So I know I had to go out here and show them still the ball, you know.
First off, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in and supporting the stream. We got some dope matchups lined up for you all today, and we're very excited to bring this to life. This is something we have put a lot into, and it's the first time we've seen multiple NBA players facing off against the top YouTube guys. This scene, as I've been telling y'all all day, this is the scene, this is not the league. Both spaces are respected. It's a special moment, man. I don't think that any card in the space has shared this level of talent. So we greatly appreciate the Jonathan Simmons, the Gerald Green, the Jonte Porters, and Isaiah Austin. I reached out to G Green. He didn't know me from a can of paint. He took it. He supported the space. He respected the space. He prepared. I love it. All he asked for, we do this shit in Houston. So Houston, he's the reason we here. G Green's the reason we made it down, man. He said, hey, we can do that shit, bring it to the crib. So shout out to him. How you feeling about this game, huh?
Man, it's dope, man. I feel good, you know what I'm saying? About here having fun. You know, the city, you know, brought the whole city out. So we gonna have a good time, you know what I'm saying? Let's get it in.
Yes, sir. And now we get to the blueprint. Like I said, you know, similar to school, it ain't too many, I don't think anybody's more deserving of this moment than him. These dudes done carved the space out. They creating the lane that the whole world's paying attention to. And now that we able, you know what I'm saying, to show what they can do and get them on the court with NBA level talent, shout out to Nas for that, man, and his hard work and what he's done to this point. I think we got a war in our hands, man. I'm excited to see it. So, Nas, how you feeling about this game?
just happy to have the opportunity. Happy that, you know what I'm saying, NBA players respecting us, and you know I'm trying to show that, you know, the skill gap ain't as big as people think. So that's what I want to do.
Yeah, and we got a lot of things riding on this game, man. Gerald Green, these two have faced off in the Big Three before, and last time they was under them lights, he the one walked away with that MVP, man. So I'm interested to see these battles. Appreciate both of y'all. We gonna shoot the ball and we gonna work out.
That's one thing, though, man. Nah, that's some real shit. Keep doing what you're doing, my nigga. You know, it's the only reason I took this game because of you. You know what I'm saying? I like what you're doing in the community. I like what you're doing in the YouTube space. Keep doing your thing, bro. Don't worry about nobody saying, you know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I took this game because I fuck with you. If it been anybody else, I would decline. Because I fuck with you. Just like a big Three shit. She's out of respect and love. You know what I'm saying?
So shit, you gonna play me next then? Fuck it, come on. Nah, I'm just playing. Let's get this show on the road, man.
That's how first. Okay, Nas pressing the hard. It's gonna work right here. It's gonna cut it. Yeah, that ain't gonna cut it, but that's first possession, though.
It's the first possession, but again, Nas is really gonna be there.
Cause Nas too strong for that.
Yeah.
Okay, Nas. First play, how we coming?
No, he got the jab. Ooh, my goodness. Boy, look good.
Look good.
Look good, but that's good defense, though. Also, he was right there. You gotta remember that.
Gerald Green, he got a nice contest on him.
One of the bountiest players that ever played the sport of basketball, man.
Has Nas ever played somebody with a contest like that?
I don't think so. I don't think so. They're not jumping like Gerald Green. Predator. Hey, that might be on that contest. Hey, that might be on to something.
That's Gerald Green, like 6'7".
You might be on to something. That's a good. I like that one. Okay, I like that one. Here we go. I can't even see.
Nas for three.
That's what it's like, Nas.
You can't give him that too many times.
You can't give him that.
Advantage of that.
Any score prediction before this game gets good and gone?
G Green, I say like, I go 30-22 Nas.
30-22 Nas, okay.
Like 30-22, 30-20.
I live for 3-0. Good start.
Honestly, my opinion is if Gerald go for like 22, that's gonna be good. Cause I don't think you're really in shape for it.
Right. I mean, cause and the thing is like,
kind of off the couch a little bit.
yeah, probably so. Like he probably be hooping sometimes, you know, but he ain't really training. You know,
Nas is training every day.
I wish I could, you know.
They trained. So Gerald Green beat Nas like 2 years ago in the Big Three championship.
That's what I heard. I heard they was matching up.
So they got a little history.
A little history, a little chemistry, and I heard Gerald Green won MVP.
Yeah, that's why Nas say he need his get back.
Yeah, so we about to see.
Tonight, what he said? 3-0.
I think the height is part. I mean, even though he is part, but I do think somebody as tall as Gerald Green who can jump as high as him will alter your shot a little bit. You ain't gonna get no comfortable shots with him. And see if that's the game plan. I don't know if I like that. It's gonna be hard to back somebody down like Nas. Nas is not so strong. You're not no child.
That's right. Yeah, that's that contest.
It might be bothering him a little bit.
That's all it is.
He gonna have to get used to it. Yeah, he gonna have to find some way around it because right now he's looking like Robinson.
I mean,
that's tough.
I know he played Bino.
Yeah, but Bino don't jump as high.
And Bino don't defend like they did.
Yeah, he don't.
But outside of Bino, who else would have? That's it, huh? Like that I can think of with that type of reach. Like to contest that.
Somebody else that leg is probably like a C4.
I'm saying that Nas has played.
Oh, they're not. Nobody like that, man. Nobody who tall is like that.
But Gerald Green, 3-4 trip, what he did.
I think he jumped and landed again without releasing the ball. Ooh, that's Nas bread and butter right there. Yeah. Chad 3.
No. Tab 3 be over quick. You can't let him shoot. You can't give him the chance. Let him shoot. Be over real fast. Guys got a real clip though. Real clip. You can't let him shoot fast. Yeah, Nas look real comfortable right. I mean, Gerald Green is also this shot, but he look like he's calm right now. He look like he's quiet too much. Good ass. That's tough. Yeah, that was sick as it was. I think my boy's in. That's a good shot. He gonna get one to drop. He gonna get one to find when he do. That's when it's gonna really, show. But again, he's just having a slow start right now. You think? It's a good strong take. I think I could be assuming a little early. But it kinda look like my boy Gerald Green a little fatigued already, man. He's fatigued. I see it. He's fatigued. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's over. And you gotta understand that. Somebody like Nas, he's not gonna give up. He gonna keep going, and then he don't miss free throws. He don't miss free throws. I said that though. Like when people come asking me about this game, I said it really just depends on. And you my God. It really just depends on what type of shape you're in. Which I don't even know what to say. Oh my God, Nas. People call me crazy when I said this was gonna happen. People call me crazy. 17-year-old. People call me crazy. Already? People call me crazy when I said he was gonna cook Gerald Green. If Gerald Green don't fight back ASAP, it's about to get bad. Gotta fight. I don't really see the fight. I don't even see Gerald Green tired already. It's over, bro. How I say this game on? If Gerald in shape, it'll be a good game. If he ain't in shape, but the thing is, Nas is up 15. You know how hard it is to walk somebody down while you're tired? Yeah, 17. Oh, 17. I can't even count. Jesus Christ, 17. Like that's the number one, probably the number one player on the team. That ain't how easy walk. Man.
Hey, Austin Rivers cannot fuck with Nas. I stepped in. Austin Rivers, bring your ass out here. See what's going on. That's a real pro. All that old high school shit, nigga. You had 30 years old. What you in the high school? Nigga, your ass in the city league. It's a real made man. Get your ass out here. You got 100,000 for you. What's your ass wrong? Scared? You scared? Scared?
I've been learning Spanish on Duolingo for free. Me encanta la playa.
What are you trying to do? Get a bucket? Hey, just score a point at this point. Oh my. Yo. 20-0. I don't want to have to tell you. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's right. That's a good way to get your first point, though. See, 22. You fighting back?
Yeah, I think we're gonna knock the fuck out.
So Gerald Green got it. See what his answer gonna be. Oh, I thought he was gonna get it. It's like a tough game. Do you think Gerald? I mean, how's it going right now? Do you see Gerald scoring over 10? I don't want to count him out, but I mean, if he let Nas shoot that, even though that he missed that, but if he let him that, it's over. He might not score 5. If he giving him that, he might not score 5. I'm just being real. Oh, good shot. Oh. Man, I'm trying to tell people about Nas. I'm trying to tell them.
For real. Point guard. He's settling for the same piece. Like, it's like anytime Gerald tried to drive, he was like, had his back to the rim and stuff. Like, that's not how you gonna beat now. And he just giving it to him. He giving it to him. It's on his team. Respectfully, Gerald Green not coming back from this. Nah. He's not coming back from this. Yeah, respect. It's just a matter of if he gonna get Tanner now. I don't even really think he care about the game. Like, in his mind, I'm still Gerald Green. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's just a matter of time if Gerald Green even gets 10, it's over. Right, that's what I'm saying. Do you think he gets 10 at this point? He got all that bounce and ain't using it. All that bounce and ain't using it whatsoever. He just did not. He still got it in his bag like that. He just, oh my God. And this game is over. Nas not gonna miss too many more than that. Yeah, Nas seen it, so he gonna miss some, but he. It's over. It's over. I don't even know what to say no more, and it's over. It's just like the little shots for it. It's like Nas taking all the, he's taking the wind out the gym. Everybody just like, oh. Man, you been on Gerald Green, I'm so sorry for you. I apologize. You knew better than that. Oh, I mean, this shot, but come on, he gotta make 15 and over. At this point, just try to score 10, 15, man. Just make it. Just try to make it up. So it ain't so, you know. Because it's looking bad right now. And he don't even have the energy to contest shots. Nah, he's hard. It's over. See, I don't know which one. He ain't watching. He must be watching Nas Reed or the rapper Nas. Something like that. Which one? He must be watching Nas Reed or the rapper Nas. Something like that. Get on that reel, Nas. Get on that reel. Something like that. Shout out to Gerald Green, dog. All love to him and respect. It take a lot to step out here. It take a lot. Shout out to him. As I've been saying all night, it's not the league, it's the scene. And man, we dealing with the fucking blueprint right now. So all you NBA cats, and this is no disrespect to Gerald Green, but all you NBA niggas coming to fuck with this young boy, he representing, he's stepping on shit. Like he is, y'all got a motherfucking problem on y'all hands. I think Austin, out of respect for the game, Austin Rivers, even Jay Seals, Torrey Craig, Iman Shumpert, we've been talking. Y'all gotta deal with this nigga. He's a problem, he ain't lost in 3 years, and he's deserving of it. Don't pop, if you don't wanna play, shut your fucking mouth then. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. What you got to say, Nas, man? Much spread to Gerald Green. You know, I don't want, you know what I'm saying, to do any kind of hate or any disrespect to a legend like that. He came out in the city, he played me, no matter his health, no matter his conditioning, you know what I'm saying, so I don't give all respect to him. But for all the pros that are in shape, are healthy, are ready to play, that's why I want to play. I don't want this to be my pro, I want another pro, and I want somebody, you know what I'm saying, that can go toe-to-toe with me. So, I don't think, you know what I'm saying, that was a good representation of Gerald Green, but Archie, bring your bitch ass outside. Austin, bring your bitch ass outside. And anybody else, bring your bitch ass outside. Hey!
Before this game, though, Nas, I had to ask him a question. We just saw Jay Sims knock off one of our top guys. Can we sit there and hit at him? Is that a game you up? Line it up. Line it up. I love it. Frank, appreciate you, my boy. Let's take a picture real quick right here. Smile and say best in the world. Best in the world and Nas. There we go. Appreciate you, dog. Hey, shout out to the scene, man. It was a hell of an event. Other than that last game, man, every game came down to the wire. Every game came down to the last possession. Special tonight is on the...
Nah, I'm moving that shit back. You niggas in my eyes.
If she's gonna say some
shit like, bro, let's just keep going here, right? What I'm trying to make sure.
Bitch, you better get those. Get your,
I get respectful when you guys sit around me all the time. Until one of you guys care about me. Until one of you guys care about me. On. Women have more rights and privileges than men do in 2025. I'm giving you guys a floor to help you ask the facts. Not your feelings, what you think or how you feel. I'm trying to bring us. Go ahead.
You're wrong in your disrespectful approach because of whatever you've been through. I disrespect men and women.
Exactly. You're like 80% right, but the way you're talking
Not
about
even 80%. He's like, there's a lot of truth.
It's like you're right.
There's a lot of truth to what you're saying. I've known you in high school.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You're hating.
You're wrong in saying that women have no IQ. That's not true. Not all women have no IQ. And if other women are neat, he did say that. He said
He did not say all.
Anything in life because we have vagina. Literally. And that's basically all. And if we do have money, then we're bitches.
I mean, yeah.
No, I just feel like
Happy girls are dancers. And happy girls are just a front. So, he's not wrong. I also said that men have the lowest IQ. I did say that. You guys missed that part.
it doesn't matter what someone does as long as they
Because I'm just great.
they're passionate and they make it happen.
Professionals, all right? So, I literally said, men have the highest IQ and the lowest IQ. Yes.
in Dubai. I didn't go to the pictures all day. Oh, hold on, pictures all day. But Dubai, inherent.
Miami's worse than Dubai. You look. If you work in Miami, sometimes they have no who lives in Miami.
Point is that Dubai, they work. It's still on kids. You're gonna think this. So as a woman knowing this, you just wanna take it down. What the fuck is that? Okay, so fucking find you. What?
Wow, I'm just trying to buy something down there. You're saying because a person takes a trip to Dubai, I'm not believing that you're a woman. The men are sick and I don't want a husband. That's the thing, they don't fuck themselves. He traveled in a family, he's just gonna be a bunch of
most shocking here. And I'm thinking it's also that they're white material. And the point that I gave.
Yo, what's she going on?
She's turning over. And the guys are giving very honest assessments of what we're seeing. Assuming we don't know you, we're just only looking at your Instagram profile.
She's turning over.
And guys are giving their very honest take on what they think when they assess a female's Instagram profile. And throughout the process, they've been saying, that's not true, you shouldn't be looking at it like that, blah, blah, blah. But see, the problem here is that women, right, like you guys don't think like men do. We're being honest with you guys, telling you, this is what men think when they look at their profiles. They're being quiet and a student and observing and trying to learn and see, okay, maybe I should take that into account. Maybe I should self-reflect and do this differently. Maybe you guys look at this in a bad way. Even though I didn't mean it that way, it's an innocent trip. Maybe I should take that down because I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Instead, you guys argue with us about how men honestly think. And this is why so many of you don't get married. Because women don't really give a fuck about what men think. It's about what they think, and that should take precedence over everything else. And then you wonder why you're not able to get a guy to take you seriously and give you a fucking ring. Because you don't care. Podcast, man, giving you guys the honest assessment of what it is. Instead of you guys worrying and saying, like, you know what? I'm going to self-reflect on that. Okay, I can see how that would be that way. You guys can go ahead and tell them, say, it shouldn't be that way. It's fucked up. But we don't complain when you guys say you want to guys to talk. We don't complain when you guys say you want to talk about freedom. We don't complain when you guys say you want status. It's either we like or we don't. If we rise to it, we have to go. If we don't, we just become an incel. And you guys don't even see us. But on the other hand, you guys are fucking femcells, can't get a guy to take you seriously. You're right. And then you get mad at us and say, well, you shouldn't think like that. This is the problem. Women don't care what men want, and on top of that, you guys think we should want what you guys want. We are very different. Now, let me tell you guys, tell me why your profile might look a certain way. Look, you're 30 years old, you're a lawyer, which means you went to higher education. I went to college myself. I know what girls do in college. Let's be honest here, right? And you went to law school.
I was in a relationship the entire time I was in law school. I didn't fuck anyone outside of my boyfriend.
They're not. See that on your profile. You guys are going to assume the worst.
Also, because I went to law school and college, I'm a whore because I was probably fucking
Yes.
We're a whore anyway.
You'll never be married. That's for sure. That's for sure. The only person who marries is someone who is submissive and has absolutely no character and no identity.
Because the reality is, I'm not
That's the only piece of meat in a relationship. And that's my choice as of now.
for 2 seconds, okay? Here's the reality. Men, everyone gets married, so you don't have power there. That's number one. Number two, a guy needs to get down on one knee and propose to you, okay? It doesn't go the other way around. You're the one that wants a man. You're the one that wants him, and you're the one that wants a guy that's successful and makes more money than you, etc. You're the one that wants a traditional relationship. I think you should remove you, so you shut the fuck up and listen to what I gotta say. Let me tell you, see, that's the fucking problem.
Because you sound like an actual fucking idiot.
That's the problem. That is the problem. You know, the multi-millionaire are telling you what women actually, what a girl should do to the guy that's a partner status. We don't like women that fight with us. We don't like women that argue with us. We don't like women that are going to sit there and try to tell us how to fucking think or whatever that may be.
My brother-in-law.
So back to what I was saying.
And his two best friends were my brothers.
Back to what I was saying before.
The majority of the population right now.
And not married, men are going to have questions about that because we're going to be like, hold on.
Everyone's in their late 20s, early 30s and single. That's the majority of the population right now.
I'm 18.
Yeah, that's what you think.
So everyone's fucked.
That's not a good.
Everyone's fucked.
Yes, that's a good assessment. Yeah, but I'll tell you who's fucked. It's going to be the women because the women are the ones chasing the relationship.
Men too. No, it's a two-way street. We're all fucked.
Men are happy. They get what they want, and they'll convert themselves to marriage.
See, this is what this is about.
Women are happy. Some women are so happy single because we don't have.
The Jewish
So you know.
Feminism lied to you guys. Feminism has lied to you guys. You think, oh yeah, I'm gonna be super happy in my 30s, blah blah. As you age and you climb up your career, and it's gonna be harder and harder for you to find a guy, and you don't have kids, you're gonna start to get sad. And the reason for that is because women are not designed to go out there and chase success and make a bunch of money. You love it now because you're still young and guys want to talk to you. But as you get older and older, I promise you, it's gonna get worse and worse. We brought girls on this show that are your age or a little bit older and they're fucking crying saying, I regret pursuing school and now pursuing a family. Because you can always go to school and make money later on, but you can't always get a family. You can't always attract the man of your dreams. And the problem is that the men that you want that are higher earners, that are successful, that are in your status bracket, guess what they want? Not you. They want younger women. They don't want women that are going to sit there and argue with them and try to tell them what they should or should not want. Yeah. It's a red flag that you went to divide your profile. It's a red flag that you're in your 30s and you're still single. And it's a red flag that you're a lawyer. And don't like these things.
It's a red flag that you're a lawyer. It's a red flag that you're a lawyer. It's a red flag that you make your own money.
Finish what I'm saying.
You are sick.
Don't care about these things that you treasure because it does not benefit us to get with a woman that's going to argue with us all the time.
Anyone is watching, and the majority of the men who are really watching the show, if everything I agree with you, then these 20,000 guys are losers. Sorry, guys. This is my
That's true. Hold on. You know what? Because most women find the majority of men is unattractive. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. But what I'm trying to argue here is that the guy that you want is not going to want you back.
No, it's totally not true because it's true.
Because you're not married now.
And the girl that wants you might not want you. I'm married.
She about to cry.
No one here in this room is married. In actual marriage.
That's the point.
Once again.
Marriage is a woman's job. It's your job to get married. That's not everyone else.
You just said it's a man's job. Because it's a man's job to provide.
Explain that. So the reason why it's a woman's goal to get married is because women, right? Your job is to get the highest status guy that you can, to commit to you and give you resources and a family. Our job is to so that you want a traditional relationship. I just explained a traditional relationship. That's what a woman wants. She wants a guy that she can respect and want to be with, to have a family with, that's going to be a provider, a protector, and if she wants to work, she can.
I still want to have my own money, absolutely. And you can. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, you want your money, but the guy still got to make more than you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like all females.
So it's like, but it's
For
not
me to
like,
feel more feminine, yes, that is me subjectively, but I know so many people who are okay with
that's
it,
fine.
and
You
they're
said for
making
you
more.
to feel more,
For
let
me,
me ask you a real question then. You said for you to feel more feminine, he's got to make more money than you, right?
yes.
Okay. You're a six-figure earner?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that less than around 1% of the male population qualifies for you, or in that level,
Yes,
right?
unfortunately,
Okay,
yes.
now let me ask you this.
But I'm not going to lower my standards and make less money to appease to the majority of the stupid men who are poor and broke.
Okay.
I'm not going to lessen myself.
Let's assume this guy makes this money, right? He makes this money. Now, he's got to make a certain amount of money to get femininity out of you. Why is he going to do all that to get the femininity out of you when he can just get it out of a 21-year-old?
Because a 21-year-old is not the same person
She's
mentally,
I know, she, you know.
spiritually, emotionally, intelligently. Maybe they don't provide the same maturity, same values.
You think she's not arguing as much as you?
So if you want someone
someone who's basically submissive, has no character, has no money of their own, has no personality, they're very young and very not maybe developed mentally, physically, spiritually. So you want to basically be in a good state of mind so you can control them.
Yes.
That's what you want.
Yes. Jewish feminism is like indoctrinated into thinking that you're equal, and it's like, fuck. Yeah.
You are in America and say a woman is not equal to a man. Maybe you should be in America.
Women are not equal to
You should not be in America. You should not be in America. Women and men are equal human beings. Are we different biologically? Yes, but we are still equal human beings. You are putting words in my mouth. You said it. You said it. We are all human beings. We're all brothers and sisters. All circle happy family. Okay?
It's interesting because earlier that you want a traditional relationship. In a traditional relationship, the man is the leader, the woman follows him, and there's clearly a card defined where the man is the authority, which means by definition they're not equal. So I find they're just like how on the one hand you want a traditional relationship where the man is superior to your leader, then on the other hand you want all this equality. It's bullshit. It's feminism. You are indoctrinated. You don't live in reality. You want one thing that's completely opposite of what you claim.
The values you're speaking of are values that existed maybe centuries ago in a different country. In a different country. Okay, so traditional can mean many things. And I will say traditional family unit, a marriage between a man and woman. Yes, that is traditional.
And a man leads.
If he is intelligent enough to lead, I will make him lead. But if he's not, I'll be on his own. I will never follow someone who is dumber than me, makes less than me. No. If you're showing me you're able to guide and do what you can, then I would gladly follow. And
you understand that you're talking out both sides of your mouth. One side you're saying like you want equality, then on the other hand you literally want a guy to submit to you.
No. We're still gonna be equal. It doesn't mean you're still gonna tell me, hey, my wife, get on your knees, clean, make me a meal when I say what I want. When I say.
Wait, I can call you neighbor?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's equality because there's submissiveness in that kind of marriage. I will never accept that because that's not traditional to me.
Okay.
Maybe that's traditional to you in your religion. I don't know what religion you are. Every religion is very different. It has different roles. But
Christianity, Islam, it's all the same. Well, you're Catholic, right? You're Roman
really
Catholic?
not. It's really
You're
not.
Roman Catholic?
I was born Roman Catholic, yes.
Okay, so even there in the Bible, we're supposed to follow men. What's hierarchy? God, man, and woman. Do you realize all the three major religions are super fucking misogynistic and say women are retarded?
You were made first.
Right? Rightfully so, by the way.
I just can't. But a man needed a woman to survive.
Look, it's funny because you're saying on one end, I want a traditional relationship, I was
traditional,
but then I'm giving you traditional requirements. No,
those are not traditional requirements in my family. My dad and mother, my dad will never mistreat my mom or, talk to her a certain way and make her feel submissive. And my grandfather was a very traditional Sicilian.
Father, I want to start off by thanking you for preparing this food for me. And I just ask if you can bless this food in order to nourish my body. In Jesus' name, amen.
Instagram. My boys raised are better, but my grandparents would. And I think you come from a different world.
At this point, I think you should admit defeat. I understand that you lost that.
We ended up equal human beings. I said we are different biologically.
Get your guy that's your height, your strength, your competence level, and be happy with that. But you won't, because you're a female.
No, I don't want my
what are you going to say?
I want better.
Okay. But yeah, though, you wanted the marriage thing, yeah. Women want a relationship, bro. Girls want to be on the streets, bro.
That's true.
So listen, my thoughts
It's like, I just find it incredible how like women will sit there and say, oh, I want a guy who's on this level, blah, blah, blah. And then you get that guy on that level who's going to be a certain way. And it's like, I don't like that. Well, I kind of like it, but I'm not going to submit. It's like, okay, man, then get a guy that's going to be your height, drinking fucking milk, thinking that your opinion matters and shit, that you're equal. And then let's see if you like him. You're probably not, because he's a bit.
Just that little man.
You know what I mean? Like, women are just, you guys are cooked, bro. Like, feminism is like literally...
These insufferable hoes made me think Ted Bundy was on something.
That's what I thought was fucked up, not gonna lie. That's what I thought was fucked up.
Because of the plan.
Dangerous.
Akichi Goro says, 5 subs, shout out to you for supporting the show, brother. 5 subs. Akichi Goro. Hey, chat, y'all seeing a pattern here? Ladies, make a point. Myron Fresh debunks said point. Girls get mad because of how it's said. Or mischaracterize the points Myron Fresh made. Now they mad. Bro, it's a fucking...
That's why women should not vote or be on government, bro.
Cycle here, bro. Tell me the 19th Amendment.
Mad. We're just conversating.
Put on these bitches next.
We're not mad.
Ablaze. Don DeMarco. Even if he wants to keep the child, they'll kill the baby anyway. It's not caring about the child.
No, I didn't get a haircut.
I've literally seen it in my
Got all my haircut.
A woman having a baby.
Not a haircut.
Convinced her to have the baby.
But you're missing the
Got all of my haircut.
Convinced?
There's a difference.
Who had the final decision?
She did.
Because she's carrying.
She had the baby. She had the child. How was that not her decision?
It's her body, her choice. What the fuck?
So why do y'all keep bringing up the fact that... Never mind, I'm not...
Is that on her body? Is that on her body?
Yeah.
It is.
So how can I tell what to do with her own body?
Alright, good job.
A man convinced.
Ladies, the point is that once the semen's in, the woman is the ultimate decider. The man can try, but at the end of the day, if the woman chooses to have the baby, she has the baby. If she chooses to not have the baby, she doesn't have the baby. The man can try to influence and say whatever he wants to say, but the woman makes the final decision. That is my point.
There's no argument. But if they
Women
love
have
each other,
men have zero reproductive rights in America.
Don't kill the baby.
I mean, like, yo.
I don't know.
I don't believe that.
Don't kill the baby. My religion, girls. My religion.
Like men have no reproductive rights. So like, I don't get like how is it even debatable?
But if the woman loves the man, they'll try to like. I don't know.
Don't stick your dick in somebody you don't
When he likes, if he wants to get a baby, I'll try and consider if he really loves me.
But the point is that you make the final decision.
No, sorry. I forgot to mention I don't want to do abortion. That's not.
Oh my god. If you had a kid, nigga, I'll be sorry for that kid.
I'll get fun.
Bro, it doesn't matter what you think. Women have 100% authority when it comes to reproductive rights. Men have zero. Like, I don't know how this is like even debatable.
Because we are the ones that reproduce.
I mean, my way.
I'm not talking about the why. I'm just saying the what is. You guys are trying to argue with me about the is. I'm saying that women have 100% reproductive rights.
What you guys think about sex, but sex is romantic and it's love, so.
Because you guys are trying to say that you're being held by the government and they're telling you that you can't have abortions and shit. Like what? That's not true.
I mean, they are.
They are.
Who said that?
They're limiting your ability.
They shouldn't even be talking about it. Have you heard about abortions on the news?
Have you heard about the ability?
Let's go back to how this started.
I want to know.
This started when I said, because she said sexism. So I remember everything. She said sexism in a pejorative way. And I said, well, sexism only benefits women. It doesn't benefit men at all. Then they brought up abortion. And I said, well, abortion only benefits, women have 100% abortion rights, men have zero. That's how this conversation started.
women do not have 100% abortion rights if the government is limiting the way and time that a woman can get an abortion.
Okay.
I do agree with what you're saying. If a man does
Really,
not
nigga?
want to have a baby, then he basically, at the end of the day, it is the woman's body. So if she moves to a different state where they have
Again.
laws that allow her to get
In
an
the
abortion
context
earlier,
of the discussion,
then
in the context of the discussion, you brought up sexism immediately, and I said sexism benefits women, and then you said, well, what about abortion? And then I said,
No.
well, actually, when it comes to abortion, women have 100% abortion rights, men have 0. Now you're gonna say, well, the government restricts it, but the point is that you still have the ability to drive to another state and make that decision. Men don't. That's what I'm trying to say.
the
Sexism.
final call of having the baby is on the woman. I do agree. That's
So
because it's
sexism
in your
benefits
body.
women. That was my bottom line.
Still
That's
no.
my bottom line.
Still no. But I do agree with what you're saying. Is at the end of the day,
What does sexism benefit men?
if your friend convinced someone to
Give me an
keep the
example of how
baby,
sexism benefits men.
there are
My argument is that sexism benefits women, and women have more rights and privileges. Can you please stop interrupting when I'm talking to her? I'm talking to her. I said sexism benefits women only, and women have more rights and privileges than men. That was my argument. And then you brought up abortion. I said, well, women have final say on abortion. So can you please where sexism benefits men?
we don't have a final say on abortion, like I said, with the government rules. We do have a final say, and if the baby actually comes out of us and they decide to do something, then at that point the man can't do anything further because he can't actually physically control her body at that point. But there are a multitude of ways that we shouldn't be living in a world where sexism exists, period. It's just, if we can all live happily as one big happy family, be friends with one another, respect one another.
I'm not addressing the argument. I said sexism benefits women. Then I said women have more rights and privileges than men do. And then you brought up abortion. And then I refuted abortion by saying that men don't have reproductive rights like women do. Then you said, well, the government restricts it. Cool. At least the government can restrict it. We're not even in the conversation. That's my point.
No.
Case closed.
Can we talk about something else, bro? Yeah,
Holy, please.
I think it's time to change topics. We're just going in circles.
No,
what do you have to say? Okay, what do you have to say about men being more feminine? Because all the men nowadays are feminine, and women are becoming more masculine, unfortunately. So how are we gonna create a nice family?
What does it have to do with sexism and women having more privilege and rights
No,
than men? That was
because
my
we're
argument.
just going in circles here at this point. So I'm giving you an option to discuss about something else.
Okay, so before we switch the topics, so then you're conceding that you don't have an argument for what I said.
I'm conceding that I'm tired.
Okay, you don't have an argument.
I'm
There you go.
tired at this point.
Okay, so you don't have an argument. Fine.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, you don't have an argument. That's all you had to say was I don't have an argument, but I will close this other discussion of men being more feminized. Yes, they are. You don't have an argument there. I agree with you that men are being more feminized. There's a multitude of different reasons for this, but we cannot argue the fact that women have more rights and privileges than men do, by far, in today's society, and sexism inherently only benefits women. It does not benefit men. As a matter of fact, sexism was put into place to allow women a chance to compete against men because men are better than women at almost everything. All right, sexism inherently benefits women.
Can we move on?
Okay. We're going to do questions because...
Until you can refute it. I mean, I don't really want to, say, like, you guys can't refute it. It's iron.
All right, you're right.
It's ironclad. Okay.
All right, let's move on.
Yo, can you stop, just giving your commentary? Just be quiet. When I'm talking to somebody else, just, only comment.
You weren't talking to anyone.
Okay, I was talking to her.
Were you?
Yeah, I was talking to her, referring to her, saying that she can't refer an argument, so, just stop with your side comments.
You're obsessed with your own.
Okay. Well, she's the only one that has to have a brain here. So, okay. Even though her arguments are really in bad faith.
What a way. I come from such a place of love and good faith. I don't even argue. I'm here because you're throwing fire. You want to throw fire? I'll give you fire back all day long. It's not a problem.
I think you guys are going to be best friends after this.
No, it's just like... She's giving all the feminist talking points, so I need to debunk them consistently. Very nice word on here because she's giving all the Jewish feminist talking points. So
I'm not even Jewish, and I don't even classify.
No, I know you're not Jewish, but I'm saying these are Jewish feminist talking points. These are all because feminism is a Jewish construct. So that's what I'm saying. So that's why I must debunk them immediately. Because feminism is a big problem, and I would argue feminism has led to all the problems in the West. With destruction of the nuclear family, not having kids, low birth rates, immigration, all this other stuff. Feminism has created a lot of the problems that we have in the Western world, and it was started by Jews.
Listen, if you got some really good dick right now, you'd be fine.
If I what?
Yeah, you got some really good dick right
now.
If I got some good dick.
It'd be fine right now.
You can have the best dick in the world. I'm telling you, I'm very good. Very good. I'm very good. So you're just trying to diminish a woman by saying that. That's what you're trying to do. That's what you're trying to do. You don't know my personal life, my dear. You do not. So watch your tongue. Watch your tongue.
Yeah, fresh tongue. I'm going with the tongue, by the way.
I said watch your tongue.
Fresh. Fresh. That's what I heard from girls. All right. Why do baby daddies love their baby mama so much, but still cheat? They actually love them, or they just forgot mama issues. So why do baby mamas love their baby mama? Sorry, why do baby daddies love their baby mama?
You can't even read. That tongue of yours.
Come on, that's got a brain though. Your brain is off.
You can't even read the words on the freaking paper. You don't get it.
Special fit.
Why do baby daddies love their baby mama so much, but still cheat?
Because they like options.
Well, first of all, baby daddies love their baby mama because that's their fucking property, pretty much. And they love other women because it's about.
So are we just slaves to you guys? Like,
pretty much. That's the thing. Be quiet and let them have that.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Whatever that is. I mean, they're gonna not think any differently, so it doesn't matter.
What you gonna say?
we have to talk to
Baby daddies love their baby mama. Still cheat.
I mean, men are always going to cheat. This is another fallacy that women think. For all the ladies here that have clearly high standards, because a lot of you guys are single, men are always going to cheat, regardless of their status level.
That's so sad. You are right. I do agree with you on that.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because women aren't as special as they think they are.
And neither are men. Like, what the fuck? Men are animals. That's what they are. They're fuck animals. Men are animals. That's what you guys are.
Most of them.
Well,
But I do think there is hope. I don't think all men, but the majority of men are animals. They just have to really find a good balance. Men are trying to bitches in other countries because this is America.
Bro.
So,
Just the majority of men.
Damn.
I like how you guys said that men are animals and stuff like that. What's worse?
Yeah.
Someone who's fairly open about the fact that they're going to want to have multiple men, or the person that is, predatory in the way that they extract value from another party, they have super high standards, and they still might not be loyal, and they're subject to their emotions at all times.
Yeah, but they both have to be loyal.
What? All right, man.
You said if the other one's not loyal.
No, what I'm trying to say is that, at least with men, right? Men are fairly direct with their sexual strategy. Women are indirect with their sexual strategy. What you guys do is far more nefarious.
What? How?
Okay, I'll tell you what. Because the way that women may select this, it's a sexual strategy where you're there to extract value from the opposite gender. Women don't deal with men unless they can extract value from them. This is why you want a guy to solve them, make more money, more status. Women look for someone who's better than them. And then they might entertain a relationship from there. So what I'm trying to say is that you guys want a guy that's better than you, but then you want him to treat you like an equal. That just doesn't make sense. If I get to a point where I'm attracted to you, that means I'm also attracted to probably other women, and I'm probably going to take that chance and have sex with other women.
Then you shouldn't be in a marriage. Don't get married. If that's what you want to do, then go live your life.
You're going off morality. I'm just going off biology here, how men and women operate. So like women typically want the best they can get. A guy wants the most he can get.
That's disgusting. Then that man shouldn't be married.
Disgusting, right?
That's what you want to do with your life?
Yes.
So, ladies, you can understand, right? That like, the higher your standards, the more likely the guy's gonna cheat on you. You guys are aware of this, right?
Yeah, we're aware.
Okay. So.
What?
No. Yeah.
No. The higher standards, the more you'll cheat.
Yeah, the higher the status a man has, the more money he has, the higher the likelihood he'll want to have other women. Yes.
Yes. But they all cheat though. No matter what. I don't think all men you're putting all men in a really bad mood right now.
See, I'm willing to reveal ugly realities about men, right? Too, right?
Why don't you ask your audience? Ask them if they cheat.
You did. Wow, you're fairly delusional then if you don't think men are going to be cheating on women.
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but I don't think every single man will cheat. Why is cheating okay?
Here's the difference.
Not all men cheat.
You guys, right? So, Frank, sit. So here's the difference between men and women, right? So like, I'll be honest and tell you guys what men want as many women as we can get, right? We'll be honest about this.
Yes.
And the more status we have and the more money we have, the more likely we are to exercise that option to have other women. Now, some guys might be honest about it, and some guys might lie about it. But the reality is that most guys are gonna want more women. And look, we got 20,000 people on the chat here. The only thing that really holds a guy back from cheating a lot of times is his ability to do so. Most guys cheat because if they can. If they can't cheat, then they won't. But if they had the opportunity, they will do it most of the time. Maybe they might not want to get caught, or maybe they'll be open about it. But most guys are gonna cheat if given the option.
Wait, you call the beard mom?
The ones who are
I mean, there's a lot of
their
things.
Just wanted you because you made no sense this whole time.
Yeah, I'm just operating on what's real.
My head hurts. I feel guilty. Especially you.
You're trying to say something? I got it first. What do you want to say?
It hurts more. Does it ever get to a point where cheating just makes you feel sick? Like, when you guys ever
Really, nigga?
Well, let me ask you a better question. No, it's fine. Let me ask you a better question. Can you ever have enough purses?
Yes. I need to get to a point. I don't like purses.
It's an analogy. Like, just like you guys, can never have enough shoes or purses or outfits. Like, that's how men feel about women.
But it's not an analogy because something is a material good and cheating on your other spouse, other person who you have a loving relationship with. That's not just getting another bag and saying, "Oh, I want another option." You are seriously crossing your line of loyalty, trust. You're ruling a relationship,
I understand your perspective, but I need you to
relationship. It's not a bag.
I need you to understand that the reason why I use that analogy is because women, right? You guys can take a little bit of empathy with what I'm saying here. Just like you guys looking like, hey, it's just a bag. Well, see, this is why you literally prove why women don't have empathy. But to the male experience, when I'm giving you this example of a bag or it not being that serious, that's how men view sex. Sex for us is not that serious. It's not an emotional tie. It's literally just physical. It's like changing your shirt. Just like you guys putting on a shirt.
Sex energy, you are exchanging energy with a person, so it's not. It's not.
For you as a female.
No, it's not for me as a female. Men and women, talk to some spiritual person. They will tell you when in the vagina is a fucking sexual exchange.
okay, look, that's how women do sex on an emotional level, spiritual energy and shit. Men don't look at it like that. We look at it as like taking a piss. We look at it as a physical act. This is why men can get a boner in 2 seconds. Oh, she's hot, she's available, I can do it. Like, men are designed to procreate because we don't get sexual access like you guys do. You guys have the privilege of saying, you know what, I want this to be emotional because I'm the one picking the partner I'm having sex with. Men don't get that option. So when men do have the ability to have a bunch of sex, they will go ahead and act on it. Just like you guys look at it like it's just a person, just an outfit, blah, blah. That's how men look at sex. Now, I know for you as a female, it's difficult to empathize with this side, but this is how men view sex. It's not emotional like it is for you, where it's like, this is so evil, this is betrayal. Like, for you it's that bad, because for a woman to cheat, you have to get to that level where it's a betrayal. For us, it's not like, that's what I'm trying to say.
What if the man is in love? What if women have a
You're lying for the girl. If he's in love, he'll make sure his girl doesn't find out.
and horses have emotions?
Definitely can.
Yeah, he'll put, make
Or
sure
he'll cheat and come back crying.
I don't think every single guy will cheat.
And again, see, I make an argument all the time. I say women don't have empathy, and this is what I mean. When I explain to you guys why men cheat, you guys are like, wow, I don't agree, blah, blah. I'm just explaining to you guys, like, men don't look.
Okay, we listen.
You said what, men don't have empathy?
Yeah, what about our feelings? You guys don't give a fuck about what we feel if you cheat, if you do all that shit.
Okay, so
Exactly, but
so
they
here's the
expect us
difference.
to be submissive.
Here's the difference. I would argue men have more empathy than women, and I'll explain why. For us to attract you guys, we must understand you guys. For you guys to attract us, you don't have to understand us. As proven, of course, this podcast doesn't matter. Right. Like, men must understand women to get laid. We have to make you guys feel good. We have to give you guys that vibe. Say you guys don't even know what that vibe means. Yeah. We have to make you guys feel safe. We have to give you guys good energy, whatever that means. We know what that means. We have to create a certain ambiance. So in other words, men must understand women if they want to get laid. But women don't have to understand men to get laid or to get a date. So yes, and this is why you guys over-talk me when I'm explaining what men think, and when I tell you guys what it is. I understand what women think. How do you guys think I've been able to be on your base? How do you guys think I know what you guys are going to say all the time? Because I dealt with a million women, and men must be empathetic to the female experience to get laid. So here's what it is. But women don't have to understand men to get men. They have to understand you to get you. So that's what I mean when I say this. Like,
And we have to understand the owner of Vegas.
man, you are not married, man. What up, man?
Not really.
Guys cheat if they can. They have the ability to do so, they're gonna do it, bro.
And if they read enough, they will. Because not all men cheat. Why do y'all cheat?
That's why they hide from you. That's why they hide from you.
But y'all aren't even good at hiding.
Get married!
Like, no. I was married. He cheated when he was married. He cheated when he was married.
Not really, no.
A lot of them do. So what is the solution?
Marriage is a hell for me. It is no benefit to us.
Not if you do an NDA and it just doesn't get into
There's no benefit to marriage for men at all, especially if they Yeah, now it's that the girl held to her standard and she's a virgin and have certain mindsets. Whatever else girls aren't virgins, they want to sit there and they want to get certain marriage, but they don't even adhere to the standards. A lot of the time.
DBG said something very important for the panel here. Out in Castle, extinction level events.
Yeah, so what was I saying? But yeah, marriage doesn't benefit men anymore. It really doesn't. Right? Like, and you take all the liability, you can get a divorce and have your money and lose your
But
resources.
you're even saying, you're implying right now that the old conjugal marriage was made to design, and it was designed to benefit men. It's a very patriarchal society. So you're essentially saying no, it's not. I know what you're gonna say, because the man is gonna provide for the woman, she doesn't have to work, this and that. But basically, an older vision of a marriage, patriarchal in the traditional sense, is that a woman is essentially to be a slave to the man, to cook for the man, to clean for the man, to be financially reliant on the man, to not have a voice. So it benefited the man in an unfortunate situation for the woman because she has no voice, she has no identity of her own, she's always under a man, below a man. And yeah, it would benefit you because you're King Kong in your castle and you can do whatever the fuck you want and mistreat her. So that's why you're saying marriage today no longer benefits men because women are essentially have a voice and can have financial stability, can have financial independence, and do not have to be submissive to me. So if that's what you think marriage is not beneficial to you, then the fact that you didn't think that marriage should have been beneficial to you in that way is disgusting and wrong and inhumane.
Alright, so let me give you a reason why before you go ahead and name call it. So the
It's
reason
not
why
name calling it, that's what it was, and that's
Saying
why
it's disgusting and not
it's changed.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's actually to the contrary. The laws have not caught up and changed because the reality is men still have to pay alimony, still have to pay child support.
Women too? Women too? If a woman makes more, she has to pay alimony too.
90% of alimony is paid from men to women. Women get 90% of the child custody cases. Women get 90% of the child custody. Oh my God, bro. Please, let me finish what I'm saying. Okay?
I wasn't even talking.
Now, 90% of alimony is paid from men to women. Women get child custody 90% of the time. Child support is paid from men to women in a staggering majority. Now, you have to give me this certain small example. Well, women pay alimony too, yes, but that's less than 10% of the time. The majority is that men pay to women. Now, with that said, the reason why these things were put in place is to literally circumvent what you just talked about. Well, men had all the power, etc. You're right. That's why the family court laws were put in place where if the man cheats or if he tries to leave the woman, you can't leave her destitute. This is why alimony is a thing where if you want to leave her, you want to cheat or whatever, you're going to have to pay the price of your child support and alimony. Here's the problem though. Women make their own money, women have their own status, and there's no fault divorce. So it benefits women to divorce a lot of the times versus what it was before. So the family court system has not caught up to the new what feminism has given women. So I would argue that the family court system, the way it was before, was literally designed to protect women from what you're talking about.
It would try to help protect them in whatever way.
It definitely did.
It tried, but it still was not enough because men not only provided for women, but they also mistreated women. The majority of women, and even to this day in these traditional relationships, a lot of women still face mistreatment, physical abuse, domestic violence, and I know this because I've seen it with my own eyes.
Divorce rates are sky high.
Not everyone can leave. The end of the day is that your point, your argument was that marriage no longer benefits them.
Y'all streaming niggas gotta chill.
Bow down to you, be financially reliant on you, and not have a voice. You're not going to
understand division. Like, the reason why marriage doesn't benefit men anymore is because you can get everything from the marriage without marrying. That's my point. That's why.
So a marriage essentially should basically choose. No, it benefits both people. It should benefit both people.
Tell me one way it benefits
a marriage.
If you want to benefit
okay.
Tell us one benefit. Just one.
A man and a woman. Let's say you want to call feminists or equals. They both make, let's say, both 100K. Same, very simple numbers. They both make the same salary. Okay? So there's no financial empowerment imbalance there. Okay? But essentially, if a marriage can still benefit them, if they still want to essentially come together and create a friendship, a loving union, they both have the same values, they both maybe want to travel, they both maybe want the same goals, values. So what the fuck is funny about that? So they get married.
Relationship, he doesn't have to get married to them.
So it's up to them to get married or not, but a marriage is about two people becoming one and having a beautiful relationship and life together. And you don't have to be submissive or imbalanced to another. Yeah, because that's the point of the marriage. And it's
My best friend is crazy.
About his date, be his supporter, be his best friend. What does a woman get from marriage? When you're married to somebody, you have a deeper relationship.
The security of a marriage, you can go and get the women get so many benefits from being in a marriage. Men get zero. Men get zero. That's what I'm trying to prove.
Zero, that's exciting. It's like a happy moment of your life.
Okay, what did they name? How about, Nick said it to all of you, but she really failed. Name one benefit that men get from a marriage that they can't get in a regular relationship.
Happiness. Real love.
Happiness. What else?
No, I mean, it comes from that foundation. Money. You basically have to say it's a happy moment in life.
I'm gonna say one more time for you, okay? Think before you speak. Name one benefit that a man gets in a marriage that he wouldn't otherwise get in a regular. You didn't even let me fucking finish. Listen to very closely. Name one benefit that a man gets in a marriage that he otherwise would not get in a regular relationship. And the tax benefit doesn't count. Go ahead.
He only wants random gifts. He's already traveled the world.
Really, nigga?
Value. He really has value.
You can do that in a regular relationship.
It comes with no. Men get a sacrament. A sacrament.
Really, nigga?
It's my fucking.
I say the only benefit a man will have here in America is if they have children, he will have the same rights as his wife to the children if they are married.
You'll get that without marriage.
No, not in South Carolina, the woman has all rights. That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I can say. You ask me what mine, I'm telling you, when you're married, no, I don't have the same rights. That's what I'm saying.
If that even is true, that is a small benefit at best. At best.
No, I'm just saying, that's the only benefit I can think of.
At least she thought.
Yeah.
Like the other girls.
What about you?
Someone said.
More benefit.
Stability.
You get that already?
Not necessarily. I mean, you're gonna be looking around when you're in a regular relationship, but when you're married and in love and committed.
So you're telling me this paper is gonna make me?
No, not necessarily.
So then,
But it's not supposed to be for your next down. I want it.
all right, man.
You're very connection that you
It's like really like something to despise.
It's not about that. It's about we're asking you what does a man get out of a marriage? The woman. And then you want to get in a regular relationship.
So you got 12 days left.
It ain't nothing but a piece of paper. That's nothing but a piece of paperwork. Unless you're religious.
Okay, so
She missed it once. She'll get a sacrament, which is like in a very specific.
It's so valid.
All right, they gotta be Catholic, pretty much. That's you. But we're talking about men. In general, like what benefits did I get?
Well, if they're
What
Catholic,
benefits you
they
get?
benefit by getting a sacrament. They're Catholic.
What you? Well, yeah.
That is so
That's very.
valid.
That's a very small percentage of the guys, like in general.
You think men are?
It's not a
That's
real
why she has high
That's
standards. That's why she has high standards.
So under God, this is the actual principle. You can have a wife, have sex under holy matrimony before any issue of sin. Religion. But again, nowadays it's not really a good thing.
Yeah, and that would assume that the girl is adhering to what she's supposed to do. She's a virgin when you guys do it. She's religious, etc. Most women don't even qualify for that. So, like, if we were going to go ahead and use the religion angle, okay, does the girl adhere to her religious duty on her side? No, 9 out of 10 times. Most girls are not virgins when you're marrying them, so that sacrament argument, I wouldn't even use it. And then, do you have one? I didn't try earlier, but...
Honestly, no.
Oh, yeah. And ladies, that is why less guys are getting married, because there's no benefit for us whatsoever. There's no... Why is it about MLD in the chat? Yo,
I just do. Why is it what she brings?
This comes to the female solipsism. Why? The question was, comes to the alimony, they don't want to take it. Because a lot of guys look at it like, yo, I don't even want that. Yeah, I just want to get rid of this fucking girl. So in most situations when a guy is entitled to the alimony, they don't fucking take it. But they don't take it a lot of the times, is my point. And that's you gotta remember, 10% of the time, the alimony is even paid from the woman to the man. And the guy doesn't even want it. So we're talking about a fraction of the fraction of the fraction. But again, the point stands. Men get no, or virtually no benefit from getting married to a woman with the court involved. The women get the benefit from being married with the court involved. The men don't.
Which is what the financial ability to just tear out the situation upon
Yes, that's a huge incentive. That's a huge incentive. That's what women are trying to run to the fucking altar and get married.
Well, then you're married looking for the wrong woman. Really cute, say
Again, there's no benefit that men get in marriage that they don't get in a regular relationship. That's my argument. And that may get refuted.
Marriage brings family together. Marriage brings family together too.
You do that in a regular relationship.
No, because
You do that in a regular relationship.
Extended families, it also helps with hardships, like if your family's fighting, bring them all together.
Okay, first up this. Give me some young 2 seconds. It's over for you. Damn. Came on the show, talk to me. Show up to them. And worst of all, you got no ass nigga. Unless you want to do 360, show the chat.
You say you have a laugh, so you have a thought right now. I know you. You say you want to laugh, so you have a thought.
Worst of all, you got no ass nigga. Unless you want to do 360, show the chat.
You say you want to laugh, so you have a thought right now. I know you.
Listen,
I'm sure he's not married. You're fucking married. Shut the fuck up. I legally am yours.
Let me just say something. Telling a guy that he's not married is not
It's not a disgrace necessarily.
It's a thing.
Especially if
Okay, ladies, we gotta have a little bit of common sense here. Women control who fucks. Men control who gets married. Right. So you cannot insult us by saying you're not married.
It's a two-way street. The women are the ones that can make those
Yo, I don't even know.
It's two-way street.
Ladies.
The women are the ones that can make those things to marry. So they can get married. It's two-way street.
Ladies. Women control who has sex. Women are the gatekeepers of sex. Men are the gatekeepers of relationships.
You're 30 years old, man. Relax.
Yo, ladies, see, this is the problem, right? Like, you can, like,
Dirty man. You're dirty man.
Stop interrupting for 2 seconds. Stop interrupting, please. Men and women are different, okay? Women control who has sex. Men who control who gets relationship and who gets married. Okay? You cannot get married until a guy gets that you like. Gets on a one knee and proposes to you. Okay? And you can't have sex with him without your consent. So the reality is, telling a guy you're not married is not really an insult because we're the ones that gets married. Just like me telling a girl, well, you're a virgin, you don't get laid. That's not really an insult to her because she's the one who controls who has sex. She's just like, hold on. And I would argue if a girl has less body count and she has less people that she's having sex with, that's actually a good thing because she's discerning. She's being selective on who she has sex with. Right? So I'm going to be selective on who I'm being married. You can't sit there and tell me you're not married. Well, I want to marry the best girl. Just like you did. I can't tell you, well, you're not having sex. You're like, well, you have people who have sex. Good. So you can't use that as an insult against us saying you're not married. It's your job to get married. It's our job to get married.
It is still a two-way street because even if the man ultimately does the last action of getting on the knee, picking out the ring and getting on the knee and doing it, nowadays there's so many people who once actually do get married, the woman knows that they're freaking getting proposed. They've had the conversation about them getting married. Normally you pick their own freaking ring.
That's the point.
So maybe she doesn't decide the actual moment in time when he gets on the
That's
knee.
the point.
But the conversation has been had. What Once you're in a
That's the
relationship for
point.
months or a year or whatever it is, you guys start talking about, hey, do you think we should get married? Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. Okay, I don't know what the exact date's gonna happen.
You're stepping over the $100 bills to talk about quarters. I'm saying to you that men are the gatekeepers to relationships. That is my bottom line. Women are the gatekeepers to sex. Okay? Like, you cannot sit there and say, you're not married as an insult to a man. I'm just saying that's a ridiculous argument.
Okay, I'm not saying it. Maybe he'll get this not married, but don't tell me something because you're not married either. I'm just telling you. It's wrong. That was just making my point, but it's probably not. Whether he takes it as an insult or not, I don't give a shit.
That's a
But it can.
You telling him
What you
you're not
do?
married, don't tell me nothing. That's ridiculous. That's like him telling you, well, you're a virgin. And you look at him and laugh, you're like, oh, yeah.
He's rude. Class, he doesn't know how to speak.
That's a better insult. Telling him he's not married is saying doesn't make sense.
I'd rather somebody can speak than somebody with no brain. Oh my God, who the hell is a
It's crazy. It's crazy to be like you're 14. Like you should be able to understand that men and women are different.
What's crazy to me is that you actually have a platform that you can be using to truly like make a difference and provide betterment to the world. But you are just essentially gathering the. I'm not even going to say what I'm going to say because there may be some crazy people watching, so I don't want that. Because there may be some actual violent people out there, so I will not insult them in that way. But you have such a platform, and what I think you're doing is that you're trying the best you can, and I get it, it's entertaining, it's funny, and you want to cause a ruckus. But yeah, I think you should include other topics. Basically, that I'm gonna leave it clearly as that because.
How about you do your own show and then talk about your topics? How about that?
Yeah. No, I have other things to do, but I'm happy you came on. Nevertheless.
I don't even know sorry to hear that. You didn't even say what you were trying to say. Like you're saying.
Yeah, no.
I'm confused. What are you saying? Feminism, it's a problem. As you can see from this panel, feminism is a huge problem. As a lot of you guys indoctrinated where you guys don't even know what men what. We're telling you guys, what comes this way?
Why don't you provide topics or points on how can we all, maybe actually successful marriage? And give each other points and tips and tricks how we can actually tips are saying basically women like to be submissive. That's what you're essentially saying. A woman, a woman doesn't want to hear that. Knowing that a woman doesn't want to hear that, maybe try saying it in a different way. Be respectful about it.
See, that's precisely the problem here, is because you guys want us to convey information in the way that you guys want us to convey.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick, number one. And number two, don't tell a woman to be submissive in a nicer way. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Just come up with solutions.
This is precisely the problem, right? So feminism, right, is indoctrinated you to think like, okay, I'm equal to a man. He needs to talk to me and give me information in a way that I want to receive it, which it needs to be nice in a certain tone, in a certain question. I don't like the truth, blah, blah, blah. The reality is that this is precisely the problem. Total policing, the way things are said, this is why we have the problem that we have, because we live in a feminized world where we go to the female way of communication. Clearly it hasn't worked. Marriage rates are down, nuclear rates are down, birth rates are down, everything is going down, the economy is going down. Why? As women gain more authority and more power in society, the society has been going down. And the reason why is because women, quite frankly, are good leaders, and you guys are not able to digest information unless it's conveyed in a certain way. So I'm here to just say what it is. A lot of you women need to change your mindset, understand that men are the leaders, women follow, and quite frankly, if you're going to pursue this whole feminism and equality thing, fine. Pursue it, but understand that most men are not going to find you attractive, and the men that actually have the capability to reach up to the level where they make as much money, as much status, as much education, they're not going to want that shit. They're going to want that's younger, more submissive, more docile, not being an ass, not argumentative, rambunctious, etc. And they're going to come into those women. And those girls are going to get married. This is why so many guys are leaving the United States, despite women making more money, becoming more successful, to go find other women. Because women in the United States are so fucking insufferable that guys don't even want to deal with you guys anymore. They're going to other places. Or they're getting girls that are younger that aren't indoctrinated by the toxic feminism that you're spewing out right now. So look, if you don't like it, that's fine. But I have the data on my show side to show that men no longer want American women. And the data all shows it. Now you can go ahead and pursue education, tell them, yeah, I want a traditional religion. And traditional men don't want you. That's it.
The world has evolved. We're all evolved. We're all growing.
You are not there
Social constructs simply don't adhere to reality a lot of times. You're saying, well, legal, you're right. They're going to make more money and they're more educated. Well, what do they want? Even yourself. They say, I got better than that. They say, I got to make more money. You even admit it yourself. Yeah. I make money, but I still need to make more so I can feel feminine. That proves my fucking point. Violent for social constructs every single time. So, your standards have gone up even though you make more money and you want a higher status guy. I'm telling you, that's higher status guy doesn't want that back in return. He's going to go to fucking Colombia and go get a girl. Try to have something talk back to him. I'm telling you the truth.
It depends on the guy. Maybe the majority is rare. Okay, listen. Maybe the
This is the last thing I'm going to say. For all you guys, we're going to take one thing from this thing over here. Do it. All of my friends that are higher earners, all of us that are millionaires, all of us that are six-figure earners plus, we don't want women that are going to argue with us. We don't want women that think that their opinion really matters. Guys don't give a fuck about success. We want the guys to be attractive, not a whore, and not embarrass us up too much and embarrass us when we're with our friends. This is what higher status men want. You guys can either take that information and adapt or keep doing what you're doing and stay single. But the men that have the ability to make a bunch of money, we make money so that you guys don't fucking talk. Okay? That's what it is. And even my Spanish girls in here, you guys have heard the common phrase, you know, the less you talk, the hotter you are. I don't know how to say it in Spanish. But there's a reason why in many different societies, Chinese, Asian, Arab, like Latin, why do we all want women that shut the fuck up and are attractive and younger? Because we don't want the toxic indoctrination of feminism. And
You want control.
And the
You
more
want
money,
control.
and the more money a
And you want
status man has,
inequality. And
the
you want
more money
selflessness.
the more money a status man has, the less he's willing to tolerate this fuckery right here. Which is a Jewish construct, by the way. So, guys, make your money and get the fuck up out of here, bro. Holy shit.
Make your money. And so you don't have to take shit from no one.
There you go. But you will not be married.
You will not be married. You will not be married. You are not
Nah, she's bugging.
And that's disgusting. And in the United States, it's actually illegal. You're clearly talking about traditions and values that exist and are legalized in a different country. Clearly illegal. You're clearly talking about traditions and values that exist and are legalized in a different country. Clearly not in America. Not in America. Not in America. Not in America. No, I don't know. Now I know who's a legend. Now I know who's a legend.
Listen.
Legal polygamy in the United States. It is illegal. It is illegal.
You said before I can't talk, can't speak. We'll say this to you. Stop it.
Good Lord.
As a man who's been married and divorced, ladies, you do not know what you're talking about. There you go. He knows what he's saying. Punisher, I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran myself. I've been shot at, blown up several times. I have metal rods in my knees. Even after all that, I was not discharged for service. But I certainly
Nah, he's not.
Get up his parents to go home. Probably shut up, check the fuck up on his topics. Call me my ass. Damn. Go. School is, Jeanette says, North Chastity Law, the long-lasting character would have been the key. Undergrowth, Royal Virtue at YouTube. Twitter says, Bills, Gordo, ¿cómo estás, chico? Good question in this experience. He hasn't trashed out on one of these holes.
Mr. Andrew Tate, thank you for doing this. Right, Rob? There's a lot of subconscious and conscious efforts that we all make to try to stay healthy. Can you talk to us about both sides? And what do you do normally? Because in our off-camera conversation, you were talking about you like to stay in the sun. Yeah. And that's kind of like conscious, but then also unconscious.
Yeah. My health philosophy is pretty simple. I eat once a day. I eat a lot of meat. I try and avoid processed sugar. I love the sun. I try and be in the sun as much as possible. I don't really wear sunscreen. If I feel like I'm in really crazy sun and I start to burn, then I may avoid it. But that very rarely happens to me. I don't really burn, so I'm quite lucky from that perspective. I drink a lot of water, about 10 liters of water a day. A lot of caffeine, at least 10 coffees a day, I believe are good for me. I also was big on smoking. I actually look quite good. I drink a lot of water, about 10 liters of water a day. A lot of caffeine, at least 10 coffees a day, I believe are good for me. I also was big on smoking. I actually believe that nicotine was good for me, but I had to stop for this fight, so I'm taking a 3-month hiatus. And I guess that kind of ties into the conscious and unconscious, because I do also do a lot of things very consciously. I am quite consciously trying to repair my body a lot of the time. I believe that your body itself and your mind is a very complicated chemical factory. And if you need a chemical to get something done, I believe you can think yourself into getting that chemical. And a lot of people don't consider doing that. They get hurt or something hurts, and they run straight to the doctor to take a pill. Whereas if you lay still in bed before you go to sleep and you consciously imagine, directing your chi or, trying to repair that part of your body, you'd be surprised how it actually seems to work. So, of course, I have no scientific evidence for these things. It's just what I do. So I'm very conscious with certain things when it comes to repairing myself and trying to make sure if something hurts, I think about how I imagine it getting better, and it seems to get better. And I've always been quite good at that with the power of mind. I used to smoke 10 cigars a day for 10 years, and then I decided to fight, so I quit. It's been 3 months so far, and everyone told me quitting smoking was hard, but it turns out it's actually very easy. So,
talk to us about your upbringing. What has built such a resilient brain?
I was raised in a military household. My father was in the Air Force, and I was a chess champion when I was young. So even at a very young age, I had to sit at the board for many long hours and dedicate myself. And chess is a fantastic thing to learn when you're young, because it teaches discipline, it teaches self-accountability, which is the most important lessons, I think, for life. If you lose, it's your fault. And to get better, you have to dedicate yourself. And also, after a game, you have to analyze it. You have to sit down and work out where it went right, where it went wrong. You have to self-analyze. I think that's one of the things people don't often do enough in life is self-analyze and sit down and take 100% accountability for something that happened to them and see what they could have done to avoid it. People get in a car crash, and they'll say, I got in a car crash, it's not my fault, it's not came out of nowhere. Which is true, whereas I look at it differently. I got in a car crash, it came out of nowhere. Could I have seen it coming if I wasn't listening to the radio? Could I have seen it coming if I wasn't on my phone? Did I have to go out driving at 3 o'clock in the morning in the rain? Could I have avoided this? So I take absolute accountability for everything all the time. And I try and analyze everything from that perspective, and it allows you to make better decisions moving forward. And I think once you do that, it's very easy to avoid a lot of life's problems. You can actually avoid a lot of the problems people find themselves in by just thinking ahead and learning from mistakes and going from it.
So when you look at the world of biohacking and the whole big boom that's happening with high tech as well as the ancient wisdom, the ancient methods, what are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, so I think the traditional medicine destroyed its credibility during COVID. I've never been a big doctor guy. I've never been a person who went to the doctor hardly ever, even when I was fighting many years ago. They say, who's your doctor's name? I'm like, oh, I don't know, whoever's nearby if something gets broken. But I've never been a big doctor guy. I've never taken painkillers. I've never been big on pills. I've never been, the people who say, I have a headache, I need a pill every 5 seconds. I've never been one of those kind of people. So I never really was big on the health industry as a whole, but I think the world was until COVID, where they showed that they're actually human, they're fallible, they're corruptible, and they don't always have your best interests at heart. And if you're gonna realize that the medical industry, like every other industry, is prone to corruption, just like the education industry and the judicial system and our elections and everything else, then you're gonna have to take your matters into your own hands. If you want something done properly, you have to do it yourself. And when it comes to biohacking or trying to work out your health, a lot of it's gonna make you sound a bit crazy, right? Because there's no scientific proof for these things. There's no scientific proof that I can think myself better. But if something's aching or hurting, I think myself better. I don't have scientific proof for that. That's just what works for me. So there's a degree of trial and error involved. You have to take it very seriously, and you have to try something and see how you feel and try and avoid the placebo effect and really consciously say, do I feel better from this? And then I guess the whole subject is a little bit more complicated, where certain things will work better for certain people than they do for others. But if you want something done properly, you should do it yourself, and your health is something that you should take absolutely seriously, and you should be very conscious of it. You should be trying your very best to work out how you feel optimal as a person. I think that, if you pay enough attention, it's doable.
What about sleep? Are there mandatory sleep hours that you consciously or subconsciously shoot for?
Sleep's not something I'm great at, to be honest. I'm not a very good sleeper. I take sleep when I can get it, but I would say I sleep 6 hours, 7 hours a night. It's often broken up. I'm not a great sleeper. I don't have set hours or anything. However, if a day comes where I manage to stay in bed for 10 or 11 hours, I'll try and take it when I get in. I know that sleep is very, very important, of course, and I probably could get better at it if I were to regiment my life around it a little bit more. But I'm not too big on sleep, and I think the reason for that is, for better or worse, this might be a disadvantage. I function great without it. I'm one of those people. I can go to sleep for 2 hours, have a bad night's sleep, go to bed at 4, get up at 6, I'm fine. So it's like, well, I don't need it. Yeah. But it turns out when you're training for a fight, you do. So sometimes you have to force yourself to sleep. But yeah, I think also, we live in a world now where it's very difficult to have a quiet mind. We always have these permanent distractions, and it's hard to just lay in bed, even if you're not tired and you can't sleep. 10, 15 years ago, you just lay in bed and close your eyes and relax. Now your phone's going off, and that's like, money over here, problem over there, kid here, this, there. So you're always distracted. There's always something to do. And I think that's the reason people's sleep is so bad, is that we're being pulled in so many different directions all the time. We have so much access to unlimited information and unlimited opportunity. There's always someone you can talk to. 24 hours a day, might be money at the end of the conversation. There's always something going on. So it is very difficult to sleep. And I think that's also one of the reasons why I take exercise so seriously, because if I struggle to sleep when I'm training, I think it'd be far worse if I wasn't training. I'm exhausting myself on purpose so that I can sleep. So
there's studies now that show that meaningful friendships, meaningful relationships are like a form of a biohack, give you mental for it. You have a great relationship with the friends that you do have, in particular your brother. Would you say that also is kind of like a hack of life? Finding someone that's like a real good soulmate, whether it's a relative or a significant other?
It doesn't matter if it's your brother, it doesn't matter if it's your wife, it doesn't matter who it is, but there has to be a degree of collaboration and also a degree of healthy competition is what my brother and I have. And there's definitely no malice involved. I just had a press-up competition with a 7-year-old. And surprisingly, he's very strong. But it didn't matter if he did 200 push-ups, I would have done 201. I was stubborn. Right. And that's just because my brother and I have that stubborn relationship. So if he does 200, I do 201. Then he does 202. But I do 203. So whoever goes first is guaranteed to lose, because that's just how we are as people. And that's what's so fantastic when it comes to trying to be your best self, is having that constant competition around you. I think it's very good to have. And yeah, absolutely, friendships certainly are a biohack, there's no doubt about it. I think that, older people die when they get lonely. It's one of those things that happens. It's one of the plagues of the Western world that old people don't even have family to rely on. Somehow our society has become so broken. That doesn't happen in a lot of other places, but it happens here in the rich West. It happens somehow. So yeah, I think that positivity as a whole is a biohack. I think that when you feel happy, you feel capable of doing things, and you feel strong. I think perhaps it's the largest biohack of all are your own thoughts. If I had to, analyze myself and why I'm successful and why I can do certain things, I wouldn't put it down to a diet or, I don't take any supplements of any kind. The biggest biohack I have is I control my own brain. I've decided I'm strong, so I'm strong. I can do 300 push-ups. I decided. And if you can do that, you're stubborn enough. It's amazing how far you can go.
That's amazing. So how do you actually optimize your brain continuously? So you have lack of sleep, right? You don't take supplements, and you don't like doctors, so you're not testing, so you're not like obsessed about this level going up and down. So how do you maintain that kind of clarity and strength in your mind?
Everyone says practice makes perfect, and I disagree with that. I think that it is reflection and analysis that makes perfection. Because you can practice something, but if you don't analyze yourself, you don't get any better at it. Chess is a perfect example of it. You can play all day long, unless you sit down and analyze your games and work out where you went wrong. You're never going to get better. And it's the same with anything like public speaking, right? There's people who've been speaking for 8 years and can't speak as well as people who can speak for 20 years. Why? Because somebody who's 20 will watch their speech back and they'll say what they did wrong and they'll analyze every single part of it. So I think when it comes to thought patterns and it comes to life, it's exactly the same thing. I try and keep my mind optimized to get what I need done. If I'm ever in a stressful situation, I sit back and think, did I handle that the best? And if you do that long enough, you get to a position where next time a stressful situation appears, you understand it's a stressful situation, you understand the consequences, but you don't really feel the pressure that you did before. You don't panic, you don't rush, because you've been there before, you've been through it. And, with enough adversity, eventually I guess you get kind of good at adversity. You just get good at it. My brother and I recently had a very interesting few years. And we did fantastically well because we're prepared for those years. And a lot of people in our situation wouldn't have done as well as we did. So I think it's just a matter of looking back and analyzing yourself, analyzing how you performed, and making sure you're prepared for it to appear the next time. And God is fortunate enough to keep us entertained because He gives us endless problems. So you're never bored. So as long as you're prepared for them and you enjoy the ride, you know, we said earlier about positivity being biohacking. That's true. Everybody says that, you know, you should choose something you enjoy because that's how you make money, because you're good at things you enjoy. And that is true. But I think you can also reverse that. And if you enjoy everything you do, now all of a sudden you're good at everything. And I know that seems like a language trick, but it's true. If I'm forced to do something, which kayaking, here, kayaking. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to really enjoy this kayaking. I haven't been kayaking in 10 years. Yes, I'm going to kayak. And all of a sudden, I have more energy to kayak and I go further than if I didn't. So, if you enjoy things, you're good at it.
So, more plates, more dates. Recently did a blood marker study on you to kind of like quash all the rumors if you were on PEDs or any type of thing. Talk to us a little bit about the results, and if you saw anything on there maybe where, maybe I need to up my vitamin C or less vitamin D. Like in my case, I wasn't supplementing for vitamin D, but my genetic makeup said too much sun is no good. I'm overdosing in vitamin D. Did it open your eyes? Well, first of all, let everybody know what the results were.
Yeah, so my testosterone level's pretty high. It's at the upper end of the natural scale. I think that's just because I'm competitive. I think it's because I'm a very competitive person. I have a competitive environment I'm in, so I think my body naturally reacts to the competition. And like I said, if I think I want to be strong or I think I need to fight, my brain reacts to what I think. I tell my brain what to do, as opposed to being told what to do by my brain, like a lot of people are. You know, a lot of people feel sad and they're told to be sad by their brain, whereas I tell my brain to be sad. No, actually, I decide. So that's part of it, but it confirmed I wasn't on any kind of PEDs, which I never was. I've never needed them, and I've been tested my whole life. It did say something about cholesterol, that my cholesterol was high. And then I've read some studies that that's actually a good thing. But I was always told in traditional medicine, which I don't even believe in, that's a bad thing. You know, one of the things that's interesting about like not believing in science and studies is kind of like, where do you go from here now? Because I don't believe what doctors say.
Yeah.
But I feel in good shape. You know, I look in good shape. I train very hard, so I'm kind of at the point of, I know I look after myself. I train very hard. I know I eat well. I know I'm very physically fit. So it is what it is. You know, whatever I have is what I have, and I think I'm going to be okay.
So ever since we got into this biohacking journey, because of our son, I've gotten obsessed over measuring and seeing before and afters. In fact, about 6 months ago, I made it to the top 100 of longevity Olympics. I'm on 96.
Wow.
So I want to ask you, since you're so competitive, have you gotten obsessed over really like making it up to 150? There's a big obsession now amongst the biohackers.
There is, yeah. I see everyone saying that people are going to live a lot longer than before. And you know, if you would have said that to me 3 years ago, I would have thought that. But now I see it, the rate that we're advancing with AI and ChatGPT and all this crazy stuff's happening. And we're all so used to the world changing now that none of us even pay attention. Think about it. 3 years ago, there was no ChatGPT. Now everyone just has AI on their phone like it's nothing. Everyone just talks to the machine like it's nothing. We're all just like, yeah, whatever, boring. So what's going to happen in the next 20 years? I have no idea. It may be very possible. I'd love to live as long as possible, of course I would. But I don't really measure my health anything outside of my physical performance. I just measure my endurance primarily from fighting and from training. And I'm 38, I'm 39 in December. So maybe when I get a little bit older, I'll be a little bit more obsessed with the markers and stuff. But I genuinely feel good. And I think that's one of the most important things is I feel good.
Great.
Back up. Take bars now. I'm not listening. No more.
I optimize my habits for what makes me feel good. If I feel good, I do it.
Yeah.
And that allows me to have a more positive mindset, tied back into everything else, enjoying my life, enjoying what I do. So as long as I feel good, you know, that's what I optimize.
There's no need for testing.
I mean, yeah, I know that sounds kind of
ignorant, I guess now I hear it back. But truthfully, yes, if I try something, if I try a supplement, I am very, very conscious of the placebo effect. Right? You have to be capable of truly deciphering if it's the placebo effect or not.
Yeah.
But besides that one point, I'm very conscious of it. If I try something and I feel better, then it's good for me. If I try something and I feel worse, then it's not good for me. That's my basic premise.
Have you ever had any health battles or anything that kind of took you down for a while and then you were able to heal back?
Yeah, so when I was in jail, they identified a spot on my lung, and I had to have a lung biopsy from a Romanian jail cell, which was a fun experience. But that turned out to just be a scar when I had pneumonia when I was young. But even when they first found this spot, they were like, it could be cancer, it could be this, it could be that. I just knew it wasn't. But like, what do you mean no? So we need to do a biopsy like that. I just knew, like, no way. I just knew it wasn't. I don't know how to explain it. I just knew it wasn't. I felt too strong. I felt too good.
But what led to that? Did you feel something or what?
No, I had an x-ray on my chest, and they just found the spot. Like, this is a big problem. It's going to be this, 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 and this. But it never crossed my mind that it was. I just knew it wasn't, and it turned out to be a scar, and everything was okay. But I've never really had any serious, super bad health battles I've had to fight, luckily. I've broken ribs in fighting and broke my hand and that kind of thing. But it's amazing how the body heals. It's actually one of the most amazing things on the planet. It's actually a miracle how the body can heal. So it truly is a incredible thing. And I always believe I'll get better. So I'm luckily I've been doing so far. I've had nothing I've really experienced so far.
So this fight is coming up in when? December
20th.
December 20th. Out of curiosity, is this a warm-up to potentially maybe doing something in the UFC in the White House lawn?
Well, I told Dana I'd fight. I mean, that's one thing I love to do. And I'm not, I have fought MMA many times, but I'm traditionally a striker, I'm not a grappler, so would I get wrestled or beaten up? Maybe, I don't know. But I'm not really afraid of losing. I've never been afraid of losing. I'm afraid of not taking the risk and not taking the chance. I can live with a loss, but I can't live with the what if. I just can't. And that's been the motto of my life that's allowed me to be so successful. If I have an idea, I'm perfectly happy to try 100% and fail. But I'm not happy to not try it, because then it bothers me. And I'm not happy to try 99%, then it bothers me. So a lot of my successes in life came from me just trying to scratch an itch. Just like, I have this idea, it's annoying me. Now I have to give it my all. And hopefully, if it doesn't work, then I get to save some time. Oh, oops, it worked, and now I'm successful. Oh, well. So that's just how I operate. So, when you look back on your life, I think you're going to regret what you don't do. And everybody understands this, and everybody says it. But then nobody really lives that way. And I think if you actually start to live that way and start worrying so much about, in this new world we live in with social media and videos and pictures, and everyone's trying to impress everyone all the time, and nobody's really even having fun. They're just trying to look like they're having fun so that other people think they're having fun. You'll notice this when you go to a party. No one's having fun. And they sit there bored, and they get their camera out, and they're like, and then they put it away, they're back bored again. It's just they have to show the world they're having more fun than you. Yeah. It's all this endless competition, and everyone's so desperate to protect their reputation, and everyone's ego's got the better of them, and everyone's scared. But I don't really care about that. I don't care if I win, I don't care if I lose. I just care that I can look in the mirror and know I'm afraid. So I'm not bored if I am afraid I am doing it. It's perfectly fine to be afraid. And then act. In fact, talk about biohacking. I want to do that. Fear is a fantastic biohack.
say, you guys are crazy. You're speaking against the Romanian state. This is America. You can't talk against a judge. You're going to go to jail for 20 years. We didn't care. We kept to our guns. And in the end, somehow, here we are. It all kind of worked out. And it turns out you're right. Everyone's saying, you know what? He was innocent all along. So I guess if you believe in yourself and you double down and you dedicate yourself, and I was prepared to take the L, but I just couldn't take not trying. If I ended up in jail after telling everyone it was corrupt, I could sleep. I could live that way. I couldn't live going to jail after saying nothing. Imagine you said nothing to even defend yourself and you end up in jail anyway. So I had to do my best, and yeah, it all collapsed and fell apart. I think the world is getting crazy now. I think it's not just Romania. I think the whole Western world is getting a bit crazy now. I think a lot of our systems are stressed to the max. I think that the monetary system, if you look what's happened to dollars and gold and all these things, they're stressed to the max, and nobody believes in the medical system anymore for good reason. Everybody understands the judicial system can be weaponized, and that ain't real. Does anyone believe in the elections? Barely. You know, all of our systems are teetering on the edge. And what happens when they all break, I don't know, but perhaps now's a better time than ever to take as much responsibility for yourself as possible, not just with your health, not just with biohacking, but with almost everything, to sit and say, you know what, if all these things do break, you know, if the education system breaks, who raises my kids? If the medical system breaks, who takes care of my health? And this is how you have to think now if you're a responsible adult, because the days of just relying on the experts are long gone. And and I did that with my criminal case. I ignored all my lawyers, and I ignored my PR team, and I said, no, I'm innocent. This is a setup. This is corrupt. So I went out and guns blazing.
One of our guys, Adam, he was a student of yours. So talk to us about how someone can interact with you or your companies. What are the different offerings that you offer the general public?
Absolutely. So I have the largest online educational platform in the world called The Real World. Escape the Matrix. Join The Real World. Just join therealworld.com. It started pretty humbly. It was a while ago I was saying that advanced education is a scam, that university is a scam. I was explaining to someone, they said, I'm going to go to university, and I said, most degrees are a waste of time. If you want to be an architect or a lawyer or whatever, but most degrees by and large are a waste of time. And he said, why? And I said, because they suffer from double inflation. There's more degrees every year, and the price goes up every year. So it costs more to get one, and they're less valuable. So in both directions, they're a waste of time. And even more importantly, you're wasting your years, your most virile years. You're young, you're full of energy, and you're wasting your years just going to classes 3 times a week and partying, as opposed to really dedicating yourself to something. And he said to me, well, what else is there to do? And I said, you're right, what else is there to do? Are most people going to university just because of the So I decided to put together my own university. I never expected it to become as big as it was. And I basically found a bunch of millionaires I knew who made millions things. One with stock trading, one with crypto, one with XYZ. And I put together these 15 ways you can make money online. We structured it for people to begin with absolutely zero, with no knowledge, with no money, just to join and follow the lessons, follow the courses. And it became pretty big. It became pretty large enough for not only the British government to attack me, but they wrote about me in the mainstream media saying that my school is preventing people from going to normal education and how dangerous a person I am. And that's probably the reason they attacked me and put me in jail. And then my payment processor got shut down, and we got hacked by a government. We don't know which one. And absolutely, they tried to wreck us. They really feared my school because it was only $49 a month. So we were saying to people,
how many courses were there? Like how many weeks what's the graduating process?
Yeah, so it's $49 a month. There's a professor that's live for 10 hours a day inside the school, inside the chat. There's video lessons for every single course. There's also a chat room and a professor you can speak to in real time. Mm-hmm. We have certification coming, but it's not really about certification because we teach people specifically how to make money. Right. So your certification is making money. Right. Join, we'll teach you how to make money. Right. Simple. So we were so fantastically successful, we became enemy of the matrix, and big education is kind of like big pharma to make them mad. They come for you. I didn't know that they were the mafia too, but they came for us. Then I really upset them by buying university.com. So now we're on university.com. No way. Yeah, we've got the largest online educational platform on the planet. We teach people how to make money online. And I was basically saying to people, before you go and dedicate $100,000 to a degree, try 1 month of this. People are like,
I'm just saying, well, one doesn't have to substitute the other, you know? Now, what is the war room? Because someone told me, hey, Anthony, he has elite people in the war room. What is that?
So I have The Real World, or university.com, that teaches people how to make money online. And then the War Room is my private network, which is kind of almost like once you have money, when you want to meet other high-value people, when you want to meet other people who are doing amazing things in different industries all around the world. There's about 4,000, 4,500 of us, and we're basically just guys who have our lives together and we do it very
Nice.
So that's
No girls.
There's no girls in the War Room, unfortunately. I mean, all the guys have wives, so you can see the girls around, but it's
What's the war wife? Wife club. War wife.
I like that. So this is idea.
Do you have get-togethers or conferences or anything like that?
Yeah, so we have actually a big one coming up in Dubai. So each event, there's different themes. So some of them are primarily around networking, which are easy. Some of them are primarily around fun. We had these huge yachts in Croatia, which are around fun. And a lot of them are around testing ourselves. Okay. So we had a War Room event called The Test, and I told everybody, I said, you have 6 months to prepare for the biggest test of your life. And obviously nobody knows what it is. So they're going to the gym and they're trying to prepare themselves and they don't know what it is, and they all turn up. And they were all given MMA gloves and offered to go to a professional fight against an MMA fighter the next day on television in Romania. I think there's 100 of them. 65 said yes, 35 said no, because they like hurt. 65 got in there and got their asses whooped. I don't think anyone won, but they got in there and they tried.
They took the out.
But that's the lesson, right? You know, it's not about winning in life. It's about, are you brave enough to go in there and take an ass kicking? And a lot of them did, and they're better people for it. So we have these amazing events. In fact, we have another one coming up in Dubai. Beginning of December, we have one. I can't tell you guys what it is, because I don't want them to know what it is, but we have something prepared for them.
Well, what are they called? What is the title of the events?
The upcoming event is called The Purge.
The Purge. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
So basically,
Not like the movie.
you know, it's interesting. The reason I put the War Room together is very much the same reason I put University.com together. There was no alternative to traditional education, so I made one. When I first became very successful, I was kind of like, okay, I'm successful now. Where's all the cool success in me?
Right.
And you kind of get to a stage, you'll know, you'll get up there and you're like, well, where is everyone then? Is it, you know? And I was like, well, let me find the cool guys who are doing cool things.
Yeah.
So I launched the War Room, and we have some really amazing guys in there. I have to be careful. Like I said, we have guys who work in government, we have guys who are billionaires,
Yeah.
we have guys who don't have much money at all, but they have a massive ranch in Montana, and they just drive around on 4x4s all day, and they let us go there and shoot as many guns as we want. It's a great network of guys who are just trying to find their own version of freedom.
Right.
That's what it's about. And
Right.
all my friends are in there. So all my friends are. So
Yeah.
we all hang out and we get amazing things done. And Dubai is a fantastic hub for the world. We've got over 150 members. Lots of guys.
And health is a big component. I see you have people doing, because you not only are you making millionaires, one of the things we like to say when we have our journalists go around to different events, we want to interview health trillionaires, health millionaires, people that are healthy, their money is, health is the real wealth.
Well, you know, it's so funny because being in good physical condition or looking like you're in good physical condition or having a good physique, whatever, money can help, but you can't just buy it.
Correct.
It's one of the few things, it's like love, right? Money can help, but you can't just buy it.
Right.
And it's one of the few things left that's like that.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, maybe in 100 years from now, that will be long gone and it won't be fun anymore.
Yeah.
But the status symbol of being in good shape is that you walk into a meeting and someone knows your discipline. They know you can dedicate yourself.
Yeah.
They can read you up and down. Like, I don't want to come across as a bad person. I have enough bad press. But if a man walks in a room and, he's obese, you're going to think, does he have dedication? Is he disciplined? You've proved what happens once you're dedicated and disciplined. You should.
Yeah.
So, and I think these things are subconscious. I do think they cross your mind. So, if a man were to come to me and say, I want to be as successful as possible in business, I'd say, well, then you also need to be as healthy as possible.
Sure.
I think that translates.
Any husband tips?
Yeah. I mean, fatherhood, the one thing I will say is that I genuinely think it is the best thing you could embark on. And I think one of the saddest things about the world today is that everybody is so constantly distracted that nobody really thinks about kids. They say, I want kids later. I want kids. I do want them one day. I want to get my career. And I know it's hard because I know it's very difficult to pay bills now and money's out of control and inflation's out of control, and I totally get it. But when I see young couples and they're just obsessed with Instagram and get as many likes as possible, or buying an expensive handbag, or going on their 85th holiday, I think that the sooner people have children, the better. I think that you're never going to regret it. And every year you wait to have it, is a year you don't get it. So I would strongly recommend for everybody to have children as soon as they find a good partner they can rely on. And you'll work it out. One more thing I will say about kids is that they can be expensive,
but they're not as expensive. They're as expensive as you decide you want to make.
Yeah.
You know, it's like anything. It's like a car can be a Ferrari, or it can be a car that just functions. It's a Toyota, but it's still a car. A lot of people say they can't afford kids, and I look at their life and go, you can afford kids. You just buy a bunch of crap. You know, so I think that prioritizing children is a fantastic way to fix society by and large. I think one of the reasons why Western society is in so much trouble is not just because the population is collapsing. It's not just the mechanics of it, but it's also that people are losing their vested interest in their societies because they don't have children. When young couples would all move into houses in the street and they don't have children, everyone wants that street to do well. But when you have a whole bunch of cat ladies and transients and individuals who are on Airbnbs, who cares about the street now? Nobody.
Yeah.
So I think that, you know, encouraging people to have children and letting them know they're never going to regret it is the best thing, and say it's one of the best things I've ever done. And I want to have as many as I can, so we'll see how it goes.
You know, there's a saying, a lie goes around the world 3 times before the truth is tying its shoes.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say you're the most misunderstood man. I just feel like you're the most negative propaganded man, right?
Yeah.
What do you have to say to this brand new audience who may or may not know you, or just from the propaganda? What do you want them to know? Who is Andrew Tate? And forget about the past, because everyone's allowed to have a do-over, right? And so who is Andrew Tate today?
I like to think that my whole scenario is actually a exercise in critical thinking. And I'm going to approach this from the external with no emotion attached. I'm going to approach this how I would analyze the situation, imagining what happened to me happens to this. I'd sit and say, the amount of negative press this person has had, and from outlets that you can't even buy advertising. The BBC have written about this man over 1,000 times. You can't even buy advertising. Every single news outlet, from Australia to America, CNN, MSNBC, everyone constantly talks bad about this guy. So one, that's a lot of free press. I mean, you know, that's one degree of it. But secondly, considering he's never been convicted of a crime ever, and they are so desperate to attach these horrible allegations to his name, why would they do that? What is the intention of constantly trying to pretend this person's back when they can't even lock him up? And the only conclusion to come to is that they're afraid of the things I teach. They're afraid of my ideas. So they don't want anyone to talk about my ideas. They want everyone to talk about my allegations, because it's a setup. And I think it's pretty clear to anybody with a functioning mind by now that they have tried far too hard for this to be organic. This has been set up from the top. Now, I don't want to go through all the boring evidence I have that it was the British Foreign Office, but I literally have it in writing. It was the British Foreign Office, and the wrap-up smear is a pretty common tactic. They did it to Trump, did it to me. You know, they just insult you over and over, and they repeat the lie over and over, and they do anything it takes to convince the world that you're a bad person. Why did they do that to Trump? Because they fear his ideas. And I like people to sit there critically and just say, look, if Andrew Tate was truly guilty of something, he would be in jail. Especially as how hard they tried to get me. I would actually argue I'm one of the cleanest people on the planet, because with the amount of federal agencies that have tried to put me in jail, most people would be in jail. So I've done pretty good.
Wow. That's amazing. Resilience.
Yeah. We've interviewed, I think, almost like 350 of the world's leading minds, and this certainly takes the cake. You know, I really appreciate that.
And thank you. That means a lot to me. And you know, it doesn't matter what God you believe in, it doesn't matter if you believe in the universe, karma, whatever it is, but every time you show resilience, every time you show the universe that you're not going to bend, you're not going to break, there's rewards for it. I truly believe that. You know, I think the reason I ended up in jail, we talk about self-accountability, I can blame the UK Foreign Office, I can blame, you know, the Matrix, and the fact that we live in a culture war, and if you're too big in one direction of the culture war, they're going to come for you. And I can blame the fact that they knew I could affect an election and the elections were rigged. I can blame all of that. But truthfully, if you're going to wake up every day and you're going to go through life and say, no, I'm this man, I'm this guy, and I mean what I say, and I say what I mean, and I stick to my word, and I'm mentally resilient, and I'm strong, then God's going to test you and see if you really are who you say you are. He's going to give you a chance to embarrass yourself. I could have said sorry and gone out of jail right away. I could have been broke or cracked or cried, or I could have done any of the things. I could have signed the paper and shut up. I could have done anything they wanted, and I never did. So I think that, you know, when you wake up and you walk around with your head held high, that's a fantastic feeling. You understand that God is going to come along and test to see if you're really that person or if you're a faker. Yeah. And that's your chance to show God you're really that person. And once you pass the test, fantastic things will happen. So I think it's all an opportunity.
This was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Awesome.
In bed, what do you bring to him besides muscle arms and use hairy 30-year-old boss?
Take everything you want to say back to him? Mr. Shalon is saying, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You want a guy to bring you bed breakfast in bed?
We bring them emotional intelligence, we bring them our energy, we give them support, motivation.
Can you define emotional intelligence?
Yeah, we listen, we don't argue back, and
really?
Emotional intelligence, when something goes wrong, we make it hard to find
My son is 18, we run a train on my son trains. My son is 18, we run a train on my son trains 18, I'm getting a prostitute. I ain't gonna lie, but That might be the craziest thing I've ever heard. What you mean? Wait.
What the?
Your son about to crack something. Together. Not even like something separate, bro. He's talking about together, man. Nah, he's bugging.
Ladies and gentlemen, do I have a treat for you today? If you consider hearing somebody say something so unbelievably fucking gross and insane that if you somehow have a good opinion about
You know what's crazy though? I know he's trolling, but
He's not trolling.
yeah, that look be crazy, bro.
That nigga is not trolling.
That'll be completely unintended. It's a treat. I like it. Guys, it's the year 2026, and I think with that being the case, a lot of us have sort of just become numb to the fact that the worst fucking people on the planet are not only always going to be able to find an audience on the internet, they're going to somehow find a massacre. And, you know, some of the times it's not like super hard to understand, because the person being a piece of shit without them being like a critical piece of shit, or like somebody who needs to be kept away from the rest of society. But a lot of the times, those people find audiences too. And it gets to the point where I think if you want certain people and you can listen to them hear certain things and still support them, you should be investigated by some sort of federal agency. And I think if you are a fucking Blueface fan in 2026, you fit the bill for that. Recently, our Adrian Broner stream was already off to a terrible start. Blueface might be the worst fake I have ever heard a human being say. Blueface and Adrian were talking about their children and completely unprompted, Blueface starts talking about how his son turns 18 and wants to fuck prostitutes and run trains on women with his son. Yeah, I wish I was joking, or, well, I guess actually I don't really, because that would be, oh my god, I'm actively thinking about father and son spit roasting sessions, but yeah, this really happened, and I just have to talk about it, because why? Why would you say something like this? Why would this ever be something that you would say as a joke? Much less, why would you say something like this, seemingly capable of untrue running materials? You'll say it's the emphasis. How is it? Okay, so just the fact that Adrian Broner continues this conversation with Blueface and does not immediately ask him, what the fuck do you mean? I need to run a train with my son. Tells me that everybody in this stream is sick of it and should not be allowed around their children. So, like, look, I understand that Adrian Broner and Amy Gray both probably have CTE from being dead men sometimes. Sure, of course. Amy Gray doesn't even look up from Blueface saying this is extremely telling. If you are a well-adjusted human being and somebody says this to you, I think you should probably commit an act of violence against them.
My son did it. You motherfuckers are jumping on the train on him. Crazy. What the hell they got? They come on, fuck this bitch right? Hey, yo, this old ass nigga freaked out, man.
Yeah, so we've actually just escalated the situation. If you doubt your word up for saying that he wants to run a train on a woman with his son, maybe you two should be sharing a room at AX Flights. You guys should not be around the rest of us. That is for certain. I mean, like, seriously, the idea of having sex with your friend and basically saying that he wants to have sex with his child is like, what are we doing?
He didn't co-sign. He was never been doing it.
I would co-sign that shit.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Saying that, that's low-key funny, because it's funny, because I know he's true, that's the thing. And he's gonna be saying out-of-pocket shit for everything for a living. These niggas, bro, these niggas don't be like 80% of the shit they say.
Any of these guys, after this interaction, yeah, you're just as fucked up.
My son drank tea, nigga. I'm giving a prostitute. Why? Why you playing that shit? You heard him.
Okay, so I feel like now is a good time to point out that Blueface, as of right now, is mentioning two sons. I think he has another kid on the way though, and one of them is 9 years old, and the other is 2 years old. So not that I think it would make it any better if they were older, but I do think it makes it worse that they are this young and the same production. So imagine looking at your kid was in 3rd grade when your kid was a toddler
Niggas go there.
yeah, that's not crazy. I know a lot, bro. I gotta bring you better breakfast today.
Emotional intelligence, we bring our energy, people support, motivation.
You find emotional intelligence.
Yeah, we listen, we don't argue back.
Really?
Emotional intelligence, when something goes wrong,
So,
we identify
and still single.
who me?
Yes, you. Like, you're 30 and still single. So why?
Because I have my reasons.
You have high standards to them, right?
Well, it's in a long-term relationship, so.
I mean, like, no.
Oh, John did.
Yes.
Or did he end it?
No, I ended it.
Why'd you end it?
Because it was time to move on.
Right. So,
Time for something better.
so you want the next guy to bring you breakfast in bed?
He definitely will. But my ex did it too, so.
How much money?
I don't like talking about the last one.
Well, okay, that's fine. How much money does a guy have to make bare minimum to be with you? Annual.
Well,
Yeah, you be honest. 6 figures? More? I don't know. What is he gonna make bare minimum?
I don't know, bare minimum, 100K, I guess. At least.
Okay.
That's like,
Okay, so he's gotta make $100,000 per year and bring you breakfast in bed.
I'm already able to hurry because he goes 9 to 5 and hard work.
Yeah, shorty.
But on his days off, yeah, he can.
And then the other days you should do it too.
Of course. I'll do more.
That's why women are cool, bro.
You want the truth?
Yo, you guys are fuck, bro.
I bet she's bust down. Like, let's say you
What's a buzz now?
don't want to know.
That's crazy.
Yo, feminism has poisoned your guys' brain so much that you guys think that the man. Like, you guys think like it's appropriate for like number one for you to have like equal say to your man. He should be bringing you breakfast in bed. Like, this is like craziness in my mind.
So you just think you're a girl? Wait. So hard.
You guys like understand. See, this is a problem with women, right?
Do you enjoy doing nice things for women?
You guys don't have like critical thinking skills. Let me explain what I mean by this, right? You guys don't have critical thinking. Let me explain what I mean by this. So women want masculine men, right? That are assertive and dominant, etc. What kind of guy's gonna put on a fucking bring you breakfast in bed? I'll tell you what. A bitch that you're not gonna respect. That's why I say women say they want one thing, but the reality is you guys are attracted to and aroused by another thing. This is why I don't listen to anything you guys say. Because you guys don't even know what you're attracted and aroused by. You guys don't. If I ask you guys, hold on. If I ask a girl, what do you want for lunch? She won't even know. If I ask a girl, what do you want?
I know what I want right now.
What they'll say they're attracted to isn't what they're actually attracted to. They'll sit there and say, I want a nice guy. Then they get that nice guy. And then they're like, I have no right to propose to her. And then they'll say, well, I got a guy that's going to treat me well, bring me breakfast. This is a problem. This is why every religion never took you guys seriously. Because what you guys say and what you guys do are two different fucking things. You gotta be honest about what they're really aroused by. You want a guy's going to tell you to shut the fuck up when he needs you. You're going to want a guy that can be down. A guy that's assertive. No motherfucker bringing me breakfast and that's something so ridiculous is comical to me because you know better as someone from that part of the world. But you say that because you've been indoctrinated by the fucking in America that's run by Jews telling you guys, yeah, you should equal to a guy, blah, blah, blah. Ridiculousness. Absolute ridiculousness. And I'll tell you guys this, the longer you have this backward mentality, the longer it is. We say we're equal.
I think you're overthinking. I just want to agree with you. I think I think you're misunderstanding. Someone is married, he generally just wants to create things for his own son.
Maybe 1,000 y'all, a masculine man is never gonna fucking be breakfast. Here's here. Bring a breakfast so fucking. That's your fucking. I'm not doing that shit.
I know my job. I know my job. I have to take care of you. You need to hire somebody.
Because I'll tell you this, if someone brings into the house, you ain't gonna watch. Oh, I won't find them. No, I gotta. Stop like that. It's so annoying. Stop. Yo, anyway. So, what is that as a man, it's your job to do certain things, and a woman, it's your job to do certain things. I find it ridiculous that women want us to do their job sometimes. Like, no, I'm not doing it.
No, it's a treat.
A treat?
Yeah, like, we're gonna do it, you know,
Well, that's your night, nigga. I bring you shit. Yeah, that's
wow. That's usual. I mean, we don't have to.
I am actually. I'm so nice.
Such actually is, bro.
I'll tell you right now, I'm not gonna like it. You're not gonna get attracted to him like that. That's gonna be the guy that you guys friends on. That's gonna be the guy that, he's nice enough. I don't feel it. I'm telling you guys. The nigga that will bring you breakfast, you don't like it like that. Listen.
I disagree with that one. It's nice for a relationship. It's two people who love each other, who are best friends, who want to do nice things to each other. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with that.
That's another fallacy. Best friends in a relationship doesn't work.
It's a partnership. You're saying it's a partnership? You're signing a marriage contract. It is a partnership. What is marriage to you?
You're not saying, oh, you got my standards, you want to get it.
Yes, I did.
Partnership.
When you enter into a marriage contract, you're actually entering into a contract between two people. Contract between two people by default it's called a contract.
But how's it a partnership when he's bringing more to the table than you?
It should be. He's not bringing more to the table.
By definition, he's bringing more. You have higher standards.
So you guys are bringing more, maybe emotionally, lovingly, more
See, that's emotion.
Yes,
My brain hurt.
there's different values, different tangible intent.
See, here's the thing. Partnership assumes equality. The guy's not equal to you, he's better than you. So I don't think it's a partnership whatsoever.
Okay, I don't want.
She said she wants a guy that's better than her. So I'm going off of what she said. Look, just fucking comment a bunch of dumb shit.
I did say that. I mean, like, we can get to this point. Y'all both have y'all several opinions. Y'all are not going to agree. This is like, y'all are the only ones to the table.
Alright, man, just be quiet. You're not contributing anything. You're just blowing the IQ of the conversation. I'm just saying.
Everybody else is contributing, but y'all. Y'all are not contributing nothing. Y'all two at the table are the only ones speaking.
You're lowering the IQ of the conversation. You don't even know what the hell we're talking about. You're just yapping. I didn't know bars. You're not contributing anything. Logically sound that makes sense. What's up with the stupid ass problems with your country accent? You said a bunch of stupid shit.
All I said to you was, you're going in circles. I agree with you like 3-5 times. I know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, now listen to what you're talking about. That's not listening. No sense. Yeah, you're going to get this hearing before I agree for it. Yeah, it's not a partnership. If you guys are both coming in and he's contributing more, it's no longer a partnership.
No, he's contributing more financially.
Yes, which is a
Financially,
which is a
this is
critical.
one area.
Yo.
It's critical, yes.
Yes, so therefore it's not partnership.
Then maybe I'm picking more when it comes to the kids. If he's working more financially, this one's going to take care of children as well. So you're still giving more as well in a different way, maybe financially or not. Okay. It is a partnership.
Now, I expected on me well off in Iraq. Spent all my money getting killed by a few Johnnies. When I got back, I took it away in my bank account. Well, I didn't even want to try to fight out before it. I was happy to see the court papers. And then went to that game. After things that goes the rest of my life. Rest of my days.
Good for you.
Ridiculous. I knew that the lady next to my ring, when I took the moment I saw the side of her. Big money. For almost day, a woman deserves their value if you find the man they want. Youth, beauty, femininity, purity, but not being a hoe. It is easier than for men to earn their value through the hard work and grind. Big facts.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to say it, but I'll say it. If you're 30 years old and you're a woman and you're single, bro, you failed.
You could.
Chasing Okay.
The only thing a woman has to, why is the only thing a woman has to offer a partner to be married if you're a virgin?
Yo, South Carolina, let's go through this. You want to be the star? Let's go through this.
I'm not going to be a star. You're like really starting to take care. I'm not like her. I'm going to sit there and offer shit like that. You see, you ain't doing nothing but sit here and insult women. Do you like women? Do you like to suck dick or something?
Okay, let's go through this. Let's go through this. Is it easier? Is it easier?
I refuse to conversate with you because you hate women.
Oh, no, I hate women. Now, because
You hate women.
So
It ain't about what you're saying. I agree with a lot of that you're saying. It's about how you say it. Yes, that's a woman thing to say. God bless. That is a woman thing to say, but
Alright, so back to what I was saying. The reason why I said that a woman's a failure if she's 30 years old and isn't married or whatever, or doesn't care for relationship. Let me explain this. Is it easier for you to attract a man, or is it easier for a man to attract a woman? So what I'm saying is, by the time a girl's 18 years old, all she has to do is not be at work, nice and polite, and probably take her seriously if I marry her. On the other hand,
Not talking about friends.
yeah, but that's my point, is that it's easier for a woman to get a relationship. That's my point. So if it's easier for a woman to get married than it is for a man, and a woman isn't married by the time she's 30, who's the loser? The female. That's my point.
No, the female's the word because she's not submitting to an aspect. He was looking for loyalty. So the gentleman. So general man, if you want to talk about it being generalized, then the woman is winning because she's essentially having choosing what she wants and not having to submit to someone who needs
Okay, see, here's the difference, right? You still want a traditional family, right? Stop, because you just, look, you want a traditional family, right? You still want a family, don't you?
I think our definition of tradition is very different.
You still want a family, right?
A family unit.
You still want a family, right?
A family unit, but
You
you
still
got
want a
your
family.
version of traditional.
Okay, you still want a family, right?
A family, yes.
Okay, fine. Here's my point. There's women out there that are fucking, don't make money, don't have status, but have what you don't have. Okay?
You guys need to go after hours.
Hold on. Okay? I'm gonna come back to you, South Carolina, because you're ridiculous too. So, you keep getting on me. I love seeing that critical view. She's not. No, I'm talking about this one. She don't have this. So, anyway, that's what I'm saying. All right.
I don't have critical things for other people. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, anyway. So, you want to, so what I'm saying was, you want a traditional family, despite the fact.
Not your traditional. I want a family unit. Okay, guys.
You want a family, okay? Despite the fact that you're a lawyer, higher earning, college educated, etc., you still want a family. But here's the difference. There's women out there that have a family that don't want to be a fucking parent. So at the end of the day, women still want the same thing. They want a family.
Not everyone wants the same thing.
A majority of women want a family. Even someone like you who's career-oriented still wants a family, is my bottom line. Now, there are women out there that don't have what you have, but they have a family. Okay? Because that is the main thing for most women that want a family, regardless of career.
Just a family is not
Now, going back to what I'm saying, okay? Now, going back to what I'm saying, the path for a woman to get a family is fairly easy. Don't be annoying, be young, don't be a whore, and a guy will probably commit to you to some degree. So my argument is, if you can't get a guy when you're at your peak years, you're a failure. Because it was at the easiest and you couldn't do it. Now, going back to
I chose not to because I didn't want. If I wanted to, I could have most definitely just said, you know what, I'm gonna go and get married. But you know what, I don't want to do that right now because why? Because I want to have the ability to have my own finances, to have that position. So if I ever, so if ever I'm stuck in a marriage, if ever I'm stuck in a marriage down the line, I want to get divorced and have a way out. I have a way out. I'm searching my way out. I have my own bag. So I do not regret my past.
That's fine. Don't regret your path. What you have. Increase your standards while simultaneously lowering your own sexual market value and less congratulations. I'm talking to this girl, because she's the one that got mad when I said that. A girl that's in her 30s that's not married is a failure. The reason why is because it's easier for women to get married. If you don't get married at your peak years, you're out, bro. You're out. So
she's out of it. Just take your real, babe. She's out of it.
Okay, this has been 5 hours, nigga. Funny things. This shit is ridiculous, yo.
Like, this is why, like, yo, I'm telling you guys, I'm watching the show right now, bro. Get your fucking get a younger chick that's not gonna argue back with you. Don't fucking get strippers ever, or former strippers, even bitches are rich. The fuck girls that are in their 30s. You guys are seeing it right now, bro. Like, this is a fuck. This is a thing. And here's the thing. You're being disrespectful like this with 20,000 people plus watching. Facts. Right? And we're us with cameras on. You can only imagine how they behave with your dumb ass house regularly.
Imagine you guys.
This is how women behave.
I'm really sad for Amy's in a relationship.
Argue. Not all of them.
You really don't like women.
It's not that I don't like women. It's that I'm just telling you guys that
you really want a slave.
You might like women, but
you really want a slave. That's what you want. You want more slaves. Not even one. Maybe for pedophiles. You want
21-year-old girls like a 21-year-old girls are pedophile? What? Society's cooked.
Chase the man. No,
Society's
coming
cooked.
before me.
Oh my god.
No, next one. Chase the man. Tom and done all these women on the panel. The 30-year-old is a cunt and slut with masculine. This entire panel is all women who never get married. Red Bull Batman.
That's why I tell you, bro, don't date women that work out. Like, no offense, man, but bro, fuck. I should understand what
Basically,
I'm doing, right?
he wants a stupid woman who has no brain.
Chase the man, shout to my
guys.
See, here's the thing. Being educated does not make you intelligent. Big fucking Prince. You're educated, but you're still not intelligent enough to understand that men and women are different. Men want certain things.
Absolutely, men and women are different.
want different things.
I agree with that.
Being educated is not the same as being intelligent. But that's the problem. A lot of women conflate intelligence with education. So the more educated you are, the ruder you tend to be, the more emotional you tend to be, the less submissive.
Because the more we focus on
And that's what matter. It's not
men and
like this. Holy shit, we don't need that. I didn't want to pay her, bro. Bro, I just think. No, get off the lip, your fat ass up here, bro. It's not looking for this.
men that want
Listen to women talk like this. Okay? Listen, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yo, stop, girl. Get your fat ass up here, bro. Get your fat ass up here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're annoying as fuck. Just get your fat ass up. No, get off the lead, girl. I'm not waiting around. Just get off the lead, bro. Just get off the lead. Holy shit, we don't need to happen. Man, get the fuck up there, bro. Bro, just leave. Just get it, please. Just leave. Alright, fuck, leave. Just leave. So goddamn annoying, man. Oh, God, what do you mean you didn't have to say? You've been yapping the whole fucking time. Then leave. Get the fuck out of here. Girl, what the fuck? I don't know why you didn't leave earlier. That was the case you wanted me.
Yeah.
Fucking point, bro. And it's the fattest ones that got the biggest mouths every single time. That's why they're fat. Fat, flabby. Holy shit, man. Former stripper and shit. I'm like, goddamn, she got a lot of trauma, bro. This girl's a cunt.
What's the guys for you guys in Castle?
Please, put your fucking phones on, please.
Yes.
Put your headphones on.
6G. Alright, the only use for all women on the panel is to turn them into come downstairs, side chicks. Hump and dump every single one of them. Oh, shit. I give women that solid advice to all of them on the panel. If you want to obey a script to the man, every fight, argue, or show you how to behavior, fully obey a script to him public. Well,
I'll find yourself a skill. Just master.
just come, sir.
They were saying to the extreme. A girl that's submissive is a slave.
Yeah. And show your skin
Now be smart enough to understand what meant what.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
No, I agree with that.
All the ladies on
I
the
agree
panel
that
don't know
women,
if you're scrapping
if guys want something missing.
Number 3, all of you women.
Automatically submissiveness means a slave, which is just low IQ, like thinking. Like, are you a slave?
That's
No.
what I agree with.
It's a girl that's not gonna be a pain in the ass, gap, and argue with everything that I say and challenge my authority all the time. Like, guys just don't want this shit. And the thing is, like, you guys should reflect back on your life and think to yourself, damn, all those guys that I'm like, why did they wipe me up? Why did they take me seriously? Because there's probably some guys that got away from your rambunctious behavior, and then you think back, damn, maybe it is because I was being an annoying asshole. Maybe it was because I was questioning all the time. Maybe it was because I talked to you.
These are good ones.
You know what I mean? Like, I guarantee every y'all can look back and think of a guy that got away. You're like, damn, maybe it was because I was being reckless.
Good job.
And I'm telling you right now, Miss Blair, bro, you are gonna stay single for the rest of your life. You're gonna have to either A, lower your standards, or B, you're gonna have to either lower your standards, or B, stay single. 1 and 2.
Okay.
You're not gonna find a higher earner that's gonna take you as seriously and work married. I'm telling you.
All of you women will have to accept that your man will have a woman.
I'm the first guy that has money to finally tell you that to your face. You either gotta change, I'm telling you dead. 1 of 2 things. You're either gonna A, have to change and shut up more, or B, lower your standards and get a guy that you're gonna support financially. It's gonna be one of those.
It's gonna be notable. It's just not gonna be. I'm not gonna be wearing some of the best year then I'll be totally fine.
Every guy that has money has my values. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
I know several 7-figure earners, several who do not have insane traditional. That is not insulting. That is not insulting. That is not insulting. That is not insulting. That is not
You know what it is? 6, 7 million earners that you're talking about, they just don't tell you that, but this is how they think. Yes. See, here's the thing you ladies gotta understand. For men to make a lot of money and reach a certain level, they gotta have a certain mindset, okay? When they have this certain mindset, they gotta push through a bunch of bullshit. Every time to push through that bullshit, it takes a lot of endurance, it takes a lot of strength, it takes a lot of ability to, resonate with your values. Once they reach that level and they make that kind of money, they have a certain mindset. So the last thing they're gonna want to do is sit there and talk to a woman as if she's equal to him. They don't want to argue with you. So what they'll do is either A, be like me and say, yo, this is how it goes, or B, they'll lie to you and say, oh yeah, no, I'm not like that, blah, 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 just to get laid. Yeah. But then unless you get a ring from one of these niggas, I don't want to hear nothing, bro. Because they all do the way that higher earning men make money to not listen to women. I promise you, Max, I'm telling you, bro. Guys that make money, this is how they think. This is how they think.
Hey, by the way, after this,
whether they tell you or not is another thing. I'm telling you how they think. You can either take that information and listen to it and be like, damn, I need to change, or stay the way that you are and do it.
After this, no business will be fantastic. Highest delusion, therefore slighted behavior, because we belong to the streets. Such and such status. Ben Heisenberg says, to the old hags trying about sexism, the next time you get let in the club for free, tell the promoter that's not fair.
There's pretty privilege.
There's pretty privilege. To this point, it shows that how modern feminism has destroyed every single one of these ladies. Sexual revolution is also ruining women as well. Big facts. Minor fact, access, 2 questions. Number 1, what's society improved to be smarter? Feminist women, getting easier for men. Ladies and gentlemen, better trees, more chairs, women's rights. And the fact that okay. Hey, Marion and Fresh. Here's the best lesson to teach this now. That's how all the American men get women from 4 countries that not be wives, let the American women alone. Bro, that would be
Je suis là.
You got James? What's your girl too down from Myra?
Caroline.
If a guy who had holes in his shirt and baggy jeans came to you to spit game, would you turn him down? But you didn't know he had 35 Bitcoin in his account. That's all. Keisha Girl says, times have changed. Join us. Join us, guys. 1X, I've been working marathon, love y'all. Talk to you 1. Weird and healthy. Question for the woman, if you are all as valuable as you think, then why aren't you valuable, wealthy, physically fit, tall, handsome, and begging to marry? Simply, we all know it.
Sorry, I'm sorry to go before you. So.
You, that is it, bro. Sorry,
Yes, why am I getting disrespectful?
It's all, bro.
No, I know, I had talked for like 30 minutes. I've been quiet.
Nigga, when I talk to you, talking the entire time.
I was so quiet.
Good? Fellas, okay, this trip was the 4 of us. Thank you, ladies. I promise you, between you and Myra the whole time. We'll do the last thoughts on the show. Thoughts on the show, get a little bit. Thoughts on the favorite.
I think it was interesting. How dare you? And yeah, I appreciate from sharing my thoughts and bringing everyone's thoughts.
Wish you the best, basically. What about you?
I'm not gonna be simple. I got no thoughts because I get disrespectful. So you're gonna.
Well, should we talk to men people don't talk to us?
I don't talk to them.
Really, nigga? What's that? I promise you'll see what we're talking about. That was bad. What about you?
I have a headache. From all the yelling.
I didn't see it.
Oh my god. I'm done. Good night, y'all.
What about you?
Interesting, but I'm not sure if I could really go on right now.
Understandable. Thank you, couple.
Yeah, there's honestly a lot of back and forth. I understand both sides, obviously. I wish there was a little less disrespectful on the men's aspect, but other than that, I feel like it was a little important.
Thank you, couple.
It's a lot. I'm just over here taking in everything.
What is that? For real? Yeah. Oh my god! discussion of something that is so carefully structured, your date will be amazing. Okay? I mean, we're going to date.
Set them up right now.
Oh, no.
There will be no chat.
I don't even know what's going on.
You're gonna be DMs. No DMs. Yeah.
Thanks again for sending the children the other way.
Alright, so stream on Monday. We have a special guest for buying cars, car market. Yusuf, shout out to him, Barbara Yusuf. He's a big Instagram/creator on TikTok. He's gonna be here for Money Mondays, and then of course Wednesday we're gonna have a special guest as well. Sit tuned for that. And W stream.
We're on it right now. You can ask the question.
Oh, ask Chris. Yes. Sure.
Ask a question.
Oh, alright.
Yeah. Unless, if everybody's gotta go, you can go.
Alright, good. Guys, good.
They don't want to go out here. They don't want to go out here.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay, if you weren't allowed sex, money, or status, what would make a woman stay with you? Surprisingly, bro, I had work up. I was fucking doing this shit.
Yeah, facts.
That's not, yeah.
Facts.
We have done this podcast, fuck you.
Why do you feel like that?
How dare you? What's that?
Why do you feel like that?
Well, because, number one, we have a very, I guess, bad reputation, you could say. Yeah, probably. Just like shit for feminism, we shit on Jews, and, what else? Feminism, Jews. No. Zionism. Black people. Spanish. Yeah, it's a racist, man, so that's what it is, yeah. We make fun of it.
Why are you saying we? Look at that podcast.
Well, that's me.
Thank you, Mark.
I got more girls when I work for the government. That's why I was working law enforcement.
Having the rental knowledge and just being a regular guy, I did way better because
I did way better.
I was undercover.
Yeah.
Shit. It was cool. This shit's like, oh, you're that guy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great.
Yep.
Why do you feel like
I got a silver. I got to be more solid.
No. Because like,
What do you want to do?
they want something?
It's like
it's like that.
So, can I?
I look at women as inferior to me, so I don't really get mad if I don't like, you know what I mean, get like, I'm more focused on like my work. I'm very focused on my work, so like women are kind of a byproduct of it. If it happens, great.
That's the first issue.
That I think women aren't fair.
Yeah.
They are fair.
For you.
I mean, biologically speaking, women are inferior.
Let's not get into that conversation again.
Yeah.
I know, but it ends there though.
He keeps saying it's like a second priority of his business.
Yeah, but biologically speaking, women are inferior to men in almost every way. That's a fact. Now I know you don't like hearing that.
I'm not gonna argue with you.
There's nothing to argue. You're wrong.
I think religion has a
Like,
big role.
that's what the religion is. Every religion says it. Every religion, every group of people, we all come to the same conclusion that women are inferior to men. This is a biological fact. I know you don't like to hear that.
You could jump to your next question.
Wait, chat. You want a form? Hold on.
You know what's amazing? Like if with biological fact, I know you don't like to hear that.
You could jump to your next question.
Wait, chat. You want a form? Hold on.
You know what's amazing? Like if with if I said something negative about men, right? None of us would
Say it. Because you have it.
I actually did. I said that men want to have sex with a bunch of women.
How's that negative? That's facts.
Hold on. I said men are gonna cheat. I said
That's facts.
I said that men are.
That's a degree.
notice how, like, I can say things that are negative about men and nobody gives a shit
It's
about
not that negative though, those are just facts.
Okay.
When
And
you
women are
say
parents of men, that's a fact.
men and women are humans. We are all the same species. Human
Chat wants 4 more hours.
Yeah, they could.
That's great. 10 niggas.
You have to pay them. Those two can do That should be my third dream by now.
It's like, I mean, I don't know why you're getting angry at the truth. Like, men are.
I'm not angry.
You're like, oh, you're saying all the XYZ. It's the truth. Women are inferior to men in everything. They don't build anything. The society's built by men. I mean, you want more facts about how women are
Men? I mean, sorry.
What do women build? Women don't create any infrastructure. They don't build anything.
Oh. Women create men.
And you need a man to create a man. You need semen to do it. So there's nothing really that women can do that men
You need
can't
our
do besides have
uterus to
kids.
recreate though. And we need calories.
See, they don't like the truth. Women are inferior to men in every way that matters.
Do you care your men and women are human beings? We are valuable in different ways. We are equal human beings. We are different biologically. We tap into different feminine, different masculine. I think we're equal human beings under the sun. We're equal in each other. That's all. That's the case then, I don't know. I'd love to in the first, but my first.
Central Group.
What's the
countries for the chat. Oh, you gotta go? Nobody cares. Get up. Alright.
Brad, Short's with you tonight.
Why you ain't fuck with me, niggas, man? Come on, man. Come on, man.
It's the truth.
Should I go?
Me too. Oh, I don't know.
You can leave. You know what? Just leave. All of y'all leave. I'm gonna fucking kick the show on. Just leave.
No. I don't want to leave, but
Take their names off the fucking thing. Just get out. I don't really go for it.
no, I'm fine.
Just leave, bro. I'm not gonna rush my goddamn show because women are. Just get the fuck out. Everybody get up and leave. Everybody get up and leave. Honestly. Just get up and leave.
Thank you very much.
It's like, Russian man show's like, bro, I want to fucking say my piece. These women over here like, bro, go home, sleep, whatever the fuck, I don't care. Turn in, put the fucking mind out shit, I don't give a fuck. Like, keep this shit going. I want to cover the news anyway. This shit annoying, it's already off.
Yeah, this man.
God fucking damn.
To be honest.
Holy shit. I gotta go. Get the fucking thing, man.
I gotta say, Chris.
Shit, bro. We're not what the fuck anymore, man.
I gotta say, Chris.
Get the fuck out of here.
I gotta say, Chris.
What's that exit?
They all have no ass.
Oh, God, man. All of them? Not that one.
No, bro. No ass, bro. Only one I left clear.
Bro.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
I'm petty, bro.
Yeah, bro, big fucking. Bro, both y'all niggas fucking enjoyed that shit, bro, because I don't, man. Holy shit, man. Oh, fuck, man. God damn.
They all weird, though.
Shit's annoying, man.
And we're expensive.
Yeah, we do this shit so you guys live too, bro. What do you guys learn from this? The take home from this, bro. Make fucking money, acquire status, and like be selective on who you fucking date and take serious, bro. These modern women are cooked, bro. Y'all can see the feminism is indoctrinated in them. They think that they're equal to you, and they get mad when you say that they're fair when they really are. They don't know nothing. They think they deserve everything. Like, no, shit's cooked. Shit is cooked.
Also, enjoy the experience. Have fun, but take them serious, bro.
Bro, none of these bitches, man. It's only.
Yeah.
Holy shit, bro.
Listen, when I meet a chick, I vibe, we have energy, we have fun, and that's it. On to the next one, because,
Yo, this feminist ideology, man.
they work.
Holy fuck, man.
But,
And you know what the crazy part is? Notice how, regardless of education level, all believe the same shit. You guys notice that? We had fucking escort on here, lawyer on here, OnlyFans bitches on here. They're like, same mindset. Regardless of education, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Doesn't matter if she's educated or not, bro. The feminist propaganda permeates everywhere.
TikTok, right?
Doesn't matter. Education or background. I like you. No, you still be a raging bitch. Doesn't matter. Does not fucking matter. Okay? I'm telling you. The The fucking Jewish influence is strong. Communism is here to fucking stay. Education or not. Same bullshit, bro.
Well, there are some solutions though. Gospel bro, or reverse gospel bro. Which is being most foreign girls in America. But again,
it's gonna be tough. Yeah, it's gonna risk, bro. It's gonna be tough. Cause like, yo, like, the problem is that once they come to the United States and they get this mindset, it's a matter of time.
Friend, yo, every man.
Yeah, bro. Your chick coming in here. Hey, you gotta bring me breakfast in bed. Does she fucking shit like a fucking, I don't know what that is. Just back. It's not a song. Bro, how you gonna tell niggas to bring you breakfast in bed? So what the fuck? These niggas are delusional. How you fat tell niggas to bring you breakfast in bed? What the fuck? Yo, we're cooked, man. We are cooked. 30 years old. From a block to still have this fucking mindset of being fat and tell niggas to bring me breakfast in bed.
Let me show you. Let me show.
Yo! Cooked, man.
Oh, we go to Brazil. Kids is there. I'm good.
Shit dangerous as fuck, man.
I'm all there.
I'm going with you.
I'm a vlogger.
I'm going with you.
That's me hard. I got one phone.
Brazil.
No, China, bro. Hell no, I'm China, nigga. I'm trying to die over there.
China's safer than there.
China's fire.
China's safer than Brazil.
China is fire, bro.
China's way safer than Brazil.
China's awesome. Sao Paulo or Rio? Because,
Brazil ain't safe.
The phone over there. He's having a phone.
Oh, yeah, we know that. But yeah, bro, like, yeah, guys, look, the bottom line is this, bro. You guys gotta make money, get status, and fucking, like, be in a position where you can pick the chick, bro, and understand that this last man includes it all. Canada, Sri Lanka, US, wherever the fuck, education level, whether it's a lawyer or a dumbass bitch that's a reformed stripper, they all have the same dumbass mindset, bro. You gotta literally be on your P's and Q's, bro, and this is the real red pill. These bitches, 99% of them are not worthy of wife, just sex only, man. You guys gotta be fucking careful, man, with these girls, bro. I'm telling y'all, man.
Yeah. We got another check here.
Yep. Good. And you gotta literally be on your P's and Q's, bro, and this is the real red pill. These bitches, 99% of them are not worthy of wife, just sex only, man. You guys gotta be fucking careful, man, with these girls, bro. I'm telling y'all, man.
Yeah. We got another check here.
Yep. Ready because they're heading tonight. This panel needed more of your knowledge environment like elevator with Cosmo Bros. Nigga, they don't know. They don't care. Now just wouldn't. It would not matter, bro. These girls are, dude, they couldn't even understand the first concept.
Insufferable. You gave every analogy in the sun.
Nigga, they couldn't even understand the first concept, bro. Like, can't run that shit, but bro, holy.
How dare you?
The lawyer would not shut up, bro. That dude, that was so annoying, bro.
Yeah.
Every second it's like, this is not, bro. I know you're practiced to argue, but Nick, please, like, oh man.
Yeah. The wage gap thing was the worst.
I kind of felt some chemistry going on. Yeah, no.
Crazy, bro.
It was a little bit. Just not.
Well, for her, that shit was a headache for me, bro.
You know,
I don't fucking like arguing with them, bro.
you was back to
I don't think so, man. It's just,
what if she didn't talk at all?
then I guess.
Honestly, yeah.
It's got to a point now, man, where like women talk too much, bro. I start to get angry, bro. Nigga, I start to like there starts to be like I just hear wah 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 wah. Like, bro, like, oh my god, nigga, I'm slowly becoming a misogynist. I was like, bro, I don't want to be around. Like, yo, holy. Here's the thing. Let's be honest here, bro. Let's be all the way at 1,000. All the niggas that are red pill aware that actually like get girls, like we don't really want to be around these bitches like that, man. We just want to like get sex and fuck us out of it. You know what I mean? But you gotta be around them to get laid. So like, man. But it's like, bro, if we're like not like if it's like downtime, like you're not like you want to do something else. Like, let me go research shit, look at history, whatever. I don't genuinely enjoy the company of women. I just don't, bro. I don't. Outside of sex, I'm like, oh man.
Get me out of here. I think we'll all enjoy having them around us. Because it's a better ambiance for beautiful women there.
Yeah, outside, but like when you're at your house, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, like, Yo, honestly, I think like if you're like the type of nigga like you enjoy female company, like at your house and shit like that, and like you know, and she's not like your, I guess, long-term girlfriend or something like that, or you just want, yeah, like something's wrong with you, bro. Like if you're not having sex with her, she's not like your main girl, and you just want to be around women all the time, something's wrong with you. You're probably like something wrong.
You're in the friend zone.
I'd rather be by myself around smart niggas that I can learn from. You know what I mean?
Or making money.
Or making money. But like being around girls, it's difficult to do that. Let's be honest.
That's why I understand why niggas pay. But like, and I can't do that. That's the way why niggas pay. In and out. Like a coach.
Yeah.
Coach happens, travels the world, fucks, drinks all of those girls, and then he's back to business.
Yeah.
The coach is living the dream right now.
Yeah, like niggas that, all the guys that make money, bro, the niggas that just paying for boxes.
Yeah.
You can't do it though, bro. Like,
I wish niggas, fresh face, nigga. I wish I could, nigga. Do it easier. I never happened.
It's crazy. I remember when I used to just smoke and drink for fun. 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 13 says, "Be full with the mind that are learning fully so to set your hope on the grace to be wrong."
It's sweet, actually, yeah.
But
yeah.
I wish, bro.
Yeah. The reason why she got all mad is because you didn't pay.
I don't get a partner in that shit. Whatever. But yeah, fellas, it's Found Sports ready.
Yeah.
Prepare for the worst.
Hope you guys enjoyed that.
And get some
nigga.
Get some money out.
That's some pain.
Chase says, "Hey, Fresh."
nice thing is you use? So you call this a big deal?
What does that? I'm gonna talk like you guys. 40 feels like. Jeez. The D&D. This summer. Jeez. The D&D.
You want to be nice thing is you use? What? Be nice thing is you use? So you call this a big deal?
What does that? I'm gonna talk like you guys. I'm gonna talk like you guys.
It's over. We are I had literal prophecy about me, like being in wealth, being surrounded by, prosperity, So it was already predestined to happen, I just had to wait my turn and just get things to work with being patient with me, and all my trial, all my errors, man, Lord, never took his hands off me, man. Never beat me up enough to where I would want to quit, He disciplined me enough to where I could get my head back in line and get my foot back on that narrow path that we were fighting. So he's blessed me with a family. He's blessed me with a family that's not even blood related, that made me a little bit closer to my blood relative, And for that, for his grace and his mercy, I'm just trying to be grateful, man. I just want to do my best to show my appreciation to the Lord and steward the rest of the stewardship gift that the Lord has given me. Steward my wife, be faithful to her, honor her, get my life on her, and be obedient to his word, so I can show my gratitude and appreciation for what he gives me. So, for anybody that's looking for anything, man, stop looking for stuff. Stop looking for fulfillment. Stop looking for purpose. This world has no fulfillment. This world is filled with wickedness, lust, lewdness, drunkenness, revelry, idolatry, adultery. None of this world is stuff that satisfies. Because if they could, they would have already been satisfied. We're still going around searching for rest, searching for love, searching for peace, searching for joy, and all the wrong places, all the wrong places. Something that stuff ain't right. This is the only thing that's alive. It's the only thing that's true. It's the only way to be king. It's the only way to rest. It's the only way.
This nigga just hated it while we was alive. No fucking way. We're not doing after this. He's talking today. I'm not in the network to move right now, bro. I gotta fuck with you.
So tonight in the shoot for GT, we're doing something in here good for me. Coach being approved, make sure it was good, make sure my hair fit, all that. To be honest, I don't even know how that was supposed to fit, but we figured that shit out. So then I got into all my gear, so we could handle behind the scenes. And then I tried on the GT gloves for the first time, and I really liked them. This whole set is honestly super tough, so of course I had to test out the gloves, and it's a little comfy. I'm so excited now to have all my gear and continue training with GT.
Here's how I.
Be honest, it's Ernest Williams. This is your girlfriend. That means you can just drive her too. Don't fucking lie, man. Ernest Williams, this is your girlfriend. You think I don't look good too? Wow, nigga. They know what I'm saying. They know what I'm saying. And you think this one good, you don't want to do it. Vice versa. They don't understand. That shit on the hand tag, they don't understand.
You did. Don't play with me.
I
This has to be gay.
person telling you your relationship with work has been single for 6 years. The person in particular contacts zero hopes, zero risk, zero skin in the game. It's like I have a master class. What can you do about what you should be doing? It's crazy. We actually sit and let people, no results, hard in our process. We let spectators coach us like they staying a long time ago. Safe, risk-free, watching you breathe in particular form while you do it. The loudest critics are usually the most active, but usually the most afraid. So they say it's safe, warm, turn their fear into content. They call it keep it real. They're not fear. They can't take it because it's a trial, to put you in the dark, to fail to reveal again, to keep going when nobody can see what you see. If someone hasn't built what you're trying to build, their opinion is entertainment and education. If someone hasn't survived what you survived, their advice is theory, it's not a testimony. It makes them so imagine who cares how to do yours, ask them a question, show them yours. Watch how fast they can apply it. For free, it's not really asking them, it's always free cost. People who think that person spend their job critiquing people still paying. So it's always the people in it.
It's a prank.
That means you can't tell her what to do. That's what, yeah, pretty much. Makes sense.
So never did. press. Take it my shoulder press on right now. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Fuck me up. What's else? I mean, my money back on you. Man, toot your shit, nigga. You don't have to, really. It's not busy. Get the arms there, boys. Damn, that's just like what's up, guys? Today, I'm here with my trainer, Ismail Abdul Khalid. He's going to teach me how to do some triceps. Today, he's going to teach me a great example of it. Bring it down to his lower arm, put it back up to his knees. I'm going to do the exact form. Let's see if I can nail off the arm. Nigga, I need to get out. We're at 50. As he said,
Never supported me, but needing my network, my resources, and my help is wow. It's crazy work. You didn't ship a post. You never bought a product. You never showed up to an event. You literally watched me build the entire building from across the street with your arms crossed. And then the second that it started raining, you were the first one knocking on the door asking for a number. You're treating my life like it's some type of free trial. Doing all the premium features of my success without paying the subscription fee of just genuine support. There's a lot of free stuff you can do, and you don't even feel the irony about it. You call it full confidence, no hesitation. Like, the relationship you never invested in comes with benefits you're somehow entitled to. And the crazy part is, I used to think that being a good man and getting access to everyone was excellent. But I had to learn the hard way that feeding a parasite doesn't turn it into a partner. It just makes it a big parasite. The people who were there before the network existed, before the resources, before any of it made any sense, those people get access. That's the benefits of loyalty. That's compound. If you didn't clap for me when I was in the dirt, you don't need to. Your access to my resources is directly tied to your investment in my process. Proximity to my progress is not the same as participation. You didn't invest. It's not you gotta give access to me. Never supported me, but needing my network.
Athletic scholarship.
Yep.
You don't turn this off. Chat to me.
Alright, so what NIL does he get?
We're not arguing on deals right now, Doc.
Wait, give me some.
You like it?
No, but I'm saying, I got hella offers from North Carolina. I want to play for you.
North Carolina and the who would you want to play for?
I would want to play for SU. I don't know why. Look, it's an upcoming program. I want to be a part of change. I want to be the reason why SU has banners up in the Raptors. North Carolina is mainstream. Let's put SU on the map. I want to be a franchise player. LeBron James, Wemby, SGA. That's me.
We'll put this right here.
Who's that?
We're going to stay in touch.
Stay in touch. Okay.
Fine. All right.
Okay, but also I got a gift for you. I'm saying, take that. Also, I got a question for you. What's Capital Friends?
Capital Friends?
Yeah.
Paris.
Okay. What are 3 branches of the United States government?
Do what?
3 branches of the United States government.
Legislative, and legislative, judicial.
Yeah, let me see that photo. Legislative, judicial,
and
so as a dean, right, you have to be educated, which means you went through all the college courses.
No,
I'm just asking you questions because You're not. Because you're not qualified. If I go fight for you, I'll take my ass to Duke. You don't know SU. You don't know your shit. I'm weak. Don't you say damn thing to me, nigga. Like, get you. Ready? Ready or not?
Oh, I stuck him.
I got that though. For real? You gotta get it down there. Forward.
I'm hit. I got a skill.
ADR shot me. I'm off the bridge. So that scales it, man. You can do that. How you know you shoot? I'll check that too.
But I'm trying to be great. Like that.
Tag got them. Tag got them. If I hit this motherfucking tag, give me that.
Oh my God!
I got him.
Black Monday reminded. Your favorite thing? Food? Shit.
You okay? You sure? You good? Okay. My name is King. Nice to meet you. Yeah. You good? Okay. Oh, me? Am I playing? Oh, I'm not. I'm screaming. Huh? You okay? Okay. Have a good day, okay? Okay.
Addie has a child. This is the vlog.
Microphone!
What does that mean? I'll leave you in America. This is my scenes for today. Road to a million.
Yeah, they gave me young subscribers.
What? Do you want to come to the bar with us later?
I was thinking about it.
Addie has a child. This is the vlog.
Fuck yeah, I'm not gonna try to kill you, faces and some old ones. So we'll go ahead and start right on the first. What's your name?
My name's Ryan. I'm 21. I'm living there for 2 years. I don't work at the moment. I just do things.
He's coming on to the streets.
I got engaged.
Oh, you're engaged? What? Wait, who married you? Oh, that's
Well, I didn't get married. We both are going to work and stuff, and so like we're definitely still.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, so you guys were engaged when you broke up?
Yeah, I've known him for like a month, but like we still talk to each other every day. So it wasn't like a full breakup. It was just like a big argument that.
Why did you guys break up?
Well, we just argued a bunch for like when we moved in, we was getting a lot, but there was like these two roommates who would argue a bunch, so we just need like time apart. I think it was just too soon to like move in.
Okay, so you're engaged with.
He looks so good. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I see culture like
Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up?
YouTube
What's educational recruitment?
bachelor's degree.
Education?
Political science, and I did some graduate MBA and some law school.
Wait, you finished that?
No, but I'm trying to go back to law school.
How do you put That's a mess.
I'm singing.
Yeah, what kind of relation status?
Single.
Are you president?
Yes.
And how do you put
I don't know.
Why now?
Disclose.
Anything undisclosed?
I mean, yeah, I'm disclosed.
Introduction, got it. Okay, what's your race? Why?
Black hair.
Why? What?
She's foundation.
Yeah.
Alright, what about you? I don't know at all. Okay, where are you from?
I'm from New York.
What state?
Iowa.
Okay. You want to go work now?
No, like Des Moines area, but I also live in Kansas City as well.
You're living out my entire stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do?
I do modeling and sales.
She belongs to the street.
Point down.
He comes. Are you being in Miami at 19 years old?
Yes, with my clothes on.
She said, what do you do for sales?
No.
Alright, nice to meet yourself. High school. Very cool. What do you mean?
Nah, nigga. I'm tripping.
studied in Quebec. It works different.
So high school is high school.
No, it's after high school. It's session.
Like the associate's degree? Like 2 years?
Yeah, exactly.
Relationship status.
Sorry?
Relationship status? Right. And she's a man. Yeah. Right, Jessica?
No.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I have the ID.
Yep. That's bad, bro. 4 is true. Alright. Right, and what's your acting background?
I'm with the reason to.
ISIS, I just up the prices. You are in Vegas, I just up dices. Prices, upon prices. Look and see movement. Your anger makes me excited. It's shine for me. On a different time.
The young lady next to me wants to leave. She just feels uncomfortable coming.
Yeah, I mean, you need to go.
First of all, I want to sit on that side. My back has been better settlements.
I mean, like, you have a whole one case. Go ahead.
Oh, what?
First, I want to sit over there, and I like my bedside. I was like, okay, I feel uncomfortable. Wait, she, oh, you know why? Because, like, nobody knows she's mine. That's what it was. Alright, she said you're an artist. I see you as a nurse. What's your test?
Single.
What's your wearing casket?
No.
Birth permit. Did you guys come with that girl?
I did.
That's what I
I think she's probably just nervous. But we both live in Virgo, like live in Orphans.
Oh, really?
Wait.
No. She said that's or something. So I just,
I think she just probably. This is her first time. Maybe she was reading the comments. She probably read the chat.
I told her to text.
Can I just play it?
Oh, God, it's kind of tonight. So that's beautiful. What's your background?
Kuwaiti.
That's funny. Do you speak Arabic?
No. Oh, boy.
That's kind of funny. Hello. Okay, how long you been?
I'm tired.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ottawa, Canada.
So you guys come together?
Yes.
Right. What do you do for work?
I'm a housewife.
High education level good for you.
It's cool.
What was your sex?
Single.
Are you in school?
No.
Good lady. Nobody appreciate it.
No.
All right, and then race.
Then you stop playing, then it falls apart. You've been together for so long, you forget that it actually takes effort. And bills just keep paying. Problems just get solved. They end up peace in the house if it's on its own. It doesn't build that. Maintain it every single day. And nobody notices it because you make it effort. That's the curse of consistency. You show up every day without complaining. You stop seeing it as a choice. You start treating it as a guarantee. Your reliability becomes physical. Your sacrifice becomes expected. The moment you pause, the moment you take a step back, suddenly illusion is now they pay. That's what happened. It happened the whole time. You just didn't see it until you stopped. There's a version of respect that can only occur by accidents. People who panic when you go by, who feel the shift and respond to it, they don't what's next to do it. You don't. You just keep on. You say, the people who only notice when something stops working for them, that's not true love. That's stupidity. It's wearing the face
most men won't stop. You gotta keep caring, keep being the invisible foundation nobody thinks, because that's what the Lord does. Just because he cares and quiet, and he cares and will, doesn't mean it's not heavy. Just because he doesn't complain about it doesn't mean he doesn't want to hear you. I see what you do. I appreciate what you do. Get it back. Don't wait for the absence to teach you. Presence is real. Nobody appreciates me.
Yo, so
black sheep of the family usually remembers everything because they had to survive. To me, I remember everything, and that's what makes it. I remember being a black sheep of the family. I remember everything somehow being my fault. I remember getting blamed for things that I didn't do. I remember being a joke. I remember being a target. I remember being a child that everybody got anger, frustration, and trauma into. The crazy part, y'all act like y'all forgot that I did. I remember the bullying, the beatings. I remember being talked down to. I remember being taken advantage of. I remember being made to feel like I was the problem when everybody else got a pass. And yes, I took it personal because it was personal. Some people love saying, we ain't mean it like that. We ain't know no better. That was a long time ago. But here's the thing. The person that had to live through it, don't forget just because the people that caused it moved on. I remember the pain hit me. I remember how I felt. And that's exactly why I made the decision. I wasn't going to come here. I wasn't going to treat my children the way I was treated. I wasn't going to build a home that felt like the one I escaped from. I wasn't even going to spend my life trying to get revenge. I wasn't going to pass down the same dysfunction that got passed down. So I broke the cycle. When I broke the cycle, I became distant. Not because I'm bitter, and not because I'm mad, and not because I think I'm better than you. I became distant because I finally learned what peace feels like. And once you experience peace, chaos stop feeling like it. So you can keep the gaslight, you can keep the excuses, you can even keep the apology. Because I already turned that pain into wisdom. I turned that trauma into discipline. I turned that rejection into self-sufficiency. I turned that dysfunction into a lesson. Sometimes struggle for revenge and revenge at all. Sometimes it's living a life that's so healthy, peaceful, different, that cycle finally dies with you. Black sheep of the family usually remembers everything because they know.
My name is Nishi Solomon. I'm 30. I'm from Montreal, Canada.
Do you guys know each other?
No, but I do. Yeah, there's a lot of things.
What do you do for work?
I'm the founder of Nishi Hair Extensions.
Relationship status?
Single.
Are your parents together?
No.
Work is over?
No.
And then your active background?
I'm sure.
Right. Perfect. And then what about and then last but not least, what's your name?
Mine?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Alright, how old are you, sir? Okay. I got you. Wait, 19. What do you work? Okay. Where are you from? Italy. Yeah. Do you live in Miami or are you visiting? Okay. So what's your vacation? Are you going to school? Okay. Relationship status? Are your parents good? Are your parents good? Yeah. Working for you? And I guess she's, what, time? Right. Okay. Yeah. Alright. That is the, for all you status as you guys.
Just a water. Then, they may work, they may not. I leave part of so earlier as a handyman and he was we did about interview earlier.
Yeah. So, for those that might not be familiar, can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah. Well, to the stream was a good.
What do you prefer?
I don't know.
then we'll get the first question. All right. Let's see what the people have to say.
That was funny.
Okay. One time, can we get a high for one time say? Yeah. What's that first show? Yeah. Oh, so you just got to roll up.
Alright, yo guys, come on over to Rumble right now, man. We got like what, almost 20,000 guys in here? Yeah. So guys, come on over to Rumble right now. We started the show. Come on over, we're gonna come to YouTube. I'm surprised that we even built.
You know, I'm always in pain and strong. I feel kind of calm right now. This up.
Come on, man.
Chris Brown, Trey Songz, and then you have them come to your city for concert. Would you go backstage? Let's start. Okay, what's English? English, rapper, musician, R&B, pop. No. 10 songs. There's a bunch. Couple days broke down a little, so that's you got Drake, you got like.
I was 6'9". Jake or Kodak? Tyler?
What's that? Oh, okay, stop. Over here. Come on, move on. It's a line.
Kodak.
Kodak.
That's Spice. Sexy.
Okay.
Summer.
Who's that?
He's like an He's new.
In any case, let's say you're in your city, let's say Kai, let's go back to it. Okay, would you?
First.
Would you? Would you? So you don't go back backstage, right?
100%. What?
Yeah, if you're a boyfriend, you still go backstage. Sure. Sure.
With others.
Come on, who's the man? Others. You know, what? So I can go hand job, low job, what's up?
To enjoy the celebrity. To enjoy his presence.
Alright, what was your? Well, you said yes.
No, I said no.
You said no?
I never answered.
Why no?
Why no? If I have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
Because I'm disrespectful?
Okay. You said yeah.
Top.
Would you still go?
Yeah.
That's a yes or no? No? Would you still go?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no to something,
So then what happens backstage when girls go behind the scenes, like a concert? Obviously, the girls, they go backstage. What's the normal thing that happens backstage? Anything crazy?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's been happening, but I mean, me personally, I don't bring the girls backstage. Just because I like the finish. My entourage, friend, and we have
Let's say like a concert, maybe like a concert. Let's go backstage. But you got boys backstage. You got girl.
I mean, I don't think it's
biggest fan.
Someone I said yes.
It's an answer. I didn't even handle this.
She said yes. You said yes.
I mean, they probably did for experience. I mean, everybody to each his own, you know what I mean? They probably did for experience, something like I did it, but I mean, me personally, I mean, I just feel like, you know, respect me. I don't know. Like me, I feel like him. I don't know, like I feel disrespected. Like I feel like, I don't know. It's just one.
So you say yes earlier.
I've been my boyfriend.
No. You can say that.
No, I swear.
You said it for yourself. People are saying.
Yeah, but if I had a boyfriend. If I had a
That's what
boyfriend.
you said about boundaries before. Yeah. What would you consider to like say what you want?
I mean, it's like experience. I'm not like any person like by myself. Somebody had to invite me to it. And the thing is, so it's, I don't really like that. I mean, I'm not gonna go there just because.
Well, it's really funny because I feel like when someone on tour as a celebrity goes backstage, it's like free for all now. Up for grabs. Alright, now what's the first track?
First what?
Go first track. Yeah, it's what? What is your thoughts on Santa Paula blasting Love Beach?